control the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. We've got through the group stages, we've got to the semi-finals. It's the first semi-final today. In fact, it's a repeat of the semi-final of 2019 with an unexpected winner in those days. It was New Zealand. Today, it is New Zealand versus India, the first semi-final. It's in Mumbai. It's not Eden Gardens, is it? It's the other one, isn't it? Wankaday.
Nope,
Wankaday. I can never bloody remember. Anyway, India have won the toss, and they have elected to bat. They have an unchanged side, and they actually look like a bloody machine at the moment, and I can't see anyone beating them. But I'm hoping we get a repeat of the 2019 semi-final. I know that'll upset one of my guests, who I will introduce shortly. But the teams are going in: Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Surya Kumar Yadav, Ravindra Jadeja, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj. New Zealand are Devon Conway, Rachin Ravindra, he's had a standout tournament, Kane Williamson, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Mitchell Santner, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson and Trent Boult. Woohee! I am with you today with the man who's always here, let's face it. He's in his weather cave down in Perth, and he's going to tell us what the weather is. The Wankidi, what's it like there?
It's not too hot. It's about 34 degrees, about 40% humidity, so not unbearable. But yeah, I wouldn't like to be out there. But compared to some of the games we've had, not too bad. And I've got to say, it's great to be back after 2 days off. I didn't know what to do with myself.
Well, yeah, I didn't have to do any highlights for a couple of days. I was like, fuck me, that's genius. I don't have to worry about this shit. And over in Singapore, a man over in Singapore, of course he wants India to win. It's an Indo Dutta. How are you doing today?
Morning, Bear, and fuck off.
Love it. Come on, let's have some aggro. Of course I don't want India to win. I can't have a home team winning. They've 9 out of 9. I do expect them to
we
win.
shouldn't have had a home team winning in 2019.
Yeah, I know, but that was my home team, precisely. So I don't want the next home team winning. Come on. I'm one of these guys. I have chips on my shoulders about this sort of shit.
Anyone but the Kiwis. Anyone but the Kiwis.
Yeah, I met someone else yesterday who didn't like the Kiwis. It's like, everyone likes Kiwis, but I've met 2 people, you and another guy, just don't like the Kiwis. I don't know why.
Only 2 sensible people in the world.
Well, yeah, whatever. I do expect you to win. I mean, considering the problems they've had with their bowling attack, they managed to get a decent bowling attack out today, I think, New Zealand. So they'll be reasonably happy. They've got a chance.
That's unchanged, right?
Yeah, I think it's unchanged from the last team, yeah. But as in 2019, the key for the Kiwis is basically keeping your runs down. You've been a bit of a run machine. Get Rohit early. Again, you get Rohit early. I think you put pressure on this Indian side. Shubman Gill's looked pretty good in the last 2 games. I guess the only one weak link in the India side that hasn't really fucking mattered has been Sky, Surya Kumar. He's had to do nothing all tournament, and he's still there. He's done nothing, but he's still there.
I mean, that's one way of keeping your place in the side.
Yes, not being required, but still being a good batsman, I suppose. And if it comes out today,
I think it's going to be a bit slow from everything that I've been reading and hearing. It's going to be a bit slow, so I'm not sure you're going to have a huge score in there. But let's see how that goes. Yeah. Rohit's going to have a go, that's for sure.
Well,
Can I tell you about? We have 2 super chats already.
Oh, thank you very much.
Stephen Kelk's given us €2 as a down payment on New Zealand victory. He's going to give us another 8 if they win. Shelley Bett's given us £2, dreaming of a South Africa-New Zealand final.
Well, I'm with you, Shelley. That's the final I want. I want a new world champion that's never been a world champion before, and that final at least guarantees that.
Well, that's exactly what we should have had in 2019, sir, to bring it up again.
Well, yeah, but South Africa weren't even in the fucking semi-finals then, were they?
No, but New Zealand could have been the champions.
Well, they could have been, but they weren't. They didn't score enough boundaries, man.
I know,
what can you say? The rules are the rules.
Teams, right? What can I say?
Shit happens.
Are you jingling?
We are jingling. Oh, I've got to get one team up, actually, because I haven't got them up yet. We have Rohit Sharma. This dude.
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
And who's going to be opening the bowling? Of course, it's this man.
Bolt.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
And I guess it's time to go. The first ball will be bowled very shortly, and it will be Trent Bolt to deliver it. Bowling at Rohit Sharma. Here we go. The first semi-final. Trent Bolt was in to the pads of Rohit Sharma, who cleanly clips it out
beautiful.
towards long, deep wide long on. Longy Ferguson immediately jams his knee into what looks like a very soft outfield, and they'll get back for 2 after 1 ball. India are 2 for none, and we're off.
Got some shape though.
Did get some shape. This is the pitch that has been pretty stodgy, isn't it? Isn't this a pitch one of the other games is on?
It's played. They played a couple on this one, the India-Sri Lanka match, and there was another match played here.
Bolt is in. That's defended by Rohit. To the offside, and there's no run. I guess the stadium will probably be packed by now, won't it? If they can get their
it's completely
tickets.
packed and it's completely blue, I can assure you.
Oh, it's not completely packed, but it will be.
Right, it will be. It takes about an hour and a half to get in. It's on a narrow strip, and there's a lot of people with the security and everything. So Mumbai security is going to be very high.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah. Well, Rohit will want to be making up for what happened in that game. I think that was Birmingham, wasn't it? I can't remember. That's defended in the offside. There's no run.
It might have been Old Trafford, actually.
No, it wasn't Old Trafford. Oh, it was Old Trafford. Yeah, you're right. Because we had to stay there an extra night because they had to go over
Luckily,
the next day.
To see another game at the Old Trafford, the India-West Indies, and that was much better.
We have another super chat from Mog, who's given us $10, hoping for a virus-based Australian forfeit.
Well, that's clipped. Ooh, nicely by Rohit. It's quite close to mid-wicket, but it's an aggressive start from Rohit, and he's hit it over the top of mid-wicket. It's the first boundary of the day, and India move on to 6 for none in the first over.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, Trent Bolt has charged up. It's nice to see him bowling at 140 in the first over of the day. I haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah, well, I guess New Zealand, this team especially, will want to try and do. Oh, that's aerial, but not aerial for long enough. And in fact, it goes lasering past the man at mid-off, who's not on the edge of the circle, but pretty deep. But anyway, it's 4 more, double figures already. Now, let's say the bleeding obvious, but getting Rohit and Kohli out within 50 runs and in 7 or 8 overs of the game done will make this an interesting game. I think if Rohit and Gill get to 80 or 90 in 12 overs, which looks like they're going to try and do, as that's defended square on the offside and there's no run, it'll be a long way to go for New Zealand to get back into this game. The platform will be built. Right, who's with us? Messi.
Well, we've got lots of our regulars back with us. Some pieces say. Farong says, greetings all, hope everyone's well. Semis arrived after 6 long months, or it feels that way. Team Tada elect to bat, hoping for an interesting power play 1 and, of course, the Black Caps victory. David Latterman says, can't wait, Indians have chosen a low, slow, flat, drab track. Massive mistake. That's every pitch the Kiwis are raised on. 4 more years, India, maybe. Leah says, morning all, will India overcome their South African tendencies today? The other test ground in Mumbai is the Brabourne Stadium. Eden Gardens is in Kolkata.
Yeah, I know, but I just keep forgetting.
Armchair Cricket Podcast is with us, as is Sapun, ready for a long night. Go New Zealand. So welcome to all
Sapun.
of you.
Yeah, Sapun's another Kiwi hater, isn't he? Am I right in that one? He's not a particular fan.
No, he's an Australian hater. Hates Zampa with a passion.
Well, yeah, that's going to be one tomorrow, isn't it? Well, that's into Shubman Gill, who gets inside half of the bat. The sun is bright there today. It's a good day. It goes to mid-wicket. There's no run. Well, this one isn't going to be stopped halfway through for rain and go into a second day.
No, not in Mumbai at this time of the year.
I think that was half of India's problem. The actual day of the semi-final in England was a horrible, horrible day.
Yeah, it went into the second day.
Yeah, it did. And this got worse as the day went on. By the time they came out to bowl, the ball was hooping around corners. Came out to bat, sorry. Southey's in. Oh, that swings away a little bit. And Shubman Gill just prods at it, out to short cover. No run.
It might happen to the game tomorrow, I suspect. There is forecast for rain, but I'm not sure the rain is going to get washed out, but there's forecast for rain.
Well, presumably they have spare days for the semis over here as well.
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. It'd be a surprise not to see them get 40 overs in 2 days.
Yeah, true. Southey into the pads of Shubman Gill, and he gets himself off the mark, clips that nicely square, should get 4. It's going to make it to the boundary.
Should, I mean,
yeah, it didn't make it to the boundary.
That was a terrible ball.
It was a terrible ball. It deserved 4. It was on the pads and got clipped nicely by Shubman Gill. 4 more.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
And that's a lovely shot. Did he stop it, actually? No, he didn't.
No.
How was his hair even sticking on?
Yeah, has he got it tied back in a bun or something? That's what it looked like to me. Southey is in. Oh, how that didn't bowl him, I do not know. He's got to work it to the leg side. It's swinging away and quite outside his off stump. He didn't get across to it properly. He tried to flick it, got an inside edge that somehow missed his leg stump, but went down to the boundary for 4 more. Oh, God, that's lucky. Fucking hell.
That was really lucky.
But that's what you need.
That luck. Yep, hopefully he rides that luck.
I think he owes Crawley a copyright fee on that one, doesn't he?
Yeah, the Vatican slice. And,
Tucker standing with 100 ODI.
yep. And Gill is 8 off 4, Rohit's 10 off 6, 18. And 10 balls so far, just prodded square on the offside. Now it's a point, and there is no run. Not what
Who's
New
the other
Zealand was
umpire?
done.
Chris Gaff?
Richard Illingworth.
Richard
Oh,
Illingworth.
Richard Illingworth.
So 2 Englishmen. No, Chris Gaffney's not English, is he? Is he? Or is he Kiwi? I can't remember what Chris Gaffney's
Kiwi,
from.
I think.
Tucker?
No, he can't be.
Tucker?
Can't
What
be
about
Kiwi.
Tucker? He's Aussie or?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe. I don't think he's
I'll
English.
tell you.
They've got 2 slips in for Gill.
Rod Tucker is Australian.
Rod Tucker's Australian. I thought you said Gaffney, Chris Gaffney.
No. It's not Gaffney. I thought Richard Illingworth.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Okay. Southey in outside the off stump, left lane through to the keeper, and there's no one. I think Southey is a weak link in this Kiwi attack as well. I think he's all right for a first spell. But he does tend to get a bit of tap when he comes back later in the game.
Yeah, when he brings the ball back in.
Yeah, well, his pace is so down on what he was, 5-6 years ago. Lockie could be the key.
So we got Mog said he did try to make his message about a bus crash based forfeit by Australia, but the chatbot wouldn't let him. Kieran Roseblade says, "Morning all, delighted to be getting to the 3 interesting games." And Roger Naidu says, "Good morning, guys. Great to have you all here." There's a sense of excitement about getting into some really meaningful games again, isn't there?
Indeed. Trent Bolt is into Rohit, and he defends it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Sapung clarifies his position. He says, "I hate Zampa, I love Maxi, I hate the Aussie team, but not as much as I hate the English."
Okay, Sapun, okay. You don't have to worry about us. We went out limply. Finally learning how to play the game in the subcontinent by the time we went out the tournament. Poor planning, poor management. I think you've got to say that. If we'd have started the tournament how we played against Pakistan, we'd have gotten through to these semis, and then who knows what happened. That's worked into the leg, to the mid-wicket, and there is no run. I don't know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, I don't think that the British public care enough about English cricket that there'll be some big shake-up at the top, because it doesn't really get in the press much.
But Robke's just arrived, right? He's not been around for that long.
No,
fairly early on.
Well, what you mean in India? Yeah, no, he hasn't been around in India that long, but he was only
No.
in charge. Oh my word! There's the first 6 of the day. That's a cracking shot. Rohit's charge down a track at Trent Bolt. He means business, does the Indian captain? Smashed it over extra cover all the way.
He's taking it to Mumbai Indians game.
Yeah, first 6 of the day, and India move on to 24 for none after 2.3 overs. That was a gorgeous shot, wasn't it? He's certainly coming out with intent, isn't he, Rohit?
Wow.
I mean, that was the big problem in that semi in 2019. They were 3 down in no time, and there hadn't been 3 down in no time in the entire tournament, and it just discombobulated them. That's worked to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The way they play, though, over the past year, they've completely changed the way they play. I mean, India never used to play power plays like this. This is a very, very new strategy, if you like, implemented by Rohit, and Rohit's decided that he's the one who's going to go and do it.
Everyone. Well, this is part of what the English press was saying, as Trent Bolt is in to Rohit, who defends it back to him, and there's no run. As everyone saw how England played and won in 2019, and nearly all teams have tried to emulate it, and the better teams have succeeded, and why not? Except England, yeah, they were quite timid. Well, I suppose if you have a Dawa Milan instead of a Jason Roy, it's not the same, is it? Bairstow and Roy were both as equally aggressive.
But if you hadn't had David Milan, you wouldn't have won anything. You would have been much worse this time.
Well, would have been different teams. That's down the leg side. First wide of the day. Oh, give that a little tune.
Wide.
Yeah, there are so many things, too many changes in selection. I think you've got to stick with what you think works. I think for a couple of games they completely lost the plot. Bolt, I don't know why he's around a wicket so early, but he's got Rohit in the knackers, or close to, trying to pull him over the leg side, and that ends the third over. 25 for none. India going along at just over 8 and over. Good start for them.
Adam Newman is with us, notes it's Rod Tucker's 100th ODIs umpire. Matthew Cullen says, morning gorillas, theoretically if these cats, the ones on YouTube, were playing a game of cricket, what would the score currently be? Fuck all, because all they do is lie around and sleep and lick themselves.
Yeah, they're not very proactive.
No.
It's sort of like
Leah says,
Sorry.
Leah says, I can understand Sapun hating Zampa. Sapun, of course, has Sri Lankan heritage. He has a good chance of breaking Murali's record for the most wickets in a single edition of the World Cup. He's one behind Murali right now with 22.
That's the backstory.
So Sapun says, I need a washout for the next semi-final.
Okay, well, yeah, Southey is into Shubman Gill. He just plays it out to cover, and there is no run. There's that man. Jay Shah, that's him, isn't it? Is that David Beckham? No. Is that
Yes, David Beckham to his left and Sachin Tendulkar to his right.
Is that fucking David Beckham? Jesus Christ.
He was on the field a little while ago. So.
Oh, right. Christ almighty. Beckham, you whore. Southey is in. And it's played up to mid-off for a single. It's not even your sport, and you get there next to the head of the BCCI in the final.
Push the blue button, Bear.
Why? For the whore?
Yep.
Okay. I'll put that in. He's had good press recently, Beckham. His Netflix documentary has been well received. I haven't watched it yet. But oh, look. Well, he's got potential 2 innings. He's only one behind Chris Gale's record of 6s in a World Cup, is Rohit.
Wow.
It's pretty good going. 26 so far. Which is surprising. You'd think actually it'd be more than that, wouldn't you? He's had 9 games. That's only not an average of 3 6s a game. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. I'm going to play the really short one.
You'd expect someone in 9 innings, though, to have 3 where they don't do much, at least.
Yeah,
so
I suppose.
It's not bad. And Max is right behind him, and Mitchell Marsh isn't far behind too. So.
Yeah, but I mean, this is it. I mean, there were a couple of innings, haven't there, in this World Cup where there have been 9, 10 6s in some of these big hundreds.
Yeah.
Southey, who's going to come in to bowl to Rohit, who pulls him back with a square. There's no one there, and that's 4 more to the score. And New Zealand are really leaking runs early.
Yeah. Southey at his pace.
Southey. What did I say?
I said Southey at his pace really shouldn't
be bowling short. No, I know. That's the problem, isn't it? He's trying to bowl a cutter into the deck. I think they're trying to figure out what his deck is going to do for them, actually. Because to be bowling what looks like slower ball cutter bouncer type things in the 4th over seems a bit strange to me.
Well, I think they took Rohit very seriously at the toss. I heard him say that this pitch is going to be slow.
Well,
it'll probably take us time though.
Well, that's 6 more. That's a fucking glorious shot into his pads and picked up imperiously by Rohit Sharma, deposited over deep square leg for a big 6.
I guess Rohit equals Chris Gale now, 49 6.
Yes, indeed. They certainly come out, as I said, with intent. And New Zealand look a bit frazzled already, which isn't a good sign for them. It's nearly 10 and over. And that's short again and pulled again. This time it's straight to the fielder at long leg. And the score moves on to 38. Rohit's 27 off 15. Gill 9 off 8. Don't mind that so much.
4 of those came about 1 centimeter from his leg stump.
Yes. A lot of them.
India are just so good at using this hard ball and their close in fields in the first 10 overs, aren't they? It just makes such a difference.
Well, yeah, and it's a reasonable strategy. Southey in, that's defended stoutly by Rohit up to Shubman, sorry, up to mid off. Rohit will get the strike after only losing it for a ball in that over, and India are 38 for none after 4 overs.
Stephen Kelk says, is my promised €8 for a New Zealand victory already slipping out of sight? Well, we need somebody to promise €10 or more if India win. That way we sort of hedge it and can't lose.
And of course,
and Bear likes it if the Haas can't lose.
Well, exactly that. Of course, the GPL is open today for this first semi-final. I shall see if I can find what the pot is.
I think I've got a little bit left in there. I might as well put something there.
Well, it's currently 68 quid in the pot. Wow. 68 quid in the pot, yeah. Rohit is going to face up to Trent Boult, who's back to coming around the wicket. Over the wicket. And it's defended in the offside. There's no run. Well, who's captaining the Kiwis? Is Kane back to captaining him, or they left it with Latham? Kane's back. Yes. Did he say he would have batted first as well?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, yep. Okay. Psychologically, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
But I think that there really wasn't much doubt about that, right? I mean, you win the toss, you bat here.
Yeah. Short, pulled. Oh, he's got enough of that. He's got an awful lot of that. It's gone back into the stands. Can't bowl it there. Not to fucking Rohit, man. It's gone all the way back into the stands. 6 more runs down a fine leg.
Well, I think that's Rohit's 50th 6. He's in this World Cup.
Yeah.
Wow. That's rubbish bowling. That really is.
Yeah, it is.
I think once out of every 6-7 times a team plays India, they get Rohit with a short ball, and that's what they're trying to do. Yes,
he has been known to fall down there. More in Test matches, though, wouldn't you say? Bolt in again. That's full and outside off stump, and it's driven square. There is a man out of the cover boundary, and it will just be the 1 run.
Jazzy Oak says, morning, I thought you'd have had the evil Braverman on today. She's looking for a job. Oh, she's full-time employed stabbing people in the back at the moment, Josie.
She is. That woman
is. She's just finished writing her 300-page letter, right?
Yeah, fuck me. She is an evil witch.
Oh.
She is a really nasty person in my view.
You haven't kept any of your promises. Yeah, you're the first person to have been sacked twice by 2 successive prime ministers in the same role.
Yeah. Bolt into the thigh pad of Shubman Gill. It'll not be a run.
Sapun is looking for thoughts on the pitch selection controversy, which I suggest is a major beat-up.
Yeah, what is this? Is this a used pitch, did I hear?
Yeah, but I mean, it's only been used twice in the last 7 weeks, which isn't exactly overused.
Okay. So it's a new pitch for the day. It's not like it was used the other day.
No.
I guess time.
Sri Lanka was a long time ago. That was the last time it was used.
Okay, fair enough. Well, presumably you want run right in the middle of the square as well, don't you? That's played to mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 pitches you could probably use if you don't want to make one boundary too short compared to the other.
Yeah, I think they had a choice of 2 pitches, and they had announced a series over the various matches which pitch they would use, and they deviated from that for this one. Groundsman said they had a problem with the pitch that they originally allocated.
Okay. Blocked square, but good timing by Rohit. Half stopped by the man at point. And they'll get back for 2 as Santner chased it down in the outfield. And at the end of the 5th over, India are 47 for none.
Coachberg Cake says, I had a dream last night where I was back at school and the goodies was taught in English, and I had a conversation with Tim Brooke Taylor on why Jadeja was a better bowler than Ashwin. Outside, people played street cricket and I sure saw a shocking LBW decision. How New Zealand going? I'm blaming the goodies part on guerrilla cricket. Fair enough. Yes, those cats are a bit goodies-like, aren't they?
Well, you know how to get rid of the cats is sending a photo of your own pet and super chatters. With increasing amounts, if you want to replace one pet with another pet, you have to bid slightly more than the previous pet's photo. And we have a scale going upwards, you know. Harriet's done it twice. We've had 2 dogs up. Anyway,
yes.
We have a new bowler.
Oh, we do. We have a change in the bowling. I wonder how long this would take. I don't think they wanted to go here this early, but they have. And the new bowler is...
Santner baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Santner baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
And he hasn't been generally darting things in. Now, my bet is that Rohit comes down the track first ball and tries to smash him back over his head.
Let's see.
Santner is in. No, he doesn't. He just defends it into the leg side, and there's no run.
It would have been good if
Very
he had
low
done.
percent.
The second bit to that was he walks past it and gets stumped, but you know.
There was vested interest in Bear's suggestion, I have to say.
Second ball though, he does sweep aerially just past the man on the 45. Wasn't a great ball, probably didn't deserve a wicket, but was not far away from that man on the 45. That brings up 4 runs for more runs for Rohit. And that brings up India's 50. They move on to 51. I think Rohit's on 38 now.
It's quite far from the fielder in that full stretch.
Yeah, 51 for none. Rohit 38 off 20 and Gill 11 off 12. Santner comes in. Oh, it's a terrible ball down the leg side, and it's been smashed back into the stands for 6 more runs. Rohit's closing in on 50 already. This is bad. New Zealand have started this horrifically. This is not how you want to start a semi-final. They've got to keep their heads now and try and drag this back. Because if it carries on at this rate, India are getting 400. And whilst it's possible this...
Bear in mind, always, that the first 10 overs have been the quick ones.
They have been, but you don't want to give away 100 runs in the first 10.
No.
You know, giving away 70, 75, nearly 80, you can kind of pull it back. That's worked into the leg side. Just down to the man on 45 by Rohit. They go through for a quick single.
Bowling for the run out, I think.
Messi, what's your call for the GPL? I'm going to put a quid based on your call.
Okay, because I've actually run out of money in my GPL. So I think India will make 384, and then New Zealand will be all out for 309.
Yeah,
so
that's not going to be a great game. That's worked into the leg side by Shubman Gill to mid wicket. There's no one. And this is the problem. Right? If India get 380, this could be all over very quickly if they get a couple of early wickets for the Kiwis. That's defended back down the track. There's no run.
That's
693.
Yeah. That's a bit much. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that, but I'll put that in because you've been right more often than me, and my record is 0.
Yeah, but then again, I put an awful lot of money in there over the years.
There you go. We've got something at 580 something. We've got something at 700 something at 800. I mean, that's how wide the market is at the moment.
Wow. Oh, well, that's interesting. Kieran Roseblade says, all this being said, lad, sorry, no, it's moved on me. I'm so disappointed India are making this interesting game become more boring very quickly. How many close games have there been? 1, maybe 2 out of 42 so far? Ridiculous, I tell you.
Yeah, there haven't been many close games.
Defunct says just a casual 10 runs per over. Nice bowling. Brown in Brisbane is with us. It says, morning all. I was over on tuning because I forgot YouTube is back. Are we thinking the 500 jingle is on for India?
No.
Oh, dear.
No way. Nowhere near.
Bolt is into Rohit, chops it into the ground, thinks about a run. Shivman says no, and goes back to the bowler. No run.
Mog has offered 20 euros if India lose. Well, mind you, he's already given us 10 bucks. But I think if he feels fairly safe in that regard.
So why especially euros?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because that's what Stephen Kelt was doing. He's said
well,
that he'd give 10 euros if New Zealand won.
Rohit pulls out literally as Bolt is in his delivery strike, presumably something upset
Yeah,
him.
he had something in his eye.
In his eye.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Mog says my cat had a tumour cut out of her face today. I'll be getting her wound picture up for Friday.
Nice.
That's so you, Mog.
Yeah, that is. Shame your cat in front of the world on YouTube, huh? Score predictor already has 353 for India. Key to this is obviously wickets, and it could all change around. I suppose New Zealand could get 3 quick wickets. Rohit could get 80 full, get Kohli out pretty quick, get someone else out pretty quick. Suddenly India will probably have to slow down for a bit. That's a fucking horrible ball again down the leg side. It'll be another wide. I mean, how many extras they've given away? 4 extras, 5 wides or something so far in the first 6 overs. Pretty poor.
One of the guys I'm friends with on Twitter, I've never met him, of course, a Kiwi, he has a lovely story to tell. Okay, so I'll tell you after this.
Bolt in to Rohit, just clips it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Go on.
Yeah, so he's the Kiwi High Commissioner to Sri Lanka at the moment, and his wife is Indian. So they're in Bombay watching the match today, and at the airport last night, so they saw their passports, and they were like, "Oh, your wife's Indian," and at the immigration, and he said, "Yes." He said, "Well, if you know what's good for you, support India tomorrow."
Trent Bolt is in. Oh dear, that's hoiked. I'm not sure Rohit meant it to go there. I think he meant it to go probably over the bowler's head, but he's hoiked it down to mid-on. He's up inside the circle, and so there won't be a run. I think there's a little bit of a strategy. The thing is, absolutely nothing's happening with the ball, is it? There was swing in the first 2 or 3 balls, and that was it. Nothing off the deck. Yeah. It's pretty flat. And I guess if it is slow wicket, then you probably do want to score against a new ball, because it may get tricky.
And that ball, I think, came slower than he expected, which is why he can stank that.
Yeah. Well, Rohit faces up again. Bolt is in. He again tries to chop that down to third man. Oh!
Whoa! What's he doing?
Getting a bit lazy there was Rohit. He chopped it out to behind square. Thought about a run. Shubman Gill again said no, because there wasn't one there. And Daryl Mitchell head in from point. And Rohit was just sort of bumbling around outside his crease, and he had a shot at the stumps. I think he got his pack down before the stumps would have gone over, but it was a bit slack from Rohit there.
I told you they were bowling for the run out.
Well, maybe I should go on and run out then. I wonder what odds. At first wicket, odds should be around about, I'd have thought, 30s. Maybe I'll give it a shot, Cut out through point. Down towards backward point. There is a sweeper out on the cover boundary. It's Glenn Phillips. He'll get back for 2.
So Bear, what's your win percentage in all these bets that you do?
Not a lot. They're random at the moment.
I didn't think so. Otherwise, you'd be a bookie. But
yeah, there haven't been many
20%,
early.
20%?
Well, this World Cup are terrible. Probably less than that, 10%.
Well, the line on the first week is 101.5, Bear. So
well, that's not bad
that's
now.
not-
You'd expect one to go before then, so I might do that. That's defended by Rohit. Last ball of the 7th over. 61 for none. That's a better over. Only 3 from it. And India cruising along. Rohit just 3 runs short of his 50.
Mog adds that his cat's name is Murderface. Why am I not surprised?
Murder face.
I'd hate to be Mog's cat.
I tell you, no, I reckon being Mog's cat is great. Doesn't matter what you get called. Mog understands that cats are much more important than people. He spends
that's
more
good.
on his cats
That's good.
and looking after them than anything else in the world, I suspect.
Okay, I'd rephrase that. I'd hate to be named by Mog.
Yeah. I mean, they probably call him equally bad names, but he doesn't hear
This
it.
is true.
Well, we have a change in the bowling. And he should be here. Why isn't he here? There he is.
He's bowling, see him aiming at your head.
Is it just me or do Lockie Ferguson and Travis Head look like twins?
Just you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get anything alike.
But they've got mustaches.
They got
Very
tashes, yeah.
That's it.
Lockie, again, I don't think this is what they particularly wanted to do, the Kiwis. He's in, and the first ball is thrashed at by Shubman Gill. I mean, this proves how good Rohit's gone at the start. I mean, he's 47 or 28. Shubman Gill has not looked at all happy. Mistiming a lot of stuff. He's got 11 off 15.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, very interesting. Be interesting if they get Rohit out, see how it changes things. Lockie is in, driven. Having said that,
Oh,
that's
beautiful
a
shot.
beautiful drive by Sherman Gill's out through the covers, and it makes it to the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, that was just it's just not doing anything off the deck. It just went straight on. It was wide. It was reasonably full. Most batsmen like it there. Hit it slightly on the up, but
That's a reasonable
Beautiful
gap.
place.
between-
yeah, the reasonable gap. One's close in as well. So Lockie comes in, 3rd ball of the 8th over. It's into the pads of Shubman Gill, who beats, I think there's a bit of a hand on it from the guy at mid-wicket. Slowed it down, so it won't be 4. Conway's out in the deep, and they'll get back for 2.
I like the sounds of an Inder purring in the background.
Yeah. No, that was a nice shot. I mean, if he hadn't got his hand to that, that would have been 4.
Yeah. Lockie is in, and it's defended back down the track. Good timing. It's gone past mid-on. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It's a really quick outfield. It is. It's going to be 4 runs. It's chased down by Saudi, but I think he kind of given it up. They'll have a look at this, but I'm pretty convinced that that is 4 runs.
We have another super chat from Brian in Brisbane. God bless you, Brian. $10 says, Amy, our old dog, and a mate Elmo the cat in Queensland winter mode.
Where have you sent a photo to? If you send a photo, I shall put them up.
That was a bloody good effort. It is not a 4-inch.
Isn't it not? Wow.
Wow. That was a really good effort.
So it's only 2 runs. Sorry, I misplayed the jingle. 69 for none. Good bit of fielding from Saudi. Lockie Ferguson into the hip of... They're bowling into the pads. I don't know why you bowl into the pads of any top-class batsman in an ODI, really. But they are. It's clipped quite nicely, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think
Brian's
with Gill, it's a bit
sent an email with a picture, Bear. If you want to
Okay.
pick it up.
I shall do that.
I think with Gill, they're between a rock and a hard place. They don't want to get it outside the off stump because he's just going to drive them. So they're trying to tuck him out.
Well, that's full and at the stump, so I don't think you want to bowl full either, really. Down to mid-on and there's no run. 1 run, sorry.
Even Kelk's demanding you unjingle that jingle.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I suppose I can play it backwards. Oh, God, just to verify shit these days, you got to... Sending me something through on an email.
People use emails?
Yeah, well, exactly. Right. What's going on? End of the 8th over. 70 for none. Gill is on 20 off 20. Rohit is 47 off 28.
So Josie Oak says New Zealand are doomed, looking like a bear match. Always an optimist, aren't you, Josie? And Leah says, I mean, Justin Rosniak's cats are called Milkshake and Pizza Boy. I'd rather have Mog name me. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be called Milkshake or Pizza Boy much. Then I'm not sure I'd want to be called Murderface.
Brian,
You know, what?
can I just say to Brian, can you find one in landscape rather than portrait? Portrait doesn't really work with what we got, you see. I'll put it up, but I have to blow it up so it fills the screen. Anyway, carry on, Messi.
That's it at the moment on socials.
Okay. Well, we're back. Southey is going to come back into the attack. Gill plays his first ball up to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps. I think he would have got home quite safely. And there is a single.
Well, I hear that Mick Jagger's still in Calcutta, so he's going to go to the match tomorrow as well, which he did at the previous match.
Okay, I think David. I'm not sure if David Beckham played cricket when he was younger. No, that's not live. No, I can't fit that in, Brian. Not both pets. That way round. Sorry, mate. That's driven by Rohit. Back and oh no, he's out. I thought he was going to get 6 runs, and Rohit doesn't get his 50. Things finally happen for New Zealand. Rohit was attempting to go over the shot. I assumed it was going for 6, but I was wrong. It's gone straight up in the air. He's completely mistimed it. I think, I presume that Kane Williamson, who caught it, was in the circle and had to backpedal quite a lot to catch it.
It was a slower ball, and it took just the bottom of the bat.
Yeah,
he didn't reach the ball.
And Rohit goes. Kane Williamson takes the catch. Really important. He goes to 47 off 29. India are 71 for 1. We're in the 9th over. But we have to say goodbye to Rohit.
The crowd says, you're out.
Well, that's the first twist of the game. But he's got him off to a good start. And that's his job. And, you know, he'd like to have gone on, but 47's not a bad pop in, 7 or 8 overs? 9 overs.
Well, he's got them off to a flyer, so...
Yeah, exactly. And now you've got, of course, the man that has a permanent camera on him. It's this dude.
Well, there's 45 of them. He deserves one.
The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's a beating we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match instead, and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
Yep, it's...
They've got 45 cameras. Surely they can spare one for Virat.
Well, exactly. It's the biggest one there, with the biggest lens on it, yeah.
Bear, I've just done a recut of that photo for you, which is now in should be in landscape. See if you can use that.
Okay. Have you sent it straight to the same address?
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens first ball first. Here comes Southey. into Rohit, Kohli. Rohit's out. Jesus, Virat. He defends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I thought he got all of that, but it went straight up. Facing the crowd looked concerned, and they were right to be. It's a good catch from Kane Williamson. Had to come round. It was a steepler. It was up in front of his eyes.
And he didn't do a Siraj.
Yeah, what? I missed that. What? He just missed it. It went through his hands and then into his neck.
It was very high. Whoa.
It was very high.
Bear, did you just see that?
No, I didn't. What was going on? There's an appeal.
So there's an appeal for an LBW. Looking at
I think the ball was going
I think
above.
it's high.
I think it was too high.
Yeah.
They're going to review it though. Well, now I will tell you what happened.
Of course they're going to go for it.
Okay, so I didn't see that. That's really bad for the highlights, but what the hell? It's Virat Kohli facing. It's not a bad shout then, is it? I need to see a replay to tell you what's going on.
I mean, you never know. You never know, right?
No.
Straight after Stephen Kell could send a message, duck for Virat, please.
Well, the Saudi is in. This is a really bad angle to tell you exactly what happened. I don't know if it's too high. They're looking at an inside edge.
Ooh,
I don't think that's too high, boys. I don't think that's too high. That's his back leg. Is there any bat on it? Looks like there's bat
yes,
on it.
there
There's a
is.
scratch
Yeah,
on
there
the
is bat
bat,
on it.
so it won't be out anyway. And Nindo's extraordinarily happy. And Nindo's very happy. And Virat remains. But for how long?
So next one will either be a boundary or a wicket.
Well,
yeah.
The umpire clearly saw that.
yeah. Well, no. You know, it was a very thin scratch. Let's be honest. So you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise. You can't hear anything for sure.
Yeah. Next ball, he clips out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Ah, that's better, Brian. Brian sent me another photo. And now that cat is extraordinarily fat, man. It needs to go on a diet. Sorry, Brian.
Pots and kettles.
Well, yeah. It looks very comfy in front of the log burner, but it's very large.
As Brian said, it's in its Queensland winter mode.
And that's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. I missed a 4. That was an inside edge onto a thigh pad down to third man. And Cody got himself off the mark with that. Sorry, guys. Fiddling around with shit in the studio has taken my attention away from what's going on the screen. That's why we're here. So I apologise for that. At the end of 9 overs, Gill is 21 for 1. Cody is off the mark with a 4.
Stephen Kelk asks, is there a jingle for the situation where the last jingle was incorrect? And Kieran Roseblade suggests, you press the wrong button, the jingle is wrong, and it's probably Tony's fault.
Well, he hasn't got his headphones on yet, so I won't tell him what you just said. Now he's looking at me mysteriously.
Morgan sent us a photo of Murderface, and now I understand why she's so called. Totally appropriate.
Yeah, give it a... Lockie Ferguson is going to continue. He's going to go into his second over, 9 off his first. You're not going to sit there, Tane, you're going to sit here. Not necessarily. Jason's not here. Lockie Ferguson is in, and Shubman Gill drives him up to mid-off, and there is no run. The other one's stopped working. So in knockouts, batting first, 5 matches, 1-5. That's India, I presume. Yeah, batting second. Well, that's obvious. If you go by the stats, that's why they decided to bat first. They've never lost batting first, and they've only won 3 times out of 8 batting second, having to chase when they've decided that they are going to chase. That's pulled by Shubman Gill off his hip. All along the deck though, and down to long leg, and it'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She.
Since that you were going to make me stay here because Jason wasn't here, you could have asked me if I wanted another coffee.
I could have.
Bear, can you check to see if Kartik is in the waiting room, please?
He is in the waiting room. And I should admit him. Lockie Ferguson is in. Mistime drive back to the bowler. And there is no run.
I'm going to have nightmares about Mog's cat called Murderface. She looks like she could lay waste of nation. She's so evil.
As we see Rohit once again getting out. Lockie is in once more. Pulled. Is it airily? Nah. There's no one down there. It's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
For some reason, Lockie Ferguson's decided that Gill's not very good against short bowling, short stuff. But he has no one to defend that. I don't know how that makes sense.
No, exactly. So why are you bowling down there? It's a bit daft, isn't it? That's into the pads. It goes right across his stumps this time. Is it going to be 4 more? No, it's not. Down to the same area, just clipped, not with so much timing this time. Just guided down there, and then this time we'll get back for 2. No, he went for 1. Sorry, I thought they got back for 2 there.
The fielder came in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Brown explains about his cat and dog. Elmo, the cat usually weighed 10.5 kilos, and Amy 6 kilos. I think from what Brown said is that they were their pets when they used to live in Brisbane.
Right. Lockie in, last ball of the over. Virat plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. That ends 10 overs. The power play is done. India 84 for 1. Virat is on 4. And Shubman Gill is on 30 of 26. I will be handing you over to Tone.
You will.
And I presume I'm still staying here because Jason hasn't arrived.
He's been sucked into the southeast London bus vortex.
Oh, God, help him.
Which is...
I'm on, and I'll see you in 10 overs. Then.
You're going to see us in 10 overs? Thank you, Anindo. You've already saved Virat Kohli.
The next tweet is from Farong, but you'll like the one from Mog as well, Tony. And
Will
there's
I,
a message from Kieran Roseblade on YouTube.
Okay, well that's going to be Bear, who is taking over social media duties. Should be Kartik with us as well.
Yes, it is, yes.
Hello, mate.
Good morning.
Well, very good morning to you too. 84 for 1, Saudi to continue. He has got that crucial wicket of Rohit, but Shubhas just dabs that down towards backward point, and there is no run. Now, yes, this little pitch controversy, as I've understood it, and you can correct me, chaps, if I'm wrong, it was supposed to be played on pitch number 7, which would have been a brand new pitch. There is some questions as to why it was shifted and to what authority and whether that authority was even sought, but it was moved to pitch 6 as I'll wait for Saudi, and it's defended again by Shubman Gill into the onside, no run, which has been twice used in this tournament for the England-South Africa game and the India-Sri Lanka game. That was back on November the 2nd. But obviously, Kartik, the inference taken, and remember we read this first this morning in the Daily Mail, which you take with the world's hugest pinch of salt of anything you ever read in the Daily Mail. But the BBC picked up the story. It does just have a little hint of shenanigans. So I'll just ask you what you think in a minute as we wait for Saudi, who's beautifully clipped by Shubman Gill, only just wide of mid-on, but wide enough and quick enough, and away it went for 4 runs. Sorry, Kartik. Yes, I was asking you what you thought of the potential shenanigans.
Yeah, look, nothing like a BCCI interjection into a world tournament, right? It was. I was wondering why it took them so long to be able to inference and do something like this. I think it's a bit of mind games, to be honest.
It could be.
I don't think there's much in that. I think it's just a bit of tall poppy syndrome, chip on the shoulder type stuff.
Well, that is true. Just the 4 off this over so far. We'll wait for Saudi. He's over the wicket and nicely worked off his pads. Oh, beats the man at mid-wicket. There is a man, though, at deep mid-wicket. So you've got 2, 1 deep and the offside and the roundabout pretty much square to the wicket, and 1 slightly forward of mid-wicket. And it was the second of those that did the job. 89 for 1. India going well. Just the loss of Rohit so far, caught by Kane Williamson off the bowling of Saudi.
Yeah, look, it's been a positive start. Exactly what India needed, especially in a semi-final. We know the history of the results that they've had in the semi-finals, or any finals for that matter, in world tournaments over the last 10 years. And, of course, New Zealand always seems to be their bogey team when it comes up in the finals.
In comes Saudi and defended to the manner at shorter mid-wicket gets that. Yeah, well, 2019, 18 run win, I think, for New Zealand. Ross Taylor got 74, Williamson 67. Matt Henry was man of the match, got 3 wickets. The Bear, all remember, you were there, weren't you? I heard you saying you were there. Is that when you went for dinner with Clive Lloyd's missus? I mean, Clive was there as well.
The semi-final?
Yeah, well, it just happened to be in Manchester. I wondered if it was the Manchester connection that led you to Mrs. Lloyd's house.
I don't think it was, no. It was
Saudi in.
Tournament.
Defended by His Holiness out towards mid-on. And it's the end of 11 overs. The run rate going pretty nicely at a shade over 8. It's 89 for 1. Bear, who have we got?
Farong says, should be a nice one highlights package. He smacked that one. Looks like 6 for Rohit. Oh, he's shit. He's out. Caught. Is that what I said? Well, I'll see when I have a look. Why are you being such a bitch to Tony, says Mog. Well, I
what have I done
really.
now?
No, you haven't done anything. It was just someone to.
Oh, can you say that again? Hear. Can you say that again?
You haven't done anything yet.
Good.
Well, you did turn up late.
Well, hang on. My sat nav, I'm not kidding. I left it before 7 o'clock.
Oh, Jason's here.
I left before. Jason has somehow crawled his way out of the Southeast London vortex and found his way to.
Well, you're supposed to be here where
studio.
I am.
So you can, if you want to swap over, it's up to you. Yes, you can do. We're between overs. Now, my sat-nav decided to send me. It started off through Mitcham, then I ended up in Upper Norwood, and I just thought I had to trust it in the end. But the traffic was ludicrous. Ludicrous it was this morning. I'll have to leave. It's hardly worth me going home tomorrow if I'm doing tomorrow's semi-final, as this one is defended just down into the ground. Well done, Jason. The Michael Portillo of bus journeys in southeast London. Obviously, I'm not sure you'd quite want to be him, but there we go. This one is flicked by Shubman Gill out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. So yeah, I reached a point where you have to make an executive decision, which I was round about by the time I got to Crystal Palace. That one's it's a beautiful diving stop by Mitchell Santner. Away to his right, and my executive decision was I'm not going to quite make it in time. We're going to have to switch, Bear and I, although actually he was literally just going on air as I burst through the front door.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Hold your breath, or catch your breath. That's defended back to Santner. It's a very good tight over so far. Kartik has been right on the money, has Mitchell here.
Very tight over, very Jadeja-like over, where the special comments doesn't get a word in.
Yeah, sorry about that. Swung away, though. Having said that, is that going to beat the man? No, it isn't. That's a fantastic spot of fielding down at backward square. Did you happen to catch who that was, Kartik? I couldn't quite see in the shadow.
That was
Devon Conway, I think.
Conway, that's right. Yes, I have the benefit of watching the replay on my TV, which is a much less of a stream, better, cleaner stream.
Well, he absolutely sped across, dived to his right. That's beautifully cut by Shubman Gill, but there's a man down at deep point, and it will just get him a single. It means it has rattled through this over. It's 92 for 1 after 12. And you're going to be on social, aren't you?
Yeah, I need
you need the magic iPad.
I do.
We'll let you catch up.
Yep.
I can't remember what the last
That's
one
right.
was. So, Kartik, sorry, you didn't have a moment to talk. So you
that's
were
okay.
mid-point
Sorry,
there, I think.
not your fault.
Well, you didn't necessarily need to know the story of my sat-nav and Southeast London back roads, but the floor is yours.
No, I didn't have nothing really to add. I was just more intrigued by your story, actually.
All I'm saying is, in terms of South London roads, I wish we didn't have to start at 8:30 for these games, because it's slap bang in the middle of kids going to school time, and it's an absolute nightmare.
You've got one more after tomorrow, one more on the final, and the final's on a Sunday.
I know. Why do you think I've been rostering myself mostly on some weekends, amongst other reasons?
Well, when you say rostering yourself, you make yourself available, and I choose whether you're rostered, but you always are, by and large.
The alternative is to have late nights on weeknights, right? Starting at 7:30 over here.
Lockie Ferguson is going to be bowling his third over. I'd love to be able to tell you here at Mumbai whether that's the Tata end or the Garwad Pavilion end, but it's very hard to tell. I can tell you that's a little bit short and wide of off stump, and it's pulled by Shubman Gill through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just feels a bit like normal service now being resumed after the loss of that wicket, Kartik.
It does, yeah. I mean, it was only, I think it was only a matter of time. A slight blip, but India looking very solid. Shubman Gill looks on today, and no doubt so does.
In comes Lockie. That's short as well. That's launched higher this time, high enough to go all the way. 9, 10, 11, 12 rows back probably into that stand at mid-wicket, and it's going to be 6,
and it's going to be 100.
And the 100 is up after 12.2 overs. It's 102 for 1, reached with a fabulous 6 by Shubman Gill, and that's 10 off 2. So poor old Lockie is taking a bit of tap. Have you blue buttoned?
I have.
Oh, you have. Well done.
That's going to get the pawn going.
I'm surprised the Bear hasn't instituted some sort of corporal punishment for failure in the blue button duties. Should have seen the bloody text I got the other day because I missed a couple. Absolute. I can hear him now in the kitchen, absolutely thundering away to himself. Defended by Gill, straight towards mid-off.
Mr. Couple, you basically didn't do anything the first 10 overs.
that looked pretty solid as well.
Towards mid-off. It was. Thank you for rescuing me there. The Bear was up onto his paws to come and go. I basically didn't do anything for the first 10 overs. Missed a couple. You didn't do any.
Yeah, the Bear is sore because it means he has to search through the full 8 hours of
I know
play
the implication.
to find the bits of interest.
4 for Virat Kohli. It's been a cautious start from Virat. Kartik.
It has, but I think
defends again. Out to mid-off. He made what? No, he got something in the 90s, didn't he, in the first game here? That was at Dharamsala, wasn't it?
What, his Kohliness?
His Kohliness, I think. He was looking for back-to-back hundreds. We see, surely he's not going to win a second game in a row with 100. He didn't. In the end, he was out for 95, I think. I'm just trying to remember. Did he do it? What did he make?
That's sounds about right.
95, 95 he made. Daryl Mitchell made 130, but it wasn't enough to win. Ferguson in. Oh, that's beautifully played by Kohli. I think for a second he was thinking about the pull shot, and in the end he just got up on his toes and steered it to backward point where Mark Chapman did the fielding. So he will move on by 1. I mean, if you look at the history of these two teams generally, it's quite surprising. It's only 59-50 in all their ODIs to India, plus the few, I think a couple of no results and what have you. But then you look at the figures in India itself, as I'll wait for Ferguson. That's driven sweetly by Shubman Gill, but straight to Mitchell Santner, who's extra cover, short extra. But if you look at the figures in India, it's 30 to India and 8 to New Zealand, which just shows the value of that.
Yeah.
Well, it just shows the value of home advantage. I mean, I know it's true of all countries, Kartik, isn't it? And but somehow it's amplified that home advantage in India.
Yeah, generally most teams play well at home, but you're right. India at home is almost invincible, right? Very rarely do they lose series, whether that be test series, one days, or T20s. Very rarely do they lose. They might lose a game or two here and there, but certainly overall the series, it's very, very hard to win here in India.
Can they go for something like a decade without losing a test series?
Yes, something like that.
I think they did.
I
think they did. I think England have only ever won 2 series in India. Test series, that is.
We have a bowling change, I believe. And it's going to be
we do.
This bloke.
Jingle him up.
It's another left-arm spinner. Not sure about being a star. I think he already is a star, certainly a star of this tournament.
He's a magnificently coiffured star. He has a slip for Kohli, who immediately slaps him away, but it's going to be fielded, I think, by Lockie Ferguson, who's down there at a wide mid-off. No, it's Jimmy Neesham in his black sun hat. So it'll just be 2 for his Kohliness. Fielded that well, did Jimmy?
Young star in the making. Young star in the making. He's off to
and he's been sort of forced up the order due to injury as well, and he's taken to that role magnificently, as that one was pushed out towards wideish mid-on.
Injury? I thought it was loss of form for
well, they lost
Mr. Young.
Well, they lost Kane Williamson as well, didn't they? So that involved some shuffling about. I'm just going to find his figures for Rashin. Round the wicket he comes. Oh, that's a full toss though. He won't be so happy with that, but again it's going to call Jimmy Nation into play down there at wideish and longish off. Let me think, what's he done? 1 for 76 against England and 123 not out off 96. 51 against the Netherlands. 108 against Pakistan. 75 against India. I mean, he's been really, really in fantastic form. That one's nicely flicked down to long on this time by Kohli. Again, he comes back for 2. 110 is up. Well, I don't know why the Bears shouting from the kitchen. What was that?
They've picked up the 50 as well.
Oh, the 50. Shubers has got his 50. I beg your pardon. Thank you. 50 for him off 41 deliveries, which he then Kohli then just angles the bat, steers the way through extra cover, and Ravindra been great with the bat, but he's getting a bit of treatment with the ball. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 so far off this over.
Right, let me get some jiggles in here.
Best had.
Followed swiftly by.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I mean, it's exciting, I think, from him. Well, I'll just hold the thought as he's in around the wicket onto the back foot, but guided straight towards extra cover by Kohli. No run, none for 10 off his first over for Ravindra. 114 for 1. India 50 up for Shubman Gill, and I was literally about to say that it's exciting to have a 23-year-old left-arm spinner with such potential that can bat as well. They're a happy place for New Zealand. Jason?
Yeah, Josiak says New Zealand are doomed, looking like a bear match. I think that's a general qualification for espousings from Josiak.
Yes.
Mog sends a picture of one of his cats called, and it says, names it Murder Face. It's looking very unhappy behind some, well, in some cover, shall we say.
He did send a picture on our internal group of one of his cats, which had Daleks behind it, toy Daleks, not real Daleks. And I immediately said exterminate, but not many people laughed, which I thought was a bit sad.
That's quite good.
I just got accused of more dad jokery.
Mog says he thinks he should have done a 500 jingle after all.
Santner around the wicket. Shubman Gill is well wide of his off stump, and he steers it straight towards point, and there is no run.
And Supan says, you can't complain about the start time. We Whiteland Wireless crew are operating until 4 AM some days.
Well, as Kartik will undoubtedly tell you, he's done the hard yards in the Mooney Pond studio, I think. Round the wicket.
Yeah, in the early days.
Yeah. Defended into the offside. Sharp running, very sharp running. Well done. Adds one more to the score. Shubman Gill, who is pretty quick. He's got those long, rangy legs, and they can shift him when they need to.
Yep, did the graveyard shifts in the early days in the Mooney Ponds box of dreams, but no, not so much these days. I'm in Sydney, and you have a young family, so it's a lot harder to do late nights.
Yeah. So did you move from Melbourne
yes,
to Sydney?
Yeah, moved Melbourne to Sydney, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which part of Sydney are you now living in, if I may ask?
Yeah, we in the northwest of Sydney. So we're about an hour or 45 minutes out of the city.
Oh, right. Oh, bit of turn. And Kohli plays that quite watchfully in front of his off stump. Obviously, I think we'll be watching with some interest, Kartik, exactly how much the ball does turn here, because there is that sense that the pitch was moved to try and find some extra turn. There was a bit more there, although it was slow, and Kohli had plenty of time to kind of muscle it really down to long on.
Indeed, we'll be watching, but even more so will be Kuldeep Yadav and Jadeja will also be watching.
Well, they will. We'll get to the bottom, I'm sure, at some point. The score predictor is saying 366 at the moment, which would be pretty much on par for this World Cup so far. That's a way out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. It's 357 in this World Cup. If you look at the 4 games, South Africa twice got well above 350. India got well above 350, and then Afghanistan it was who sort of rather let the side down in the defeat to Australia. They got 291. Round the wicket comes Santner, steered away by Virat stylishly, but it will just bring him a single.
What a story that would have been had Afghanistan. That was almost on the brink.
Yeah, they were. It's the only game that has been won by a chasing side as well. The first 3 have 100% gone in favour of the team batting first.
This is the
Wankhede Stadium.
Yeah,
in this World Cup. I think there's only been one other game other than that, as from an ODI perspective this year. It's pretty high scoring in the IPL. The average first innings score there's 198. And it just means it won't bother Kartik one iota, I'm sure, but part of that little story for the Wankhede this season was the decision by England to say to South Africa, oh, go on, you have a bat. We're quite happy running around in best part of 40 degrees of heat and humidity. Won't bother us.
And smoggy stuff as well.
I remember earlier stint in the tournament, we were talking about some of the great or not so great captain's calls over the years.
Hussain, Brisbane, 2002.
Oh, we'll have a bat. Yeah, that's the one that always... we'll have a bowl, rather. Sorry,
yeah.
You said we'll have a bowl. That's the one that always comes to mind.
Ganguly 2003 World Cup against Australia as well.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's made them, you know...
in the final, you mean, when they smacked 360 for 2, but still improved on their drubbing in the group games?
Well, Rob Key was very clear from England. It was an over-reliance on a very shaky and limited body of stats that, you know, the issue around Dew, when every piece of common sense in front of you said, for goodness sake, you've got a bat in this heat. You'll be half dead by the time you field.
The worst thing,
by the time you bat.
The worst thing was that people didn't react to the match situation and the tournament situation, where we could see that batting first was good because the ball was always moving under lights at dusk time at the start of the second innings, far more than it was at any other part of the game.
There is no cricket at the moment. We are getting a beautiful view of the bay and the sea glistening and rippling. Looks all very calm. And it does mean the proximity to the ocean does tend to mean early swing. We've seen a bit, haven't we, Kartik, from the New Zealand opening pair of Southey and Bolt?
Yeah, they typically they have this amazing ability to find swing in almost in all conditions around the world. And they have found a little bit of it, but you just start to get the sense that that's almost just as good as gone. And it's going to be a bit of a batting paradise now, if not so already.
Well, that's certainly the way it has been in this World Cup. Gary'd be interested, wouldn't he, in the proximity of the water? He has that theory about the oval.
Oh, the sea threat.
The early swing, based on proximity to the Thames, is Gary's theory.
It's not that close to the Thames.
Whether the Indian Ocean and the Thames near Vauxhall count as quite the same thing, I don't know.
You can talk about being in major cities and having the urban island effect in terms of heating from the surrounding area, making more breeze than there would be otherwise. That's a genuine possibility.
Again, we're getting some beautiful 16 wickets, by the way, amongst New Zealand batters. That for New Zealand spinners, that's a World Cup record for Mitchell Santner. He holds 16.
Jointly holds, I think, didn't he? Didn't that say?
I think. Are we watching this live? No, we're watching the dismissal of.
Oh, nearly caught yourself there.
I know.
At the moment, yes, jointly with Vittori. That's right. Yes,
it was. Yes.
One more wicket to surpass it. Yeah.
Bat just when we look at that replay, it seemed that the bat just slightly turned in the hand of Rohit a wee bit, didn't it?
Yeah,
he was flamingoing, looking to give it the up and over, long off. Superb catch from Williamson, who had to judge it, run backwards, literally running backwards, not running and sort of turning, looking over his shoulder. So he literally ran backwards to keep his eye on the ball, and then still had to sort of fall over backwards and somersault in a reverse somersault. For a man who's had such an injury issue, a bunch of injury issues, you'd have to say
contact with the
good.
ground is not a good idea at this point.
Ravindra going to be bowling his second over. He's going to be bowling it to his Kohliness. And that's a beautiful drive, but there'll be a man at long off, and there will just be a single for Virat. Didn't I read, Kartik? He's expecting his second child, Virat.
I'm not sure actually. That one's past me. I didn't hear that.
Whether it's an immaculate conception or not, I don't know. But I'm sure it was of huge interest in India.
When are you talking about? For his second child?
It would be.
Recently.
I believe he's just now expecting his second child, was what I'd read.
His wife was in the audience in the last game where she scored a ton and took a wicket.
Well, that's not to say she hadn't just...
in the audience as well.
That one's cut by Shubman Gill to backward point. They'll take another single. 120. Run rate just dipping, but you'd expect that a little bit. It's still close to 8.
Yeah, Anushka's in the crowd here today as well, as is the daughter of the great Sachin Tendulkar. Very much involved with Shubman Gill.
Yes, I had understood that. As that one's away towards extra cover. No run. Virat batting in his cap. Doesn't need a helmet when he's facing the spinners, and he makes that very clear. I do like that cap as well, that blue Indian cap. That's away, short extra, no run. 17 for Virat. I mean, is that partly as well, Kartik, do you think just the fact that if you get a chance to bat without a helmet, it's nice to do in this weather? That one's wristily flicked, but again, out towards extra cover.
Yeah, look, it is very warm, obviously, in India, almost all
Phillips, the man there.
All parts of the year. So it does help to have a little less headgear on.
Plenty of flight from Ravindra. Better over from him this time. He'll concede a single as it's fielded at cover, and there will be just that one run. It means the over has just gone for 3. Considering his first went for 10, that's a good recovery from Rachin Ravindra. It's 121 for 1 after 16. Jace.
Leah says, no wonder the Wankhede is so high scoring in the IPL. That ground is tiny. I think we must have shown the boundary dimensions on it on screen to come on that. And she also says, the urban island effect is highly dependent on radials leading from the city centre to the periphery, though.
I'm sorry, say that one again?
The urban island effect is highly dependent on radials, i.e. radial lines of roads, basically, leading from the city centre to the periphery. So that you can get hot area, there's avenues of hot areas.
I'm with you.
Where the wind can be forced down.
So now we're discussing, well, we'll wait for Santner. who is defended by Kohli into the offside. It's where urban geography meets meteorology.
Well, it's urban town planning.
Urban town planning to enable what circulation of air and what have you. Santner again, who's only thinking about Virat Kohli at the other end and worrying about none of this. Phillips has to dive to his left. In fact, he half stopped it and caught a little bang on the ankle in the process, I think. Kartik, didn't he there?
Yeah, I think so. Looks like he hasn't gotten up that. Getting up a bit gingerly, but hopefully he's okay.
Round the wicket comes Santner. Cut, but cut to backward point by Shubers. And there is no run on this occasion.
Oh, they've both opted for the cap now.
Well, I think I would.
Yeah.
There's our friend David Beckham up there enjoying this. Down the track comes Gill, launches this high, long, handsome. Well, that's certainly in the second tier, and it will be a maximum 6 runs, 128 for 1, 598th 6 of the tournament. If anyone's counted, well, someone obviously is.
The Indian dressing room.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
As if to say, "Come on, guys, stop falling asleep while I'm batting."
Fair dues.
He's probably aimed that directly at Rohit, saying, "Come on, Skip, look what you could have done."
Well, actually, interestingly enough, it was very similar to the shot Rohit was attempting. That I think he may have, because it smashed into the glass, literally right in front of the balcony that the Indian boys are sitting on.
Exactly what I was going to say. You got him making get off his chair. Secretly wasn't happy about it because almost knocked his head off, but also happy that he got a 6.
Well, there we go. So I would say India could, apart from the loss of the 1 wicket of Rohit, they could hardly be happier with the way things are barrelling along here for them.
It's all gone to plan. No,
win the toss was
the most
plan.
important part of the plan.
Yes, it was very much so.
And bat first.
Win toss, bat first.
Maybe it's a double-sided coin.
Santner, in he comes. Tries to give that a bit of a rip. Not really any appreciable movement. It's outside of the off stump and it's cut away to backward point for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
There's something about that jingle that always makes me sort of go vaguely Bing Crosby mode.
Well, you do
I like to do the
Ronnie Scott's jazz, don't you?
I know, but what makes me sort of go Bing Crosby-ish, I don't know. It's just, I don't know, there is something about that jingle. Santner, that one is much more onto the feet of Shubman Gill in front of his off stump. Noticeably aiming at the feet, Kartik, rather than shorter and wider to look for greater turn.
Indeed, but it also obviously presents then, a run-scoring opportunity for the batsman as well. So, it just seems to be a really good pitch. Doesn't seem to be any margin for error for the Kiwis.
The last ball of that over, there was 11 from it. It's 132 for 1, 7.76 the run rate. Jace.
Farong says that Rashid Ravindra has been one of the better tournament performers. As far as he knows, he's not contracted to an IPL team or franchise, so where will he sign on the dotted line and for how much money?
Good question. I'm surprised.
On YouTube, nice conversation from various people going on between Scoreline Update, Jay Taylor, Kieran Roseblade, Rajneesh Singh. They're all having a nice talk, and of course Stephen Kelk.
Hello, Stephen, and hello to all of you. Hello to Kieran. There's a nice little community there on YouTube.
My guess is I think Ravindra would sign for Bangalore.
You think so?
RCB.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
fuels that thought?
Well, that's where he's from originally. He's from Bangalore originally, so I figured that would be the hometown connection there.
Glenn Phillips is going to be brought into the attack, still looking for that turn that we thought might be there. Pushes that one through and it's flicked by Kohli to short mid-wicket. Mops his brow, adjusts his peak, doesn't have to run. Let me see, we got 1, 2, 3, we got a tight ring of 4 on the offside. Short third point, backward point, and a very short cover as that one is flicked down to mid-on. Mark Chapman fields. And they'll take a single.
Having seen Phillips bowl in this tournament, I'm surprised he hasn't been used more previously.
Yes. Now, who did we were? Jeremy Coney. The Bear and I had Jeremy Coney as a guest with Dan in the Bishop and Bear.
Fantastic bloke.
Very nice bloke, very nice man. As well, just wait for Phillips. Forces Gill onto the back foot, works it to backward square. Rashin Ravindra it is who fields, and they'll take a single. But I think it was I'd said no. I think Phillips would get plenty of bowling because from what I've seen of him, he fits an all-rounder mode as well as being a power hitter. And Jeremy Coney got quite excited. Yes, he said yes, with some sort of commitment. Yes, like I'd put the nail on the head, or hammered the nail on the head.
Did he actually speed up his talking? Because normally he's very considered.
No. He was. Yeah, he was fine company though. We thoroughly enjoyed having him in the old Bishop and Bear. That one's nicely flicked away by Virat down towards deep mid wicket. He'll take 2. Not really the BMOs, because every so often it's punctuated, isn't it, Kartik, with a big hit. But it's been it has been a working of the 1s and 2s.
It is. I mean, you just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, right? That's what the Indian team does really well, especially these 2 really good runners between the wickets. I was just going to say, we're just seeing vision of David Beckham in the stands sitting next to Jay Shah, the BCCI secretary.
As that one is guided around the corner on the 45 by Virat, he'll take a single. Well, I say take a single, he's still walking it. I mean, he had that much time to do it. Well, they could do with some bending like Beckham with the bowling, because
they could do
lack of movement here.
I was just going to say, I wonder how long before Bex has had enough and just walks out. He seems like he's not enjoying himself sitting up there.
Hopefully he...
is that the game or is that the company?
Good question. That's pushed through by Phillips. But Shubman Gill will get a single out to deep mid-wicket, and they'll again probably stroll that very easily. 6 off the Phillips over. So not too bad. And Jace,
just to remind people... GPL is about to expire. This is your 5-minute warning, basically, to get in and get your guesses in, your bets for the day on the total runs scored in this semi-final.
GorillaCricket.com/competition, and you can have as many goes as you like. You just need to play £1 to register. If you get it on the nose, you will win the pot. If it's shared, it's shared. If you don't get it, don't worry, because you can enter in tomorrow's semi-final or the final, or the next time we bring you cricket coverage, which I guess will be England in the West Indies. But it will just roll over and get bigger and bigger, and it massively helps the show. So please do jump on. 130
Can we pay in AUD?
I beg your pardon?
Can we pay in AUD?
In Aussie dollars?
Is it Patreon or?
Yes, you can do. You can enter from anywhere in the world, in whatever your currency is, I think. This one is guided out to wideish mid-off, no run from Shubhas. 65 he's on. Kohli 23.
You just get the sense that one of these guys is setting themselves up for a big innings.
Santner around the wicket and dabbed to backward point. Phillips does the fielding.
When you just said Shrubbers, I had Monty Python sort of in my mind. Shrubbery!
Oh, shrubbery. Shrubbers, not shrubbery. That one's cut. Cut towards deep point. They take a single. I mean, not surprisingly for this game, an absolutely full house. I shall be intrigued to see what the attendance is tomorrow. Tomorrow's Eden Gardens, isn't it?
It is.
It is Eden Gardens, yeah.
And that will be Australia and South Africa. We shall see just what the attendance is like there. I'd love it to be full. A slip and a very short mid-off. But Kohli jumps onto his toes and forces this to long on, well, mid-on really, and takes another strolled single. Doesn't look like a man in a hurry at the moment, Kartik.
No, I think they're just setting themselves up for a long innings. So one of these two is going to go big, I think, or anchor the innings. My guess is it'll be Kohli.
And again, around the wicket, Conway called into action at deep cover. They'll take another single. He's pushing it through a fair bit. 90 odd kilometres an hour. Then he dips a little bit, trying to give it some variation. Does Mitchell Santner? 141 for one. One ball left of this Santner over. Forces Kohli onto the back foot again, and again he has to rather muscle this down to long on. Take a single. Looks a little bit angry with himself. I wouldn't say Santner's got him under control here, but only 4 from the over. 142 for one. 1 over left of our little spell.
Yep.
Jace.
Ajit, our own Ajit for Armchair Cricket Podcast, sent us a picture saying it was apparently done at the behest of Indian coach, and they're looking at the pitch and putting holes in it or something like that. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. I know that they've moved the pitch to try and get more spin. I wonder if it's in relation to that. Tell us, Ajit.
Well, no, exactly. This was, as I say, it was in the Daily Mail, but then the BBC moved it from 7 to 6. It was always supposed to be at 7. And the big question, Kartik, was by whose authority? Where was it signed off? Suddenly to use a used pitch, it just sounds a bit iffy to me.
Conspiracy theories will abound.
I should say.
Yep.
I should say.
Yeah, there was I mean, look, it's just as I said at the start. It's just got BCCR written all over it. But
in comes Phillips.
Yeah, who knows?
Whipped by Kohli, but straight to mid-wicket. There'll be no run. He's just starting to look like he feels a tad frustrated, doesn't he? He wants to get on with things a wee bit. And these two, Phillips and Santner, I have to say, in the last few overs, except that's predictably enough an absolutely horrible ball, but not really. He dragged it down and wide of leg. Kohli pulled it round on the 45, but he'll only get a single. But I think he rather got away with one there.
They have. They've kept it tight. The runs have dried up a little bit, or the boundaries have dried up a little bit actually. The last couple of overs.
Well, it was so far down leg side that Kohli was doing
Phillips
quite a lot
got
to catch
this
up.
time. Bit more air. Shubman Gill says, "Well, I've had enough of that." Launches it up and over extra cover for 6 of the finest, and a terrific shot it was too. Superb shot. You sense that they've been itching to sort of release that pressure valve a wee bit, Kartik, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. The commentators curse in this case for the better, from an Indian perspective. Tackles.
Very much so. I mean, that shot is a great shot when you look at that. You know, the one that goes up and over extra, I'd take that for any hooks and pulls every day of the week for style. That one's nicely steered really down to Devon Conway at deep mid-wicket. They'll take another single. It means the 150 is up for the loss of 1 wicket. We're edging towards 2 balls left before 20 overs is complete. 150 for 1. Thank you, Jason.
Got some. I was just going to say, we've just got some update.
Forces Kohli onto the back foot. Out towards short mid-wicket, no run. Sorry, Kartik, say again.
Just an update from the ICC spokesperson about the pitch situation.
Oh,
it seems as if the curator had recommended to change the pitch, and the changing of pitches is quite common in this type of event and such a length.
Yeah, it's okay. As this one sort of dive to his left by Phillips to field off his own bowling. No further damage in that over. None for 14 off 2 for him. He's been going at 7 over. It's 150 for 1. It's a little shuffle-a-roo in the commentary box. I can't remember who's doing what, Jace.
Andy's going to come and do ball by ball, and Messers and India are going to join us remotely.
Well, let's hope Andy's arrived. I didn't hear him, but we'll go and find out. Oh, he is. Fantastic.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, everyone.
One thing I would say in relation to this so-called used pitch, I just looked up the 2 games that have been played on it. First one lasted 72 overs, the second one lasted 69.5 overs. So it's had a total of 141 overs played on it in the last 6 weeks. That's not really overused, in my view.
It's not much, no. I have to say.
Morning, guys. I think someone.
Morning, Andy.
That's better. Right, well, what a good, excellent platform India have here. 150 for 1 off 20 overs. Rohit and Gill off to their usual quick start. And Virat just looks totally in control as usual. Do you think Rohit maybe deserves a bit more credit than he's got for this World Cup? He's always been selfless and got them off to a quick start.
Oh, completely, Abby. From the start, in terms of changing the strategy to taking it up himself, as I was alluding to in my previous stint this morning, he's just led from the front, and he's been completely selfless. He's captained the team very well until this point, at least. I think there's every reason to believe that he deserves to have the World Cup as long as they continue playing well for this game and the next.
And I mean, it's not like Virat Kohli needs a lot of help, but it is easier to come out and bat 3 and 4 when you've got the quick start and those quick runs behind you. Here comes Santner.
Oh yeah, you've got 70 runs on the board.
Yeah, for sure. Santner, and that is pushed up to long off by Shubman Gill. He'll pick up a single.
Having said that, I think Kohli stood up a few times alongside Rahul. I think primarily been Rahul to stay until the end when the situation's been difficult.
Well, particularly that game.
And I think they're all playing their role, yeah.
Particularly, obviously, being 2 for 3 against Australia is one that springs to mind. It's possibly the only time India really looked worried in this tournament.
Yeah.
Santner's in again. He's got a short cover. It's onto the leg stump and defended by Kohli. There's no run.
I'm looking at Rachin Ravindra bowling on this pitch and Kohli defending, and I'm thinking Kiwis are going to have a tough time when Jadeja and Kuldeep come into bowl.
Yeah, you would think so. That was a little bit of a strange shot by Kohli. He tried to flash it through point, and he took his bottom hand off the bat, and it was like I say, he always looks in control, except that time. Bit of a one-off.
Well, Rohit sent Ashwin down to do something in the dugout. I don't know what.
Hasn't had any action on the pitch so far, Ashwin. India stuck with a very settled team. They really only made that one's tipped out to square leg for a single. They really only made that enforced change when Hardik was out, really, didn't they?
Yeah, and at that point in time, I think they had to take the call that they bring in Shami to cover Hardik's bowling, which has been, obviously inspirational. And an inspired move, and then they had to bring in a batter, so they brought in Sky.
Punched up to cover, who fields it and then spills it, but it goes back to the bowler, so there'll be no run.
As Messi and I were discussing the previous time we were on together, Sky has really not had to do much to stay in this team, though.
No, he hasn't. He has been usually coming in with only a few overs to go. That one's clipped up to long on by Gill. Santner will be reasonably happy with that one, though. It only went for 3 or 4. Ashwin does indeed come onto the pitch with some water and maybe a message or two. Speaking of messages, what's up on social media?
Well, there's a fella called Aninder Dado who says he suspects $1 million payday for Rachin Ravindra. Of course, the GPL auction is on the 23rd of December, I think it is. I suspect he'll go for more than that, Aninder, if he...
You mean the IPL? I know you like the GPL, but I think you mean
sorry.
the IPL.
I'd love to see a 2 million payday on the GPL. Yes.
Yes. Well,
I think we get a few entries. Mog says if there has been some pitch jiggery pokery, it'll give the other team in the final a bit of a technicality to point out for their inevitable loss. Yeah, there is a certain inevitability feeling about all of this, isn't it? Stephen Kelk says run rate dropping to a glacial 7.36. This is a pattern that we've seen so much of. The first 10 overs, the hard ball and the short fields. India making the best of it and then consolidating.
The next 15 is going to be quite slow, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Phillips is going to come in. He's taken a few key wickets in this tournament, so see if he's got a golden arm today. That one is clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
By the way, on Rachin Ravindra, I don't know if you guys noticed, but his father's confirmed over the last couple of days that he's not named after Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar.
Oh, that turned out to be bullshit. Okay. Someone just made that up.
Yeah, someone just made that up, and then they decided later, once everyone had made it up, that it was a good story, so they just smile when asked.
Yeah, that's a single up to long on. A lie gets around the world before the truth can put its pants on.
Now that he's a star in his own right, his father can come out and say it.
Yeah, you're calling lots of kids Ratchin after him.
Yeah.
Clipped up to long on again by Kohli. That's another single. India in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. They're happy to clip the ball around, and no one's better at that than Kohli. He's a very high non-boundary strike rate. And just waiting for the bad ball that they can put in the stands. What can New Zealand do to change this? Phillips is into Gill, defends, back to the bowler. And seriously, what can New Zealand do to change this? They just keep plugging away and hope for the best?
So I think they'll have to change it around and maybe get Bolt in at some point.
Yeah, comes from wide of the crease Phillips into the pads, but Gill is able to clip it up to long on again for another single. But we've had a couple of relatively quiet overs, just singles.
Yeah, I think New Zealand wouldn't mind those. They need to get this period over with as well.
Not quietening down the crowd, of course, in their resplendent blue India shirts, all very excited. Might just be because the camera's on them, mind you. Phillips is in again, and it's the same shot again. Seen quite a few of those in my little spell so far. Kohli has a smile. He just clips that one up to long on. For a comfortable single, it's the end of the over. It's gone for 4. It's 157 for 1 off 22.
Yeah, Phillips is telling Kohli, you defend and you run. That's what
Yep.
he's been doing.
Yeah, there's a certain inevitability about all of this at the moment.
Well,
isn't
sport can surprise you, and let's
Yeah.
hope something interesting can happen either way.
Well, there you go. Guess who's been given the ball?
Is that Bolt? Are you sure you didn't do a Mark Lawrenson there? You didn't see him warming up. And for anyone not
Well,
familiar...
there were still 2 balls to go, so the only thing
anyone-
I could have seen was him warming up, but I didn't.
For anyone not familiar, Mark Lawrenson would spot a sub getting his top off before the cameras had, and he goes, I think they might bring Joggins on.
Good strategy. Well done, Aninda.
Well, I'm learning.
But it's Ravindra for now. Tossed up outside off stump, and sorry, that was just me. I thought that was in the air. Santner, sorry, yes, in the air for half a second. But they've got that area remarkably well covered. There's a short sort of mid-off, there's an extra cover, and then there's a man even behind them. So Santner can bowl quite safely into that area. Unless the batsman wants to take him over the lot of them for 6.
I think it was Williamson was signalling to Bolt that he'd come in from the other side.
Possibly, yep. That one's the left hand of cover. It'll be another single. And I suggest that India really from here have a sort of baseline of maybe 330. And they're sort of aiming for that. But if they get into a situation where maybe Sky's in the last 10 overs, then they could add a few more. That's maybe the plan. That's too short from Santner, and that is the ball. I was going to say, that's the bad ball they're looking for. Kohli doesn't miss out. He slaps it past mid-wicket.
And he looks very pleased with
Yes, a very comfortable shot, really, especially by his standards.
Yeah.
Still 4. It's a great...
I mean, he'd hit that through mid-wicket, eyes closed, pretty much.
Well, you say that, but I was just going to say it's an example to us all who play. Even on a straightforward shot, Kohli's focus and the way he's intently watching the ball, even though it's a bad ball that, as you say, he could probably put away in his sleep. He's not dropping his concentration. Clips that one up to long on. It's another single.
Stakes are too high, and he knows that
For sure.
better than anyone else.
And this is where it becomes a... Yeah, no, go on,
Yeah,
sorry.
No, I was just saying 2015 semi-final. It was Kohli's shot which ended India's campaign against Australia. I was there at the SCG, and I won't forget it in a hurry. 2019, Kohli's dismissal, I think, led to what happened thereafter when Dhoni in his old age had too much to do and got run out.
Dhoni was in his old age 8 years ago and he's still playing. I'm not disagreeing.
Well, that was 2019. 4
Oh,
years
19,
ago. But
okay, yeah.
Dhoni actually in 2015, to be fair, was already finished as an ODI finisher. I mean, T20 he was still doing it, but I think he was already finished as an ODI finisher.
Well, Shubman Gill is the latest to go down. I'm not sure it is cramp though. I'm not sure if he's just feeling his groin there a little bit.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a groin strain.
You don't normally see. I know we've had a few batsmen go down with cramp in this tournament. You don't normally see it from the Indian guys who are obviously used to the conditions.
Here in Roseblade says, anyone know the highest semi-final score? I don't. I'm pretty sure the highest score in the finals has been when Australia scored a huge
360 for 3,
2003.
I think. 360 odd for 3, I think it was. Ponting
That was what
140.
2003 against India.
Yeah.
Yeah, 359 for 2. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why Ponting gets asked whether he had a spring in his hand. I think he's a bit tired of it now.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
There's still a big confabulation in the middle there. Is he going off, Gill? I think he might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way he's quotes walking, he's not. He's really limping along, and it might be something in the groin or adductor area. Well, that is a shame because he was really flying. 79 off 65, and yep. Shreyas Iyer is going to come out and replace him, and that is a shame for Shubman Gill.
Ah.
And that's Plan Z for India. No one saw for New Zealand. Sorry, no one saw that coming. Oh yes, you could see it when he was starting that run. He's already done it somehow. And for a man who's already overcome dengue fever to play in this tournament, that's a bit of a tough break.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I should give, even though it wasn't a wicket, I'll give Shreyas Iyer his jingle.
Diving away at the edge of the place, so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your burning desire, you took my place.
Well, and you
the
wonder.
Only time, sorry.
No, go on.
Yeah. No, please.
You wonder if, well, they've got to win this game first, but you wonder if that might rule him out of the final.
You'd think. Well, strong likelihood.
Well, they've got to win this game first.
Yep.
We don't seem to have a jingle for Retired Hurt. It suggests maybe 9 Inch Nails or one of the many other versions of that song. I think my favourite version is either Johnny Cash or Kermit the Frog.
You know, the only time I really get to listen to the jingles properly is when I'm not on commentary, because on Zoom you just can't hear it.
No, you can't, no. Right, well, Shreyas is facing up, and he clips that into the leg side, and they think about a single, they think better of it, as fine leg is round quickly.
Yeah, Kohli wanted a strike, he didn't want Shreyas to take the run.
Well, one ball
which
to
I
go.
think is fair.
One ball to go in this over. Yeah, one ball to go. Slip is in, looking for some turn. Punched up to long off, and even Kohli Kohli can't deny that single. He walks it so slowly, it's almost sarcastically. But it's 165 for 1 off 23. But India have lost Shubman Gill to an injury, and I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah. Leo says Ashwin is on the way to winning a second title while only playing in 2 matches in winning campaigns. That's quite possible. Cricket Info, according to Supun, says it's cramp, which is weak from
doesn't
Gill.
look like
Maxwell would have stayed out there to get 200.
Well, I don't think it is cramp, from what I can see. I really don't.
No, I don't think so at all. It wasn't at all the way you'd treat cramp either.
Yeah, exactly.
In our medical expertise, anyway.
Yeah, I think our medical expertise probably parallels
covers
Cricket
it.
Info's medical expertise.
Yeah.
I'll quote you from Cricket Info. He seems visibly unhappy with something. There you go.
There's no disagreeing with that.
That's the in-depth analysis we can bring you just as well as Cricket Info can.
Yeah, high praise
dear.
indeed. Well, India have gone with some seam, but it's a man who's obviously taken some tap in those first 10 overs. Lockie Ferguson, 3 overs for 30. He'll be hoping to pull that run rate in. Shreyas just chops it down to third man to give the strike back to captain. Well, he's not captain, but King Kohli. And India 166 for 1. Very well placed. I presume India won the toss, did they?
They did? Yes.
And we have seen more than once in this tournament a big score put up and then the sun go down and a lot of wickets fall, especially when Siraj and Bumrah are bowling. Flicked away by Kohli slightly airily, but no one anywhere near it. Goes down to long leg and they'll get just the one.
It's mildly concerning that the 2 matches played on this particular pitch, the second innings lasted 19.5 overs and 22 overs respectively.
Those would be the ones I'm thinking of. One of those is England against South Africa, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. The other one, I think, was Sri Lanka against India.
India-Sri Lanka.
Yep.
Yeah, India-Sri Lanka.
Yes. Yeah.
Ferguson's in again, see if he can do anything about all of that. It's short. Oh, it's a bit of an uncontrolled pull shot from Shreyas Iyer. He has well-documented issues with the short ball, and he wasn't really in control of that one. One bounce down to fine leg, but not that far away from the man.
And the score predictor is 387, which could be the case. We'll see how that goes, if Shreyas gets going.
Well, he's not the only batsman. They've still got KL Rahul, Suryakumar Yadav.
Yeah, and all of them can hit, yes.
Absolutely. Shreyas just practicing that pull shot again. But Kohli's back on strike. Length ball dropped into the offside, looking for a run, but the fielders are attacking the ball well, and they've fielded very well in this tournament generally, New Zealand. Can't think of too many dropped catches.
They've definitely been one of the best fielding sides of the tournament. Everyone else has had at least one off day, but I think they've been absolutely consistent.
One of the things they pride themselves upon, I mean, they're a team that does the basics, New Zealand. They've done the same as they did in 2019 in that they just didn't slip up against anybody. They beat all the teams in the bottom half. Kohli's got a flick on that one and it's beaten the keeper. Maybe glove, maybe bat. I think it's one or the other though.
Well, he's claiming the run.
He's telling the umpire it's run.
Very helpfully.
Wouldn't be the first time in this tournament. And that's 4 either way.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
He did clearly hit that one.
It was a big deflection of his.
There was one in a previous game that missed everything, and the batsman convinced the umpire to give it runs. That's punched up to mid-off, and they'll take a single, which everyone was happy about, except the wicket-keeper. It was I can't quite place it, but it was definitely a spinner against India. It might have been Iyer, I'm not sure. It spanned past the bat and beat everyone, and they convinced the umpire to give it runs. Got a bit of a pause.
Leah says there's a Kermit version of Hurt. Why did nobody tell me?
Well, I'm telling you now.
Sapun has actually tweeted in a link to the YouTube video of it. There you go. And Leah says getting major Meet the Feebles vibes from that.
Right, it's going to be Rachin Ravindra. 2 overs only so far. He has certainly shown more with the bat than the ball in this tournament, to be fair. Interesting field. Punched to cover. But if I can describe this field, cover and short mid-off are both in line with the stumps. If you see what I'm saying. Mid-off there, Santner is standing right on the popping crease, which extends a long way. Of course, Kohli hits it straight between them, but there is a man back there. Get a single.
it's the uncanny ability to exactly split the field.
Well, it's at least India trying to be New Zealand, trying to be proactive here, trying to do something a bit different. They are possibly giving up straight over the top, but again, they're asking them to take a chance.
I think that makes sense.
It's not the same for Shreyas, though, interestingly. They've gone back to more conventional field. Tossed up, and he punches that up towards long off. And Kohli is barely strolling these singles, and they actually have to give him... He still gets there, but he's like a man in the park on his Zimmer frame. When he doesn't believe in running the first one quickly, that's for sure.
Well, he normally does, but here he knows there's going to be one run and he doesn't need to rush. But when there's a need to rush, he's very, very fast on the first run.
Yeah. Conserving his energy. Pops that one into the offside. He's gone through for that one a bit quicker because he had to. Nicely put in the gap, and they're going to be an overthrow. Kane's not happy.
As we were discussing New Zealand's fielding.
Exactly.
Right on cue.
It was a poor throw. It bounced in front of Latham on the wrong side of the stumps. Although Latham's not really behind us. Yeah, Latham's in a bad position as well, so it's partly on him. He didn't really move. So, unusually sloppy from New Zealand, and batsmen get through for 2. That short mid on...
He was
short mid off is in
at
again.
90 degrees.
Yep, short mid off is in again. He cuts that one off, so that's one back in the...
Yeah, I think they're okay with trying to get Kohli to miss time, but Shreyas, I think, hits it very clean straight against spinners. So.
Punch through the gap again, up to long off. We can see a 6-3 field for Kohli, a spinner, which is quite unusual. But obviously they're going to keep it outside off stump. It's the end of the over. Kohli on to 45. It's 178 for 1 at the halfway point.
Ravindra is... sorry. No.
The temperature's dropped a little to 31 degrees, but the humidity has gone up considerably. It's now 66% humidity, so it makes sense to conserve their energy whenever they can.
Yeah.
Mog says in relation to Gill, that's one way of getting the batsman off the field, I suppose. Kieran sent us a jingle. You hit my ribs and you rattle my grill. Any more punishment, I'll have to take a pill. Bowling hard into the dirt. Now I've gotten hurt. Goodness gracious me, retired hurt. Presumably great balls of fire.
Okay. Yep. Dropped into the offside by Kohli, and there's no run. Keep an eye on the weather for tomorrow. There is some rain about for that game between South Africa and Australia.
Yeah, it's very hard to predict because it's going to be right on the edge of a big weather system, and whether it moves that little bit further across is hard to tell at the moment.
Sure, both sides. Well, so if there's no play at all, South Africa go through, but I should think even they would probably prefer to play the game. Maybe.
Well, probably not.
Maybe
if
not,
they could
actually.
Get the win.
Maybe not, actually. Maybe.
I'd take the final without playing.
Clip that one down to deep square. They'll pick up 2. The cruel might say it's the only way South Africa can win a semi-final.
Isn't that how they got knocked out in Sydney in the Women's World Cup? The semi-final was rained off?
No idea. It was good running that time. They got through for 2 quickly there. Tough job for Ferguson to try to keep these runs down and even think about taking a wicket, but it looks a tall order. Punched into the leg side. He has got away with the dot ball there. And mid-wicket did well. He just scurried across, and even though he didn't pick the ball up, he just prevented the run. It's got to be a lot of that. But I think it's going to be a hard 25 overs for New Zealand, and they'll do well to keep India under 350. Ferguson's in again. He's going to keep tearing in. Onto the pads, hit him on the pads. Kohli wants a leg by, Iron not so much. And they stay where they are.
There was no run in that one. No? One of them would have gone if it actually misses to Kohli.
Possibly, but as I'm sure you know, you're in the field, it's all about attacking the ball and just causing that little hesitation which prevents it. Good so far this over from Ferguson, just the 2 runs off 4 balls. He's in again. short, and Kohli ducks underneath it. Another good bouncer, decent pace from Ferguson.
The South Africa-Australia encounter reminds me. I once had a chat with Paddy Upton, and who, as you know, is South African, and I was asking him, so what do you think is the reason why South Africa chokes and Australia goes through knockouts? And he said, well, the Aussies, whatever kind of team they have, bullshit themselves into thinking that they're the best in the world, and they actually believe they're bullshit. And South Africa's good enough, and they don't believe themselves.
Flicked away by Kohli down to long leg. They'll get a single. I could totally believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so South Africa are probably better at that point, whatever point in time, but they just don't believe it.
Or rather, they believe it
in the mind.
They believe it a normal, logical amount, and Australia sort of believe it too much. But it helps them.
This is true. Yeah, of course. I mean, in the end, in the knockout game, at that stage, I guess it becomes a mental game, right?
Oh, I'm sure it does. Whenever it gets close, absolutely.
I think the other thing is that it's a much bigger deal for South Africa than it is for Australia.
Yeah. It's always tough the first time, right?
Yeah, it's bound to play on your mind. It's bound to play on your mind.
Jay Grover says, I actually teared up during the Kermit version of Hurt.
It is
Proper
very
Yorkshire
touching.
hard man.
Yeah. It's very emotional.
Oh dear. I don't know that I've heard you admit to being that human before, Jay. I'm glad to hear it. We're up to date on our socials. Feel free to send us another super chat, particularly if you would like to have your pet displayed on the screen. If you make a reasonable donation, the bear will arrange for it to be shown on the screen on YouTube behind us. At the moment we have Brian's two lovely pets.
Ravindra's back in. Kohli eases it into the offside and pick up a single.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, if Ravindra's being this effective, and he's far from being an international class spinner, you're going to have Kiwi struggling a bit against Jadeja and Kuldeep.
That's got to be the plan for India, yeah. Ravindra's in again. It's very full, not quite a full toss, and it's picked up by that man at short mid-off, who's now in for Shreyas as well.
He's bowling in the right areas, that's for sure.
Yeah, both these left-arm spinners have got to bowl to their field. They've done it so far. Shreyas has had enough. He skips down the pitch, launches it over mid-off. He is really, really good at that, Shreyas Iyer, and that is a big six. I was wondering when someone was going to go, either do that or go over the leg side.
Yeah, with Shreyas, it was almost always going to be straight down the ground.
And no trouble with the distance there. Once he's hit that cleanly, it's only going to be one result. So that gives a bit more of a problem for Ravindra. He tosses up again, credit to him, and it's in the air. And he really deserved something for his brave bowling to toss that up again. It was in the air, beat third man's right hand, only just a diving Tim Southee.
Yeah, it just kept going away from Tim Southee. So
yeah, it's one of those that just loops away from you in the field, and it has gone for 4.
2 + 2 is a member.
No, never quite getting there, Southee. But it was good bowling. I think maybe Shreyas was sort of expecting the shorter and flatter ball like that one after the 6. But
what on earth was that?
That was very short and very flat, and everybody missed it. Shreyas had a huge swipe. Latham stuck his gloves out without moving his feet, and it bounced off his gloves and went off for a very untidy bye. So, clapping in the crowd as Kohli is on 49. They all know what to expect. Ravindra is in. And Kohli knocks it up to long on, and he will complete 50 off 59 balls. India are 194 for 1, and there's a great sense of that's just the beginning for Kohli.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop. Treat it as a
start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
And he's just looked really, really comfortable, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he certainly has.
He's got a very long way to go, but hopefully he plays a big innings here. And no better place to do it than in Sachin Tendulkar's home ground.
Ferguson's going to continue. He's got the unenviable task of bowling to Virat Kohli. Sorry, Jez, you'll jump in after this ball. And it's short and dropped down, and there's no run.
AB says, watching Ferguson, I can't help but think he's playing in his school shoes. And Shelley's with us, so watch out. She says, wow, I've come back from meeting India on fire. You could fix that, Shelley. You could very well fix that.
I hope she's not on today.
If anyone can.
She's not on the schedule on the roster, but she's done it.
Oh,
from
then don't
YouTube
get her
previously.
on. Shelley, just go back to work.
Ferguson's in again, and outside half of the bat from Kohli, it skews past point. Ravindra is around, and they'll pick up another single.
Yeah, the other day I leave the seat for a few overs, and Shelley gets half the team out. Seriously.
He wasn't very good in the last match, but then that didn't really matter much.
Yeah, everyone has their off days.
Yeah.
Is that Viv Richards in the commentary?
It is indeed.
Yeah, it is.
Lock up your daughters. Shreyas back on strike. Ferguson goes full. Shreyas backs away and only hits it up to mid-off. So it's a bit of game of cat and mouse there. I think Shreyas may be expecting a shorter ball and looking to carve it over the offside.
That was it. Yeah, that. I'm not sure that was such a smart shot to hit though, because he left all three stumps, so could have missed that.
Yeah, sure. If Ferguson had put that straighter, it might have been an issue. But a little bit of encouragement from the bowlers last couple of overs. Just a little bit. And remember, 195 for 1, but India have also lost Shubman Gill to injury, so it's effectively 2. Here comes Ferguson to try to make it effectively 3. Comes into Shreyas. It's full on leg stump again. That time Shreyas stays where he is, clips it to mid-off, a diving bit of fielding. Another single.
So Kohli is coming very, very close to beating the leading run scorer in the last World Cup, which was Sharma with 648. Kohli's in the 640s already.
And what's the all-time record on that one? I'm sure you can find that. Punched into the offside, which goes to short cover. Most runs in a World Cup?
That's a good question. I'm looking for it as we speak.
Let me have a guess. Maybe maybe Ponting in that one.
Depends on how many matches they had in that World Cup, because they keep changing the formats, don't they?
Sachin 673 in 2003.
Okay, so it's the same World Cup.
And Kohli, I think, is certainly in the 600s and eyeing that one up. That's a good shot, clipped into the leg side. Nice timing, but they'll only get the one. 197 for 1 at the end of 28 overs.
Yeah. Cricinfo showing me 639 for Kohli, but I'm not sure how recently that
I think it is.
Updated.
I think that's up to date, yeah.
Right. Shelley says, even on a bad day, Messi, thanks to my past, Stephen gave us a wonderful super chat for getting Kohli. Yes, that was well done, actually, getting Kohli out within the 5 overs you were given. So here we go. Stephen Kelk says he's going to give €5 for Guerrilla Cricket if Shelley gets Kohli out in the next 5 overs. There you go. By the end of over
I'll give 10 if she doesn't.
Oh, no!
Wow, we can't lose.
Quids in, or euros in, I should say.
Dear, I love it when you get paid for doing fuck all.
Paid either way, yeah. It's nice to have an arb. Right, Bolt is going to come back for New Zealand. He's got to use all his wiles, because I don't think he's going to get much swing, and Kohli is straight in and clubbing him over mid-off. walked down the wicket, stamped his authority on Trent Boult straight away.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that's 200 up for India. They're 201 for 1 in the 29th over. Kohli on 56 and Shreyas on 15.
It's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah, now you've got to bowl the rest of the over. I mean, that's the intent. That's the whole point. Now you've got to bowl the rest of the over after the batsman's just shown his complete disdain for you off your first ball. Been there before.
Yeah.
So, Boult, left arm round. It's short. Kohli pulls, doesn't get hold of it, and it's straight to short mid-wicket for no run. .200 up in the 28th. 400 is not out of the question here.
Well, our highest GPL pick is 803.
That's bold, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know,
I'd say if it
New
comes...
New Zealand do well as well.
Exactly. Say if it comes 802, you could count yourself unlucky on that one. Kohli's gone for a quick single, mid-off is up, but he's still not preventing the single there. Best.
Well, Sports Star, which is fairly reliable actually, in Indian Sports Magazine, also says he went back due to cramps.
Okay, well, it would be an odd one. It really would be a strange one. I guess if anyone's had time to get an official diagnosis of that, that might be more accurate. Punched out to deep cover.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no run. That might imply that he could come back. They might, well, if it was in the last 10 overs, they probably wouldn't bother. You just send out Surya Kumar or Jadeja because they can run as well.
Yeah.
But that would be less
no
terminal. It would be less terminal for Ayer's prospects of playing the final. It's an odd one, because it didn't look like cramp.
Yeah, it did. It certainly did.
Boult is continuing with bowling left arm over from wide of the stumps, and he gets that one down to point, and there's no run. So he's come back well after that initial boundary. 6 off the over with a ball to go.
I mean, from a match point of view, for India, there's actually very little jeopardy in that if there is a prospect of him recovering and coming back, rather than trying to play through the cramp.
No, there's no particular need unless they lose a bunch of wickets. And Kohli again not getting hold of that pull shot down into the ground, out to mid-wicket. So good comeback from Boult, and it's 203 for 1 off 29.
Leah says, I'm with Sapun on wanting the washout. Murali's record has to be protected from Zampa at all costs. She also says this Indian batting lineup is quite something. Would be even better if they could replace that old man test specialist number 3. I'm not sure you could get much better than him, to be honest, Leah. So Leah, Shelley's saying, okay, I'm going to try and stay on till over 33. So much at stake now. So yes, you've got 4 overs left, Leah. Shelley, to get that wicket.
Not sure.
Don't overextend yourself, Shelley.
No, not sure if we're on another drinks break, because we're getting a shot of the Mumbai skyline, which you can mostly see. Puts it one ahead of Delhi. Southey is going to continue. He has taken the only wicket so far, caught in the deep. Rohit was caught in the deep by Williamson. And he's into Shreyas Iyer. Hasn't done much strike in the last couple of overs. It's often the case when you're batting with Kohli. Clipped down to long leg for a single. .204 for 1. We're going to have a change. Sorry, we're going to have a change at the end of this over. It's going to be a 3-man change. Forthy, Tony, and Kartik.
Yeah, I was just saying that Shreyas has plenty of time to bat. There's another 20 overs to go.
And he's certainly got some extra gears to go into, as we saw. He opened his shoulders and hit that 6 over mid-off. Kohli's down the track again, whips this over long on, and it's gone 20 rows back. That really is a tremendous shot from Virat Kohli.
650. Sorry.
He just skipped down the wicket, didn't go very far, turned the length ball into one that was slightly full, and big wrists through that shot as the bat flips over his shoulder.
Follow through of that, wow.
Almost a little bit helicopter-y. And it was such quick hands. Ball went absolutely miles. Down the track again, but Southey's a bit shorter and just punches it to long on, mid-on. It seems he was halfway down the track anyway, to take an easy single. It looks very ominous for New Zealand for these last 20 overs. Both these batsmen well in control. They've each showed what they can do when they want to accelerate.
And that ball from Saudi was exactly the same ball he got Rohit's wicket on, except that this one had a different outcome.
Yep. Length again. It's a good ball. It's punched into the offside by Shreyas. There'll be another single.
Here's a question you guys may know the answer to. Raffles the Gentleman Thug asks, was Viv Richards the last player to spurn the wearing of a helmet under any circumstance?
One of the last.
Yeah, I guess so. It's pretty much everyone else was wearing one towards the end of his career.
Yeah.
Did he ever wear one? Like ever?
I've never seen him wear one.
No, I've never seen
could
it.
have.
No,
He could
I
have.
think that was his big thing. I mean, he had to play West Indies domestic cricket as well, which I'm sure wasn't any kind of cakewalk against fast bowlers.
No.
Southey's in. Good ball, dropped into the offside. They get through for a quick run. That's good running. He just really deliberately just knocked that one down very short, and they skip through for a run. And this is a problem for New Zealand when there's a single off every ball and a six in the over.
Yeah.
So, lots of people want to get in the chat, or in the video. Obviously, I'm going to let Forthy and Kartik in, and I think Bennett's there as well.
So the only picture I could find of Viv Richards wearing a helmet is when he did that in 2017 on a show run by one of my friends, Vikram Satay, who's a comedian.
Oh, okay. So it was for Bant's purposes. Punched out to deep cover by Shreyas, but he shouldn't have done it because now he can't say he's never worn one. It's the end of 30 overs. We'll see you later, guys. Going to be a change here. It's 214 for one.
Thanks, Andy.
Well, effectively two.
Well, see you guys.
See ya. And then I'll just bring us up to date on tweets. Leah says, Kohli is the slowest batsman in the innings by a long way. Yeah, it's dreadful stuff, isn't it? So we are up, Tony, we are up to date on tweets, and we are up to date on YouTube, I'm pleased to say. I'll catch you on the other side.
Thanks very much, Messi. I hope you can hear me. Hello, Karthik. Kartik? Sorry.
Yes, hello.
I put an H in there where it shouldn't be when you're Kartik, aren't you? Tony,
Yes.
are you're in some official capacity there?
Am I in an official capacity? What, like
a
member of the royal family visiting for the day or something?
Is it your official birthday or something like that?
No,
yeah.
the official capacity is I shall be reading your social media messages for the day.
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get all cross and tetchy with me again. Don't wave your arms around too much.
It's supposed to be free to air, so you should be laughing from a being up to speed point of view. It's on a free to air channel over there, isn't it?
That doesn't mean doesn't necessarily. Well, I'm going to change channel because I'm on the one that's always behind and see whether that makes any
give that
difference.
a go then. You might find you're at least in this century.
All right, okay, let's give that a go. It's blooming well not on a free to air channel.
Oh.
It might be in Messi's WA.
Oh, well,
now we're going to look now. So this is obviously gripping listening for our listeners.
Defended away by Shreyas off the bowling off the Trent
exactly. So there we are. No, hang on. No, you might be right. I'll just have a quick look. You talk. You actually do some commentary.
I will do that.
It's about a ball behind on KO. It's about one ball behind on KO.
Well, based on the other day, Kartik, we'll settle for that.
Yeah, well, it's one ball. It is one ball behind. Thank you, Kartik. So if you and me are in harness, Kartik, we'll be perfect together then, won't we?
Guys, you're on the wrong channel. It's definitely live on the Channel 9 channel, one of them.
Okay.
Well, not on the Channel 9 channel I'm looking at, Messi. It says Ed Sheeran Full Circle. I will.
I don't know.
No, meanwhile, Trent Bolt is actually it's not as jerky as it sometimes is. Let's carry on. And Kohli angles it down to between gully and point. There was just a millimetre of room there, and he's managed to get it down for one of these. I mean, very much as I'd like to comment on Ed Sheeran. So, it's still going.
You could imagine it's like Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope in concert together.
I mean, I'm not sure about the different channels.
No, I'm not sure either. Hang on. 9 gem. Okay, so next ball. Reached at by Kohli, not hit by Kohli. He admonishes himself. Dot ball.
Yeah, see,
I was going to say, I'm not sure about the different channels. I'm currently
I found it
from Mumbai, from the stadium, so I don't know what you guys
found it, Kartik. We are absolutely bloody in clover here. I'm completely in sync. In comes Bolt again. This is luxury for me. Nibbled around the corner for a single by Kohli. He moves on to 70 off 74. Shreyas is on strike. He's 20 off 16. Everything is looking very rosy, not only in my garden, although actually it's more like geraniums. But India are 220 for 1 off 30.4 overs. And what can possibly go wrong from here, Kartik?
Well, it certainly can. An almighty capitulation. But
the voice of experience there.
Yeah, well, I've just seen too many finals. India,
of course, we all have.
Years.
I think we've all got heebie-jeebies when we think we can't lose. That one is dug in short by Bolt. It's pulled by Shreyas, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. It's another dot, so that's something of a minor victory at the moment.
Hopefully this Mumbai crowd will get them over the line. I can confirm and tell you that it is a very rowdy crowd here. Obviously, commenting live from the stadium in Mumbai.
Is that what you're doing? Wow. Okay, so that's flicked to wide of the man at mid-wicket all the way down to long on for a single. So Shreyas will keep the strike. At the end of the 31st over, India 2-2-1 for 1.
Roger Naidu
you
says...
can't tell I'm in the studios in the background.
Got it.
Roger Naidu says, hi all. Shelley's going back in time, 40. Not so much back. We don't need the magic boomerang today. It seems to be working without
I'm
it.
synced.
A disinterested hand job, whoever he may be, or she, says Ed fucking Sheeran, grim. Stephen Kelk, you're running out of time, Shelley. Shelley, I always leave it late. Steve, appreciate all your support of GC, Stephen. Thank you for saying that on our behalf, Shelley, and we certainly do. Right, now then, let me leap over on to Twitter. Who do we got? Leah says, this was a while ago. I mean, Kohli is the slowest batsman in the innings by a long way. And someone called Bjorn Briggs seems to like a lot of what we're saying, which is nice.
That's nice, isn't it?
That is nice.
We're I think probably a drinks break because we're seeing Joaquin Phoenix as Napoleon, which tends to indicate it's probably a drinks break.
Is that the traditional way of signalling a drinks break these days? It's not a trolley coming out with loads of energy drinks. It's the appearance of Joaquin Phoenix as Napoleon. Must be a drinks break.
Yeah. Followed by a foreign exchange to India ad as well.
Yeah, that's right.
It's an odd piece of casting, don't you think?
Odd bit of casting. Well, he's probably the world's premier actor at the moment, isn't he?
Well, maybe, but he's just physically so unlike Napoleon.
Is he though?
Is he? Napoleon was short, and he's reasonably tall, isn't he? Phoenix.
Probably need to go to Messi here, who can remember him. I think he went to 1 or 2 of his rallies, didn't he?
Messi went to Napoleon's rally.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure Napoleon had rallies.
He's the only gorilla. When you say Waterloo, he thinks the battle, not the station. You're right.
There's quite a funny thing. The French ambassador said, "Would you please reconsider naming the station of Waterloo?" And the reply was, "Certainly, when you pull down the Arc de Triomphe." So.
Well,
quite
it was Napoleon III who set up the streets of Paris, though, wasn't it? He wanted to be able to fire a cannon from round about where the Arc de Triomphe is, and be able to fire it any which direction straight if he had to defend the city. Hence, the very long boulevard system radiating from the Étoile.
Well, I mean, it's not for me.
The reason, I think.
It's not for me to say that such a defence was never mounted. That would be a cliche, and that would be irresponsible. But I don't think we've got too many French listeners, so I'll say it anyway.
Well, no,
we're off again.
Wonderful
no,
hosts. Invasions mainly.
Very good. Are you a Francophile, Kartik?
I actually have no idea what you guys are talking about. So
are you a fan of France and French cuisine and the general vibe that France gives you?
Bien sûr.
Yes, I don't mind the French cuisine. Yes, I've got into it recently actually.
That's good.
Took me a while, but yeah, I don't mind the French cuisine.
I lived there for 4 years.
No, look at you.
There you are.
Were you in Paris?
I was in Paris. Yes, I was indeed in Paris.
I have been to Paris. We did see the Louvre that everybody goes to.
Sights, yes.
Café Marley would be one of my regular quaffing drinks haunts, which means you could sort of sit there as the sun goes down and see the pyramid, which I'm a big fan of.
They're bold, aren't they? They're innovative in their artistic design. The Georges Pompidou Centre
comes
as well.
to mind, yeah, very much
Indeed,
so.
yes. Carrivaux un mas, as I believe Henri V said. Paris is rather a mess. Not a direct translation. Paris is worth converting to Catholicism, is what he meant. Enough of such nonsense. We are back, I think, with the action, and we're looking at some projected scores here. Even at the current score, it's 356, but over 400 must be on the cards here. Glenn Phillips is in, and it's clipped pleasantly down to long on by Shreyas, and he comes through for a single. He moves on to 22. Kohli's on strike at 70.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was Hardik Pandya or Michael Jackson in the crowd there. I'm not too sure.
Well, due to one of them being dead, one would think it's more likely to be Hardik Pandya.
It's a safe bet that it would be Hardik Pandya, I think, yes.
Hardik Pandya, rather the Jimmy Greaves of the World Cup so far as India are concerned. That's clipped off his toes, down to square leg, dot ball by Kohli, fielded by Daryl Mitchell. One of the, not one of the
not one of the EastEnders Mitchells.
400.
No.
Sorry, Kartik, what was that?
So do you think India gets to 400?
I think they probably do, actually. And that's glanced, a lovely little leg glance by Kohli. Quite a classical and elegant shot, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
226 for one. Are you seeing them getting 400, Kartik?
I think so. I mean, there were, after 30 overs, there were 214. So based off that theory, you would expect them to get 428.
That's the old rule of thumb. Phillips is in again. Fourth ball of the over, and again that classic Kohli reach in front of his propped forward pad to mid-wicket dot ball on this occasion.
Do we have an update on Shubers and how he is? He was being assessed, but I don't think we've heard anything since.
Phillips in again, and that's again played to mid-wicket dot ball. Kohli going under a run a ball here, really disappointing his team. Hit out or get out, man.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned in my earlier stint, I think he's playing the anchor innings and people will bat around him. Makes
a lot of sense, and that's clipped square leg as well. So Phillips ends the over well with 3 dot balls there. Good comeback from him, having been glanced for 4. The end of the 30 seconds, 226 for 1 India.
Mark says, in many ways this is a pretty boring match. My interest is waning, not waxing gibbous. Farong169 says, a few things on the watch. Ravindra, IPL contract, if he drops Kohli, for example, then RCB. Tomorrow's Amper Watch, and this depression heading up the Bay of Bengal towards Bruland. Weather may play a role in Kolkata. Yes, I'd realised that might be an issue tomorrow. They do have a extra day if needed. Leah sends a portrait of a younger Napoleon, saying his nickname, the Little General, comes from his common heritage, not his height, which was average. He also had rock star good looks in his youth. Yeah, he's quite a handsome looking fellow there.
Maybe we'll check that with Messi. He actually was, he had a thick Corsican accent when he was young, which was...
he came from Ajaccio.
He did come from Ajaccio, Michael Ajaccio. That's clipped over mid-wicket, and the sweeper comes in from the boundary and mops up. I was listening to a podcast and I kept mistaking Ajaccio for Michael Ajaccio.
It's not something you don't go to Ajaccio and feel it's sort of, he's hugely celebrated. It's not like you walk around every corner and there's a Napoleon this and a Napoleon that.
I've never been to Ajaccio. You clearly have. You're very well travelled, Tony.
Well, no, because my best friend, when I lived in France, had a house on the Bay of Ajaccio. So I used to go down there for breaks and holidays and the like. So yeah, I've spent a bit of time there.
Napoleon, when he was young, he absolutely hated the French. He was incredibly pro-Corsican. In comes Southey again. Played off his legs by Kohli. Down just for the single to bolt, who's at long on. He knows his role, as Kartik says. It's the anchor role, isn't it?
Yep, that's it. He's just here for the long game. He's set himself up now, especially after Gill's injury. You'd expect him to be there and bat deep, and everyone coming in and around him will just start to tee off.
Southey in again, just gone for 2 singles. And Shreyas absolutely has teed off. And that's sailed over the head of long on for one of these.
There you go.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
A little agricultural, that one, Kartik, but very effective.
Yep, again, the reverse commentator's curse. We'll happily take it. Almost a bit of a baseball swing there. It reminds me of Adam Gilchrist's innings in the 2007 World Cup final. Everything seemed to be, he was hitting them all like baseballs.
Yes, a bit baseball, a bit tennis, but highly effective. He's 29 off 21 now. Just plays that one 6-1, the classic formula. Plays that one down to long on. Learned that off the Masters. Moves on to 30 off 22.
There's a batsman in form. And just the temperament is there as well. That's the most important thing, right?
Exactly right, yeah. We only need one of those sensational shots and over. And Southey just slightly overpitched, and Shreyas latched onto it in the bat of an eye. In comes Southey again for his 5th ball of the over. Goes a little wider on the crease. Ooh, and Kohli pushes that one wide of the man in the covers. Good bit of fielding on the boundary there. Very excellent stuff. And they'll just come back, I would imagine, for 2.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there. Definitely save runs in this type of game. They say every run that you save will matter, but I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. It's going to be
probably not
scoring a big score anyway.
Was Devon Conway, in fact, out there on the boundary, so Tim Southey's got him to thank. He's in for his last ball of the over. Tough yakka for him. Again, slightly wide of the crease, and this one's on middle and off and driven down to long on by Kohli. He'll keep the strike. He's 78 off 82 at the end of the 33rd. India 238 for 1.
Mog sends us a picture of alcoholism in France in the 15th century. You have some chap who looks like he's a monk drinking from a huge chalice and being smacked on the back or the head by, well, I would imagine his missus, but it wouldn't be his missus if it was a monk, would it? Messers says that apparently I'm the perfect guerrilla commentator in that he is ideally equipped to advise on the best bar in any major city in which to while time away while pretending to work. My favourite bar, actually, of a night time in Paris was called the Trois Maillettes, which is kind of an underground bar. The Three Hammers had a blind piano player upstairs and then sort of a cabaret bar downstairs and in this kind of almost a complex of caves. It's a fabulous place to hang out.
Wow. This was your jeunesse dorée period. That's played out by Kohli for a single on the onside, and he'll yield the strike to Shreyas. Moves on to 79.
Have you not done French music? Sorry, Kartik. Talk cricket.
No, I was just going to say. I don't want to jinx him, but he looks like he's getting close to number 50.
Yes, well, he does. Do you think? I mean, conspiracy theories. Do you think he'd prefer to have it in the final? We'll come back to that in a second. Then Phillips strays onto leg stump, and it's clipped by Shreyas through mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single. Do you think, the theatre and the drama, he'd prefer it in the final?
I think the fans will prefer it in the final. I know I certainly prefer it in the final. In the final, and then that too chasing would really be the icing on the cake. But look, I'll take 51 in the final as well.
Yes, well, we don't want a Bradman-style situation to 1948 when he was out for 4 chasing that 3-figure average. In comes Phillips again, and Cody's on strike. He just clips it round the corner. Come through for a leisurely single. I remember Tendulkar obviously I do, but didn't he hang on for ages and ages? What was he looking for? His 200th, 100th, or what was it? I can't quite recall now.
Yes, there was some sense he might get it at Lord's, I remember, but didn't.
It was all a bit of an anticlimax in the end, I remember.
Yeah, it was. Oh, his 100th 100th. It was his 100th 100th that we were waiting for.
Was it 100th 100th? Yes. And multiplied it by 2. Phillips comes round the wicket. Shreyas comes down the wicket, meets it full on, turns it into a half volley, and dispatches it majestically 6 rows back.
Glorious shot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right.
Well, that was a bit more like it, eh, Kartik? That was a magnificent shot. Nope, I think I've lost you. Can you hear me?
No, Kartik, you still there? We can see him.
No,
but
I think Kartik's frozen. I think he's frozen in delight at that shot. No, he's back, and he's gone again.
He's gone.
You might need to give your screen a bit of a shake there, like a snow dome. That's clipped off by Shreyas. This is classic stuff. 6-1. Can you hear me? Again from Shreyas. And we're still waiting for our man, Kartik, to resume his feed. Can't quite catch him at the moment. It's a miracle we managed to speak to you at all, of course, in the various places around the world. Kohli, with all the time in the world, he plays it straight to square leg all along the ground. No problems at all. Dot ball. He'll let Shreyas have more of the strike. The end of the 34, India 2-4-8 for 1.
Brian in Brisbane had said over on YouTube, okay, I missed some of that while I had to book in a wedding. Oh, okay. What carnage did Shelley cause? Well, not a lot, really. Not wicket-wise. She's been very quiet today. She goes on to say, nothing yet, Brian, but powers are being put to the test. Have till over 33 to get Kohli for a super chat. Okay. What else? Brian says, what did I miss? I missed the ticker. Yes, we aren't currently broadcasting the score for reasons of attempting to dodge those that would harm us on YouTube.
Never.
Steve,
I can reveal it's all right. It's Mitchell Santner time. He's coming back for the start of his 8th over. I think we've lost Kartik to the ether.
Oh, that's a shame. He was so strong before. It was all like he was in the room.
And that's first ball from Santner. Shreyas cuts it to point for no run.
We will give. Here is Mitchell Santner.
Santner baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi.
We get a little bit of turn
and dart them in quickly tonight.
Very good. A little bit of turn on that one, and gets a thick outside edge all along the ground from Shreyas. So false shot. New Zealand will take their minor victories where they can. Kartik's trying to get back with us. Slightly wider on the crease. and hit with force, but straight back at the bowler by Shreyas. Stop ball. We've got Kartik back. Or have we?
We can see him. He's moving. He's no longer frozen.
He's looking moody and magnificent. Let's hope he can hear us. Oh, and that was definitely a false shot. Don't know whether it got an edge, but it went straight into the gloves and then out of the gloves and ballooned into the air. What did you make of that one, either Tony or Kartik?
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, we can.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. All right. Don't know what happened there. Yes, very fortunate there for Shreyas.
Definitely a false shot. We're going to have Oh no, we're not going to have a look at that one again. I thought we were. There's another dot ball there.
Looked like a bit of extra bounce as well, which yes, certainly won't unplease the Indians, especially the bowling coming up.
That one's a little shorter from Santner, and Shreyas rocks back onto the back foot, cuts it to the man at point. That, my friends, was a maiden over. Well done, Mitchell Santner. The end of the 35th, India 248 for 1.
Rare indeed. Raffles, messages first. I can assure you, Forthy, that on my last visit to Paris, I paid a visit, my old cobber, Napoleon's modest little tomb at Les Invalides, just to make sure he hadn't tried another revival tour, given how common that is these days. Still dead, mercifully. My abiding memory of is Les Invalides is I used to play football every Sunday in the grounds there. Used to get a bunch of us together from work. We always have five-a-side football games. Raffles, a gentleman thug, says, speaking of bars, how many have been to the bar in Bury St Edmunds? About the size of a small bathroom, smallest bar in the world apparently. I think Platform 3 at Claygate would give it a run for its money, but no, I haven't been to the Bury St Edmunds one.
No, ditto.
Warren says, morning all. Farong, I'll wait.
Just pause there a second, Tony, because Bolt's back in. Kohli pulls him, and it's gone all the way, all along the ground, in the vague direction of Cow, and to the delight of the crowd. That's another 4 from Kohli.
Not only is it a 4, it brings up the 250. 252 for 1 at the beginning of the 36th over. So we'll just jingle that up by celebration here as
And that's a slightly falser shot from Kohli, thick inside edge to square leg, and he scurried through for a single. But that previous ball, Kartik, was superb bit of control, beautifully controlled boundary from Kohli.
Indeed, yes. He's looking. I mean, we've said it all tournament. He's looking on song. He's looking like he's going to have a really big tournament, and he has been so far. It's coming to a crescendo. Be interesting to see how he finishes off.
Climax. Oh, and that's launched by Shreyas straight over the head of the hapless Bolt, and it's gone for yet another one of these.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
So what's the betting on this being a single next ball, Kartik?
Pretty short odds, I would have thought.
They're just playing with them really at the moment, aren't they? They're doing what they will.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road back, I think, for New Zealand. They're going to have to come up with something special.
I think so. And that's cut wide of the man at point, and that one will go. Oh, yes, it will. All the way as well. Conway couldn't cut it off on the boundary.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
So this is a lazy 19. Lazy 19 off the first 4 balls.
Yeah.
And effortless too. No risk cricket.
Yes.
15.
In comes Bolt again to Shreyas, and they come through for the single, so Shreyas ticks over to 49. Kohli will be back on strike. He's 85 off 87. Everyone's on red alert.
The blue buttons being worked overtime. 100 partnership as well.
100 partnership. Kohli 50, Shreyas here 49. It feels as if, I suppose that's recency bias, that Shreyas here has been the dominant partner, but Kohli's actually scored, has been the highest scorer.
Here's a hypothetical here. Let's say Kohli gets the 50th 100, and then Shreyas picks up it.
And that's played out for a single down to long on, and Kohli will keep the strike. 2-6-5-1 at the end of the 36. Yes, carry on, Kartik.
I was going to say, so Kohli gets to his 50th 100. Shreyas picks up a 50, and then one of them gets out. Gill comes back in, and he finishes his innings and gets to another 100 as well. You can only imagine what the crowd would be thinking, and what the final score would be if that was to happen.
They will lose their minds, collectively speaking. I think they got 200s and 350s in the last time they assembled India. It was India, wasn't it? Which was I was wondering at the time, statistically, whether that had ever been done before, 200s and 350s in the same ODI, but I couldn't find the answer to
that. Looks like we've seen Shubman Gill, aren't we? It was cramps, apparently. Nothing more sinister than a case of cramp. He seems to be smiling, Kartik.
He seems to be smiling. The pads off, though. I noticed that he didn't come back with his pads on. Suggests that he probably won't come back onto bat. They're probably just keeping him cool and ready for the final, perhaps.
Farong sends a picture of what looks like Sean Bean dressed in ermine, possibly as King Arthur. It looks like he's got an Excalibur-like sword there. Squeaky bum time is upon us, the picture is captioned anyway from a Blickcap's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Pirate Badshah, the Flemish were brugled. Cricket was invented in West Flanders, he says.
Oh, I've heard this theory.
Well, there you go.
It's usually the Chinese. They usually lay claim to these things. Santner's at the start of the 9th over. They'll claim football, don't they? Oh, that's played very nicely wide of the man at short mid off. Down to the man at long off for a single. Kohli ticks on to the Australian bogey number of 87, but not really an Indian bogey number, is it, Kartik?
No, that's very much an Australian one. In the old adage of it being 13 below 13 minus 100, or sorry, 100 minus 13.
After this ball, I might just check whether there are any Indian bogey numbers, because obviously England have Nelson, and that's floated up a little further and a little airy from Shreyas, but no alarms out to the sweeper on the offside, and that is 50 for Shreyas. If you can find a little something for him, Tony.
Okay, 50 in 35 balls for him, and jolly fine knock as well. I'm looking for my milestones. Here we go.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
Kohli plays that one wide of mid-wicket for a single. Ticks over to 88. Are there any bogey numbers for India, Kartik?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't believe so. I mean, I'm sure the individuals will probably have their own superstitions, but I don't think there's any specific bogey numbers as such for the Indian team.
Pick outside edge all along the ground for a dot ball there. Okay, well that makes life easier in a way.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've certainly had some pretty ordinary innings over the years and been bowled out cheaply, but which
that
tend to be remembered.
That one describe it as a chop rather than a sweep down to the man at deep square leg. Comes down on it as if Peter Siddle were in one of his Tasmanian wood chopping competitions. Is the easiest way to describe that. And they come through for a single, so Kohli's back on strike. Last ball of Santner's over. He's bowled well and economically since coming back into the attack, and that's angled wide of the man at cover point. They'll come through for the run. Kohli will keep the strike. He's on 89. At the end of the 37th, India 270 for 1.
Stephen Kelk saying, going to be hard to make a performance-related donation to GC today. I don't think he's talking about us. I think he's talking about the cricket. You need to drink more coffee, Shelley. That's why it was about Shelley's lack of wicket taking. And Brian then says, no, she's saving herself for tomorrow's South Africa and Australia game. I think she's on for the final, optimistically, but I don't think she can be free tomorrow, which is a bit of a shame. But we do have South Africa well represented by, I think, Richard Asher tomorrow. So you'll hear South African and Australian voices as well as your usual chums to keep you company for tomorrow's game.
I think Richard's based in Austria as well, which makes him very cosmopolitan, much like Tony. Oh, and there's a big appeal there. It does hit Kohli on the pad in front of the stumps, but either there was an outside edge or more likely it was going down. Kartik, what did you reckon?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I'm watching the stream here, and it looked like it was. Well, I sort of missed the the frames.
Yeah.
Look at the replay. It looks like it was going down leg.
It was
going down, almost certainly. A moral victory, but no more than that. Bolt comes in again round the wicket, and Kohli pulls him down to long leg for a single. So, since that little flurry of sixes, last couple of overs, things have just simmered down a little, but you can't help feeling it's slightly the calm before the storm with 9 wickets in hand.
Indeed, yeah. They're just, a couple of little bumps, but you just start to get the sense that once it ticks over to 40 overs, then, and they'll probably reach 300 by then, that it'll really start to skyrocket from after that.
Press the accelerator. Pulled, and gets right on top of that one, pulls it all the way down to deep square leg, where Devon Conway again is doing the mopping up operation. And it'll just be a single, so New Zealand won't mind this, but they'll be fearing what's around the corner. 272 for 1.
Yeah, you get the sense that once he, should he reach the 3 figures, even he's going to start teeing off as well now. I mean, they've got such a great platform for the likes of Rahul, Jadeja to come in and really start to turn the screws.
I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Sampers and my music club. Oh, hang on, I'll do that after this ball. Bolt comes in. Kohli advances down the wicket and hits it straight down all along the ground to the man at long off. Yes, we had an outing last night to the IMAX showing of the 40th anniversary of Stop Making Sense, the Talking Heads film directed by Jonathan Demme, and it was absolutely terrific. If you get a chance to see that, it's doing the rounds of the IMAXs around the world. Well worth it. Sometimes regarded as the best concert film ever made. I'm not sure there's a better one. But Sampers is listening to us, I believe. Now that's a leg stump half volley squirted out to deep square leg by Shreyas, and they'll come through for a single. He moves on to 53.
You're a Talking Heads fan, Forthy?
First 4 albums, very much so. Yes, I slightly lose interest as the 80s progress, but I love
stuff
the
like that was sort of outside of that.
Yeah, I love 77, more songs about buildings and food, Fear of Music in particular, and then Remaining Light. What a classic opening quartet they are. Bolt in again, pulled by Kohli, but all along the ground, straight down to long leg. Just for the single.
Oh, now Kohli's got a cramp. Lordy.
Now it looks like, yes, Kohli's got the cramp. I've never known a tournament for so many cramps.
Oh, well, it's the heat. It must be the heat and humidity effect, because it's... So,
that's right.
Maxwell, of course, famously with that 203, where he basically did it on one leg. The only problem there, I hope it's cramp, because he clutches his hamstring.
Or is it a hamstring?
If it's his hammy, that is going to be a problem for India.
Oh my word!
I think that might be a hammy he's done.
Yeah,
he's clutching the top of the back of his thigh as the classic gesture of someone who's pulled a hamstring. We have to be frank with you.
Yeah. I was going to say that doesn't look that looks more than just a cramp. You don't grab your thighs like that if it's a cramp.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and it suddenly occurred, didn't it? End of the 38th, meanwhile, India 275 for 1, while Kohli's going to no doubt receive some treatment out there.
Well, he is,
anxious from the family.
If he's done his hamstring, then he's done. Because
he's
done on 92 in a semi-final. I presume that's Mrs. Kohli who's looking very concerned up there, Kartik, is it?
That is very much Mrs. Kohli, Anushka Sharma. Or Anushka Sharma. I don't know if she's changed the surname, but a very renowned Bollywood actress in her own right. But yes, that is very much Mrs. Kohli. Next to her is Mrs. Ashwin, Ravi Ashwin as well.
Is she Bollywood royalty as well, Mrs. Ashwin?
No, she's not. No, she's a regular citizen. I think childhood sweethearts or maybe high school sweethearts, I believe. is the backstory to that. So yeah, no,
Charming.
she's just a regular citizen.
Yes. Is it like Bex and Posh, the Kohli narrative?
Very much so, actually. That is a great comparison. Very great,
right.
very accurate comparison, I would say. Yes.
Anthony and Cleopatra, Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor.
Yep.
Rock Hudson, Doris Day. Well, maybe not so much that one.
I'd say probably Bex and Posh is probably the closest, to be honest
But
with you.
definitely Posh and Bex. Yes.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely when they were first dating, when the two were first dating. Now there's, well, even much like Posh and Bex, the things have settled down and they've grown up and have kids and all that. But yeah, they were certainly the Mr. and Mrs. of Indian cricket at one stage.
Yeah.
She gets a lot of bad press as Mrs. Beckham. I've only met her once, but I have to say she was perfectly charming when I did.
I was in a cafe the other day, and I just kept hearing snippets of conversation from the ladies on the next table. One of them was Victoria. She has to control everything, and then I heard, yes, I know all about Harry, but look at Will. He lost a mother too, and I was getting these. It was quite amusing. Oh, we're back with the cricket by the look of it, or are we? Yes, we are. Santner's start of his last over, and he's bowling to Kohli, who is either responded to treatment or is going to grit it out at 92 off 96. Dot ball, straight to the man at cover. This will be interesting to see how easily he moves between the wickets when the time comes. Plays that off his back foot. Oh, and he's moving reasonably. I don't think a man with a hamstring injury moves that fluently. So hopefully, it's for his sake, it's just cramp. It comes through for the single.
It's an unusual place to get cramp, though. I mean, cramp's normally your calves is where it attacks you first, isn't it? Not the back of your thigh, which of course would be your hamstring.
I totally agree. Yes.
If it was his hammy, I'd have him off now and get
him
looked
back
at.
in.
Look towards the final.
But he's sui generis, isn't he? He's a special case, and that's played wide of the man in the covers. Who's going to tell Kohli to come off, even if he has got a hamstring?
Yeah, it'll be a brave medical staff to do that.
Yes. Comes through for the single. I'd like to have seen them haul Maxwell off the other night. It's a jolly good thing they didn't.
Well, they said they would. I think there was reports come out that said the physio, the doc said to tell him to come off, but he wasn't. Wasn't having a bar of it.
Yeah, he said we've got a real Queenslander in next. He's ready to come in. Alan Border style. Santner just drops that one a touch shorter, but Kohli cuts it, but straight to the man at cover. India holds their breath. Kohli's on 93 now.
Yeah, out of the mouth stuff there, the crowd, they thought might have been a bit of catch, but just fell short.
Yeah, it was actually only a yard short, wasn't it, looking at the replay. Last ball of Santner's last over. Big forward defensive from Kohli, taking no chances. Santner finishes well. Two runs off that last over. He finishes with number 51 of his allocation. The end of the 39th, India 277 for 1.
Right, yes, Mog, and now he's broken a hamstring to go with it. He's saying, Leah says, Aki Kaurismäki's total balalaika show 40. Does that mean something to you, 40?
It means something, but not as much as
sounds like
Leah thinks.
A Turkish name, and obviously the balalaika. Is it balalaika Turkish or Russian? It's a Russian instrument, the balalaika, isn't it?
I've heard of that Marakazmi fellow, but they're going to disappoint Leah, who has fiercely high cultural standards, of course.
I'm being told off because apparently that picture that I thought was Sean Bean is Game of Thrones. Probably, so I got that completely wrong.
Well, he is in Game of Thrones.
Well, there you go then. So I was right, it was. And he did look like very much as though he was about to pull a sword from a stone. And I don't watch Game of Thrones.
No, there's no swords in stones there. Lockie Ferguson's back with his black plimsolls. He's back for his start of his 7th over. And that's pulled round the corner by Shreyas for a single.
Nath was saying India's bogey number is the amount of World Cup trophies they've actually won.
Oh,
there you go.
Ooh. Kartik's not smiling. Okay.
Yep.
All right. We've got 5 balls left as a trio between us.
I wish I could say something, but it's completely accurate.
That's fair enough then. Well, it's one more than England, put it that way. Lockie Ferguson plays it round the corner, and he comes through for a single.
Well, arguably two more than England, because they didn't actually win the 2019 World Cup. I know it's probably not too soon to talk about that anymore.
Well, they did win it.
Let's not open up a can of worms.
Tied match. It was a tied match, and they won the World Cup. Let's put it that way. I think we can agree on that. According to the rules, they won the competition.
At the time.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's the rules you play by, isn't it? You don't play through retrospective rules. Anyway, we're not here to talk about England. India are very much in the box seat here, and we see the score predictor 401. That's a wide from Lockie Ferguson, so there's another ball he'll have to bowl.
Wide.
Kane Williamson. And then comes Ferguson again. And that's a leg side half volley, and Shreyas manages to get it wide of the man at mid-on, and that's yet another one of these. So sure, thank you. Shreyas is moving serenely. He moves on to 59. And that was a nice shot, very well judged, just eluded the grasp of the man at mid-on.
Yeah, indeed, Shreyas coming into his own now. He's got past 50, and dare I say, he could be eyeing off 100 as well.
Oh, that's every day of the week. They're not really looking in any trouble out there. Clipped off his legs by Shreyas, down to the man at long leg. They'll come through for a single without any alarms. He moves on to 60, the score to 285.
Kohli, by the way, had broken Sachin's record of runs in a World Cup, 673 runs in 2003, and Kohli has gone past that now. It's quite a milestone for him.
Yeah, well done to him. Well done to him.
Could very well go past another milestone very shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's on 94. It won't be on our watch, but it'll probably be on the next people's watch. Ooh, my goodness. So a few things to talk about there. They went through a very quick single, played out to mid-on. So Kohli felt he had to dive. He tumbled over, and India holds its breath as Kohli gets back to his feet to see whether he's in good medical condition. Let's have a look.
He ran sharply, but then he seemed to trip himself up and went absolutely flying. And I think that might have been because he is definitely feeling that hammy.
Yeah.
Rod Tucker had to dance out of his way so he didn't collide headlong with Rod Tucker. It's quite entertaining. You're on socials, Andy.
And last ball of our stint, dug in short by Ferguson, pulled round the corner by Shreyas. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 61. At the end of our allocation, we're going into the last 10 overs now with a new commentary team. At the end of the 40th over, India 287 for 1. Thank you very much, Kartik. Thank you very much, Tony.
We'll have a little change around. It's going to be the Bear, Andy, and it should be Bennett taking the controls.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you, gents. It's Bennett Olgasegram. Greetings to you wherever you are. And welcome if you've just tuned in. This is the first semi-final of this World Cup being played at Wankhede Stadium in India. India winning the toss and deciding to bat.
Indeed.
Have scored up. Hello, Bear. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm all right. You?
Yeah, and I'm great, thank you. And we got Andy on socials, are we?
Yeah,
all good.
Yes,
yep.
Hello, Andy. Yeah, great. So India deciding to bat first, have put up a mammoth total of 287 for 1. Bear, where do you think we're heading here?
We're heading for an absolute slaughter of Kiwis. India is where we're heading. Doesn't look good, does it? I mean, let's face it. We could have a close game. I mean, they did run Australia close when they got 380. It is possible. Just don't see it happening with this bowling attack that India have got. I think if the Kiwis were to stand a chance, they wouldn't want to be chasing much more than 300. And they're nearly there with 10 overs to go. So you've got to feel this could go horribly wrong for the Kiwis. I guess
but you never know, Bear.
You never know.
They've got some good batters.
They have.
Devon Conway, he can have his own on a good day, right? They've got Ravindra, who's batting extremely well. This one's a nice little sort of slower delivery on mid-lane leg, and Shreyas Iyer nudges it towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a quick single.
I'll say,
Kohli,
yes,
sorry, but-
that's true, but then you look at how they handled that chase against South Africa just last week. It was a similar kind of deal, and they ended up crumbling. They had 5 down for bugger all, and that was the end of the game. I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? If you're chasing that kind of score, you've got to go off hard, you've got to go off quick, and you've not got to lose wickets whilst doing it. And it's quite a tough thing to do. If they can get away with it, they might stand a chance.
India Jadeja bowls on a fuller length, driven towards the cover area, and Kohli this time goes through for a single as it passes the cover point. Absolutely right, Bear, but I feel that New Zealand wilted under the big game pressure. They didn't bowl well, didn't they? They started with their fast bowlers, Bolt and Southee didn't bowl well. Santana in his first spell got it all wrong, and you know, like the fact that Rohit Sharma went blazing right from the beginning, you know, like almost unsettled the Kiwis. We'll come back in a second as Jadeja, as Ravindra bowls. This one's shorter. On the back foot goes Iyer and plays it into the covers. The batters go for a single.
It was always going to be that way, though, wasn't it? They were going to come out hard. They needed to get early wickets. You always need to get early wickets. It's a cliche, but it's true. You know, get the early wickets. You can put the pressure on the opposition, slow them down, make them rebuild.
As Rachin bowls, this one's over pitch driven, and a diving Rachin unable to stop the ball, and it sort of deflects off him and goes towards the mid-off area, and they go through for a quick single. Yes, I mean, having said that, did really India outplay New Zealand, or New Zealand wilted under pressure because their bowling unit didn't sort of come together, did it, Bear?
No, I do think, yeah. I mean, but that's the pressure you put on, isn't it? I mean, Rohit put the pressure on. They tried to change their tactics. I thought they...
Rachin bowled shorter, quicker outside the off stump, and Shreyas Iyer trying to cut, and very lucky there not to get an edge as the ball goes through to the keeper. No damage done.
Well, are they? They're thinking about reviewing this. They have reviewed it.
They are indeed.
Latham,
they are reviewing
Latham seems to think that there was definitely a little bit of something on it. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, they've literally taken 1 wicket, and what was it? Shubman Gill retired hurt. I mean, they've not been able to exert any pressure with the ball. Will it be the same for India's bowlers? You'd think they're a bit better, and you certainly think the spinners are a bit wilier, although Santana has been good.
I mean, if you look at the Indian bowlers, who can the Kiwis target? If you think about it, I mean, I was just sort of contemplating on this, reflecting on this bit. You know, like at the beginning of the game.
He's missed that one.
Every single kind of player in the Indian team is more or less in form.
Yeah.
Well, they are. He's actually, you can see on the video, he's nowhere near that one. It's a really hopeful review.
That's a helpless review, isn't it? Almost desperate
Yeah.
to try and get a wicket.
Must have heard something you'd have thought to probably review it, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, just coming back to as we sort of come back to that, viewers and listeners, no damage done. There was no edge there. The third umpire, sort of very clearly sort of seeing that on replay. I mean, Hardik Pandya being injured has been a blessing in disguise for India. We'll come back to that after the break in a second, but this is going to be Rachin Ravindra bowling the 41st over, 291 for 1. As he comes in, left arm round, shortish, outside the off stump, a bit of turn. On the back foot goes Iyer and slashes this one towards the deep cover point area, and the batters go through for 1. 292 for 1 or 41. Andy, what have you got from our media?
Got a bit of explanation from Leah for 40. Aki Kaurismäki is about the most Finnish name there is, and the Total Balalaika show is his Leningrad Cowboys concert film. That does ring a bell, the Leningrad Cowboys. And Mog says, well, this is boring me deeply now, I'm going to sleep. I mean, if it was 3 a.m, I would probably do the same, yeah.
Yeah, and see what happens in the morning. You know, you might get up early, turn it on, and it might be getting interesting. But,
so, Bear, just coming back to this composition of the Indian team, I mean, Hardik Pandya being there would have resulted in Shardul Thakur playing because they wanted that extra cover, right, for batting and bowling. I mean, Mohammad Shami was nowhere in the equation when Pandya was playing. Do you reckon it worked for them, India?
Well, it did, but as you say, it really helps that basically their batting has hardly failed the entire tournament. So 1 or 2 have stood up virtually every game.
I think they realised that putting Shardul in there was too much belt and braces. They didn't need that much insurance.
No, I don't
think
think
so. As a new over begins, it's Ferguson, Lockie Ferguson. This one's short, and it's sort of almost slapped towards the mid-on, long-on area. It's a slower ball, Trent bowled. and Shirsai now looking quite confident. I mean, he has also been the weak link, hasn't he? He's not scored runs before the World Cup.
No, but he scored a shitload in it.
Good 5-6 innings away. He was the weak link in the side. They were looking at perhaps, like playing Suryakumar, but he's come in and made a statement. He scored as you said, loads of runs over the last. So there's no weak link.
Shitloads, Bennett. You can say it.
No weak league at all in the Indian team. That was my point of how Iyer found his form, KL Rahul found his form. Every single person found their form. Shortish delivery, and this one's played towards the square leg area, and the batters go through for a single. It was not properly timed. Kohli, he's not really found much fluency in the last 5 or 10.
He's injured, isn't he? He's
injured.
He's clearly. I think
he's doing his 100 slow down anyway.
Yeah, he's doing that too.
I wonder how it would have been if it was another player who was slowing down in this manner to go towards the 100. Shortish, pulled away, didn't get hold of that Iyer towards the deep square leg area, and the batters go through for a single. Any thoughts on that? How Kohli and his personal milestones, how that reflects with the Indian?
He always does that, doesn't it? That's Chahal.
It's Chahal sitting in the crowd in like a normal shirt.
Exactly.
It's quite cute, yeah.
Chahal's wife and Chahal, there's been some conversations around some little whispers going around in the media as well. But anyway, it's going to be Lockie Ferguson. Can he apply the brakes on the Indian batters who are off the block now? Kohli 98 or 105. This one's on the off stump and it's flicked away beautifully towards the long leg area. The batters must come back for 2, and yes, that is an absolute a personal landmark for Virat Kohli as he gets to his 100 not out of 106.
He has indeed, and that's also the 50th 100 he's got in ODI cricket, which means he overtakes Sachin Tendulkar as the highest, person with the most hundreds in ODI cricket. And just for that, we'll give him his milestone jingle, because he is a centurion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
What's a player there, Bear? What a player.
Well, yeah.
He had enough energy to jump in the air when he got his 100. Don't worry about that.
and gents, I'm not a great fan of Kohli, I must say, but however, hats off to him. He's been the run machine. Again, his run rate's not really gone up above 100, has it?
No, he doesn't need to. He's your Root, he's your Kane Williamson, he's your quality batsman.
Well, both those two have age has caught up with them, but not Kohli.
Yeah. Well, this is it. He's had a tournament, and Kohli.
No, they've been. Look, Root's been averaging 5 in the power play for 4 years.
I know. I'm not saying that about in general. I'm just saying that in this World Cup, Kane Williamson's been injured most of it. When he's been there, he's scored decent runs generally.
Lockie Ferguson comes in shortish. Sorry, just to interrupt you. And this is pulled away, not confidently though, towards the deep square leg area, and the batters have ample room as the fielder has to run around to come back for 2. India on a rampage here, just the 1 wicket loss. Shubham Gill retired. Rohit Sharma out earlier on to a slow ball from Team Saudi, and India have had no demons in the attack whatsoever, have they, Bear?
Nope.
Well, I got to say, I find this quite annoying. He pats the ball around for 10 runs, and then the ball after he gets 100, he has a big swing. Zadran did this as well for Afghanistan, and he done it again.
Shortish, and it swings,
blatant.
but swings well this time indeed. Swings well between the deep square leg and the deep mid-wicket area for another one of this.
I mean, it's so blatant. Now I've got 100, I'm going to open my shoulders.
Indeed, and it also brings up to 300. 303 for 1 after 42 overs. They are motoring along.
What do you think, Bear, in terms of a target for these guys now?
It's going to be close to 400. It might be either side of it by 10-20 runs, but they've got 8 wickets in the hutch, because if Shubham Gill can't come back out, you've got Sky. Sky coming in next.
Gill's been padded up for the last 5, but I would be surprised if they sent him out.
I would send out Sky now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Gill's been padded. KL Rahul is due next according to the order, but it could be Sky coming ahead of him, because this is like a typical T20 kind of a setup. Andy, have you got anything there, Andy? Sorry, we just...
Not a great deal there. Leah says you should have played the 50 jingle. Oh, for 50 hundreds, I guess. You could play them together, like square them.
No.
Interesting. Yeah, and indeed, Mrs. Kohli is happy in the background. We have Hardik Pandya also in amongst the spectators. David Beckham, the UNICEF ambassador, is along there with the officials along the BCCI. What a moment, Venkade. And I mean, funnily enough, the actual pitch, gents, that they were supposed to play on, they had changed at the last minute this morning. They're playing in a used pitch. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, but used 2 weeks ago. I don't think that really counts as used. I think there's too much being read into that, to be honest. I don't,
As Rachin Ravindra bowls, this one's outside the off stump and turning way outside on the towards the wide crease, and the umpires have extra stretching their arms and calling it a wide.
I'll tell you what makes me laugh is the other day after this.
Ravindra bowls again. Good delivery there. He's bowling nicely. That's a nice loop, slower in pace. He's picking up from the way Santana bowled. Santana bowled the maiden around the 36th to 37th over. He troubled Shreyas Iyer quite a lot. He was well set, and certainly Rachin Ravindra picking up a leaf from here. This one shorter, and this time too much width there, and he goes away and picks up the ball and swings it away towards the long on area, the vacant area, for another bound, another six. Just gone over the ropes.
That was like a pick-up baseball shot, wasn't it?
That's
He really
a case
didn't
of
move his
just
feet.
telegraphing what you're going to bowl.
Yeah.
Because he'd bowled the last two short and wide, and there was no doubt he was going to do it again. So I just set himself for it and says, I don't have to go out and cut it. I can just keep away from it and whack it straight, because there's not enough variation. That's better.
Really good, isn't it? This one's quicker through the air on the leg stump, and Iyer pushes it away. Although he hit that for six, that was a lot of width there, but he's not looking too comfortable, isn't he, gents?
Yeah, well, he's got 70 off 50, and it's a funny one because he's never really looked like he's been hurrying.
This one shorter. He's trying to disturb the bowler's rhythm by stepping out onto the leg side, but Ravindra equal to the task, dropping it shorter and wider, making Iyer fetch the ball, and this one goes towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a single. 3-1-1 for 1. Run rate at 7.29. Kohli 106 or 108. Iyer 73 or 54. Batting first, deciding to bat first after winning the toss. New Zealand toiling hard as Ravindra bowls shortish, and this one's given a plenty of room by Kohli, backs up and cuts it away towards the deep cover area, and the batters go through for a single. Kohli, should he still rotate the strike, or is it time for him to go big?
To do what, it doesn't really matter. Well, we've got 9 off this over with 1 ball to go. Single gets 10 for the last 7 overs, and another 70 runs. It's 380.
That's darted quicker and wider, and unfortunately for the Kiwis, that's way outside the crease, and the umpires they're calling white. Sorry. Right, so Rachin bowls shorter. He's bowling that short length outside the off stump and slash towards the cover point area, and the batters comfortably go through for a single. Over number 43 gone. 3-1-4 for 1. Kohli 107, Iyer 74. Andy?
Nothing on Twitter, but I will say Rachin Ravindra just doesn't have the experience and the nous to vary his bowling in this situation. He can only do one plan. You say, okay, I'm going to bowl it short and wide, and once you've bowled a couple of balls out there and it's obvious that's what you're doing, batsman can just line it up. He's not, I hate to say it, he's not good enough a bowler to be trying different things and being one step ahead of the batsman.
Yeah. Give it a little bit more loop, drop it shorter, pull it back. Lots of things you can do. You should be good enough to be able to do that. Just got to take the chance, got to believe in yourself. It's not going to go any worse, is it? You can only be hit for 6.
It's a left arm spinner there that you're hearing, Bear. He's a left arm spinner himself, so he's got a bit of experience. 150 off 125, the partnership. These two have almost destroyed the Kiwi bowlers. And what can they do? They still have KL Rahul, Suryakumar Yadav to come, and Shubham Gill also ready and raring to go after retiring hurt earlier on. It's the legend of New Zealand Kiwi bowling. It's Tim Southee who's in charge of the bowling. What can he do? 6 overs for 54. Bear, they didn't have much swing earlier on, did they?
No, I mean that's the thing. Is it going to do anything? You can imagine it will do.
This one's on a length, and Shreyas Iyer opens his shoulders and swings it towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters desperately come back for 2.
That's actually good running, considering they both must be quite tired.
Very good running. He just tested the fielder there. He didn't get hold of that. He didn't get the proper timing or the connection that he was envisaging. However, he used that opportunity as the fielders had to come in quite a bit, and they have done well to come back for 2. A bit of camaraderie and friendship, fellowship between these two players. Kiwis are always the down-to-earth guys, aren't they? This one's overpitched and driven along the ground towards the deep mid-wicket area for a single. Bear, Kiwis, they're playing really well right at the beginning of the tournament. Gone down a little bit.
Well, to be fair,
it's only a function of who they were playing.
Exactly,
they played all the bad teams first.
They played us and beat us handsomely, and then they did have a couple of what you'd expect to be easy games that they should have won, so it looks a lot better. When they've come up against the harder teams, they have struggled.
But look, in their favour, they have beaten all the teams in the bottom half of the table, which is what they do. They didn't slip up against anybody, and that's why they're in the semi-final.
Good point, Andy. This one's shorter, but Kohli goes outside the crease, charges, and pulls this one towards the mid-wicket area. That's the flying Scotsman there, Glenn Phillips, who runs at least about 10-15 metres. Picks up the ball, stops it, almost ties for the catch.
He did drop. It seemed to drop on him really quite late, didn't it? It seemed to drop out of the sky quite hard.
Yeah,
expect to catch that, but
he was running at top speed, and the ball was always going away. He got his hands to it, unable to hold on to that. But if anybody could, gents, it could be Glenn Phillips.
I think you're right. It did just seem to die on him because he had to reach out in front. He was running sideways and then had to reach out in front at the last second.
Was dying on him, so 2 more.
Not
and
this
one shorter. Kohli on the back foot smashes this one straight into the crowds. Kohli coming off from a little bit of a stutter earlier on, and that's a mighty 6 for Kohli. So 11 runs off that over so far, 4 balls.
Yeah. That 6 is on fire.
Look, it's a brilliant innings, and it may be picky, but he could have done this 5 overs ago, but he was going for his 100.
And he wants to get ahead. He's got ahead of Sachin now, you know.
That was the point I was trying to make. However, this one's again, he's out blazing there, charging, and again nudges this one towards the mid-wicket area. The batters have enough time to come back for 2. What's happened to his injury? He's running like a hare.
He's run it off in football parlance.
It must have been a cramp. Not. It looked like it was a hammy, didn't it? But.
It doesn't seem in any discomfort at all. He's running like a spring chicken here. So Kohli and Iyer just taking the game away from the Kiwis. The 1 ball remaining in the 44th over. Their run rate already creeping up to about 7.5. Kohli 117. He's exceeded the 100 strike rate now. This one again. This one's hit in the air. He was trying to play a similar shot, but didn't get the placement. It was clipped straight into the deep square leg's throat. Devon Conway taking the catch comfortably. End of a wonderful innings by Virat Kohli, 117 off 113. And at the end of over number 44, India lose their 2nd wicket. Virat Kohli for 117.
And it's 327 for 2. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. Kohli takes all the applause. Get off, you fucker.
Loves it, doesn't he? He loves it.
He does.
I'm going to say that was, I think he did a little bit of a disservice to the fielder there, who did have to run in, take the ball quite low. It's quite a good catch. It wasn't straight to him.
And it only cost 6 extra runs from when... 8. Yeah. 8 runs from the previous drop, so in the end it's not so bad.
Andy, have you got anything up there on your media box?
Muttley says, woof, morning primates, only just woke up, should have stayed in bed, India are cruising here, will listen while I do housework, love and sausages.
Well,
also, no, he's talking to someone else. Right, go on.
I was just going to say over on YouTube, Stephen Cook says, finally. I presume that's to Kohli getting out. Ooh, game on. Not. says Mr. P. That's how it feels, game or not. I mean, as you say, you never know. Look, if the Kiwis get off to a flyer and
This
Conway...
is India. This is India to a T. Anyone else would have sent Suryakumar in with 6 overs to go. But nope, they're not changing their order.
They are not indeed. They're stubborn as ever, isn't it? But they want to give KL Rahul some time out there as well and say, hey, you're number 4. It's your turn. Gill seems to be ready to pad it up and ready to come back again, but not given the opportunity. Yeah.
No, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's an unusual situation for an opener to suddenly come in fresh in the last 10 overs. So, I mean, it's an unusual one getting a retired hurt, but I could see that, certainly, not sending him back in.
I want to have a jingle for the new batsman. No, go for it.
Please, can't see. And as Andy mentioned earlier, I think it's a very unfair task for the young Rachin Ravindra to be bowling at this stage of the tournament. And this one's over-pitched. And Shreyas Iyer with that beautiful backswing just smashes this one over wide and high and much above the long on area, right into the stands there for another 6.
Do we know anything about Beckham's history with cricket? Did he play cricket as a kid?
It's not something I've ever heard.
Sorry, but I thought you were going to play a jingle there. That one's outside the off stump, and Shreyas Iyer trying to reach, but not able to do anything on that.
I think it's more his history of being paid lots of money to front for authoritarian governments.
And this one shorter again, reaching. Shreyas Iyer reaches outside the off stump. Ravindra making him reach for that. That one goes to the deep cover area. No chance of a run. Shreyas Iyer has hit 6 sixes, including the longest one of the tournament. He's even beaten Glenn Maxwell with the longest hit, 106 meters. And in third place, it's him as well at 103. And Maxwell stuck in between at 104. So Shreyas Iyer certainly coming back to form for India at the right time. Struggled a bit in the initial part of the tournament, but has come back nicely and strongly for India. All of their players seem to have got into form at the right time. Hardik Pandya's absence not being missed at all. Mohammad Shami certainly displaying a true fast bowler's role here in Hardik Pandya's absence. This one shorter, and Rachin Ravindra punches this one towards the extra cover area for a single. 3-3-5 for 2.
Is that his missus?
Yes.
Okay.
And Ravindra bowls again. This one's outside the off stump.
Why are they not being given
that
a
was
wide? That was definitely wide.
The umpire doesn't seem to think so. Richard Illingworth. This one's shorter and turning away from Shreyas Iyer. He's been bowling at that length, hasn't he, gents, for a while now. Rachin bowls again. This time Iyer almost expecting it.
Yes.
He launches this one long and high, way over the long on stand. What a treat to watch for another 6. 6 number 7, Iyer on 90. Ended over number 45. 341 for 2.
This is what I mean. You can't just bowl the same ball 6 balls in a row at this level. You're going to go the distance.
But somebody needs to go and give the kid a little bit of a talk, isn't it? Put his arm around him. I didn't see that happening.
If you're going to get a bit of grip, you're better off bowling in at sort of middle and leg. That's an old strategy, but trying to dart it in, give it a little bit of flight there.
I feel for the boy, Bear. I feel for the boy.
Yeah.
And this is not the time, as Andy very correctly said, for him to be bowling. There is Saudi, there's the other.
Yeah, but the problem is everyone's getting hit, aren't they? And that's the other problem is, I mean, it's all right saying all this, but actually trying to bowl someone at Shreyas in the form that he's in at the moment, it doesn't kind of matter where you bowl.
Well, I think he'd still be better with pace against Shreyas. I mean, he's batted so well. I mean, 90 off 62. I don't think we've given him enough credit for a strike rate that's almost 150. And I haven't seen him slog one. All the 6s have been lovely, clean hits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at that team, I mean, gents, do you see any kind of a gap in that team at all? I can see one. I'll come to that in a second. This one, Saudi, starts a new over number 46 on the leg stump, and Iyer, Sir KL Rahul giving himself room there on the onside and pushing it towards the mid-off area, and the batters go through for 1. Any flaws in the team, gents? Jens?
What, the India one?
Yeah.
Not really.
Andy?
Siraj has been a bit in and out, but even he's taken wickets on his day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think absolutely right. I think the batting, if they have broken through the middle order, their bowling lineup don't bat.
Yes, but
8,
no one's
9,
done
10,
it.
11. Exactly.
That's India the whole way through. That's what happened to them in the last World Cup. That's when they lost the semi-final in the last World Cup, because exactly that. But today, and in home conditions,
they haven't come to that stage, have they?
No.
As the next one's over-pitched and driven towards the long on area, and the batters go through for one. Sorry, back one.
To be fair, there's most teams, if you can get the top 5 out, you're cheap. There's not many teams. There's not many people who are going to do what Maxwell did the other day. Put it that way. You might be able to get 100 out of the last 5, but you're not going to get 200, 250 out of the last 5. You can get a team 100 for 5. You've got a good chance of keeping your total chasing down to maximum sort of 240, 250. And if you can do that to India, I think you can do the same thing to them. Yeah, true, but no one's done it.
Hold that thought as Saudi bowls and KL Rahul murders this one. He goes on.
Ooh.
He just somebody's injured there in the deep square leg
he
area.
deserves to be because he went for it with his foot.
He tried to kick it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Devon Conway, I think. This was actually on the slot, and KL Rahul turns around and hammers this one towards the deep square leg area. Devon Conway running around from the deep square leg area, trying to stop the ball with his foot, and almost tripped over his knee. I hope he's okay. He's a good part.
I think he's going to be okay. He kind of, it was the foot that he wasn't actually in the ground, was it? It was the other foot that he seems to be grabbing a knee of, I think.
Well,
he had
no choice there, hasn't he? He had to dive in front, headlong, or else that's bad judgment. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt him. He could have been like a good 6 months, 9 months off with that kind of an injury going wrong. However, my prediction, gents, India win today, Australia win tomorrow, and Australia will thrash India left, right and centre.
I was hoping for completely the opposite.
This one's outside the off stump. Bended knee goes KL Rahul, trying to swerve this around past the short fine leg, and it unfortunately doesn't go past him. Sorry.
See, if it comes to bloody India-Australia final, I'm really riven, because I don't want Australia or India to win it. And if they're playing each other, I mean, I hate Australia, but I think it'd be quite funny if India lost at home.
I dislike Australia, but I like them better than India. So, in that sense. This one's outside the off stump and tries to slash it lower. That's the wily fox for you. Saudi, with all his experience and his cunning ability to deceive the batters, getting one through the batters. I think it's Bear. It'll be a good game, won't it? If these two sides come, I want to see a good game. I don't want to see a one-sided affair. Yes.
Well,
you hope so, but
Australia are fragile in the middle order, man. I mean, if you can get through, if they don't go after a flyer and Maxwell doesn't come off.
Look at what happened. They didn't get off to a fly. The middle order kind of flung, but look at what Maxwell did. This is what these guys are made of. Slower delivery. Sorry, Bear. This one's cutter, very nicely bowled by Saudi. He surprised Shreyas Iyer, who's been there for a long time. Still, he was not.
KL Rahul.
It's KL Rahul. It's just.
My apologies.
It's the end of the over.
It's only a little thing, and they've got enough runs anyway.
They have.
Stupid to send Rahul out when he's only going to face 15 balls, and you've got Sky, who's the absolute master of this.
Predictions are almost coming through quite nicely. Anyway, that's the end of over number 46. India winning the toss, the first semi-final at the Wankhede, 347 for 2. Iyer on 91, KL Rahul on 6. Andy, what are our viewers saying?
Yeah, Jay is talking about Southee, I think. He's been mates with Kohli for a while. Yeah, I'm sure they played together RCB. Raffles, the gentleman thug. Now that Virat is out, are we done with shots of his misses every 5 fucking seconds? I wouldn't count on it. Messi Jez tweets us a picture of Beckham playing cricket. I wouldn't read into it that he's good. It's obvious he's good at doing PR shots.
Sorry, Andy, as Trent Bowles commenting the 47th over, driven towards the long off area for a single. Go on, Andy, you can finish whatever you start.
One more via Armchair Cricket Podcast. On 15th of November 2013, Sachin played his final international match, and it's now 10 years later to the day when Virat has beaten his record of most ODI hundreds.
Ooh. Spooky.
Wow. It's quicker, isn't it? Where's this guy going to end up? But just going back to some analysis what Messi very kindly put through on social media earlier, 62% of the time in this situation, the team batting second have won.
In what situation?
At Wankhede.
What, chasing 400?
Well, I don't know about that, but
well, exactly.
It depends what the score is.
Sure.
So this one's nicely played by KL Rahul. That's a good-looking shot, and that is a boundary. KL Rahul moves up to 10. Trent ball in the 9th over.
And that's the 350 up for India. 352 for 2. What over in the 46th? Pretty good going for them.
KL Rahul, he has a job to do, doesn't he, gents? Can he do what he was meant to do here? Suryakumar Yadav in the dugout, along with Shubham Gill to come as well. As both balls, this one's nice looking delivery on a Yorker length, just outside the off stump. KL Rahul looking to dig that away, not able to get bat on ball, and the ball goes through to the wicket keeper. Bolt has had a mediocre tournament, gents.
Yeah, not great. He has taken a few wickets, but well, seam bowlers have found it difficult generally in this tournament.
Except for the Indian ones, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the difference? How is it that the Indian fast men have become sort of a threatening force to reckon with, and whereas the others struggle? Oh, that one's on a fuller length. And KL Rahul, the fielder's not interested. KL Rahul looking to play it sort of reverse sweep that on a full length, hitting it straight onto the pads. Why didn't the fielders?
Well,
they've run out of reviews.
They were out of reviews,
that.
so he couldn't do anything about it. And it's given that I thought he's given a leg by, so
it was right in front of middle stump, and it hadn't pitched, so that was out for me. But hey-oh.
Most runs of the tournament so far: Kohli 711, Quinton de Kock 591, and young Rachin Ravindra 565. So Kohli way ahead of his closest rival. This one's outside the off stump, trying to glide that away towards the short third man, straight to him. Unfortunately, a little bit on the left or right could have fetched him a boundary.
Well, he's had one more innings than everyone else, though, hasn't he? So far.
Yeah, Quinton de Kock has one more. Yeah, but it's about 140 runs ahead already. So 756. They've been around this run rate, haven't they, for the last 5 or 10 overs? I mean, would have liked from India's point of view. That's wicket missing the ball earlier where we thought it was close. As bowls shorter and slower outside the off stump. Very well bowled there. Good deviation of pace. And the ball, unfortunately, Iyer, who was well set, trying to wallop this away on the onside.
It was Rahul again. It's Rahul again.
Oh, sorry, because they keep putting the arrow on.
Yeah, that's because it's the end of the over.
End of the over, yes.
So he's on strike next ball minute.
That's how it works.
Next ball, yes, absolutely. But I really don't know what the number of balls was. Anyway, over number 47 gone. KL Rahul struggling, 10 on 10. Iyer 93 off 65. India 354 for 2.
I think, to be fair, having got Kohli out, they've actually slowed it down because they were looking at 400 plus, weren't they? And if you had Sky out there, you thought they might well get there. But with 3 overs left, if they get to 390, they'll be doing well.
They've got enough now.
Yeah, they've got enough now. That's probably
Jay says, as I've said it before, India v Australia, no matter who wins, we all lose.
Who said that, Jay?
Yeah.
So
he
true.
also says
so true, Jay.
Beckham is mates with Kohli. Wouldn't surprise me. I can imagine they'd have mutual conversations denied to most.
I wouldn't be surprised if Beckham's being sponsored to try and promote cricket in the US with a lot of Indian franchises going out there as well. It's about the money, isn't it? That's an untapped market. And this one, a new over begins, 48th over, and Saudi bowls outside the off stump. And this one's beautifully launched by Shreyas Iyer, picks it up from the offside and launches this one high and wide over the deep mid-wicket skies for another 6, and he moves majestically onto 99, and that's his 8th 6. 360.
I mean, this is just a template ODI innings. Quick start, you have Virat getting 100 off 100, and Iyer doing giving it the real impetus, striking at 150. It's just a perfect ODI innings.
Impetus and momentum is the key, gents. I love the way this guy
3 centuries in a row, 3 out of 4 for Shreyas Iyer.
99 off 66.
If
150
he gets it.
strike rate.
And they only really tested him once with a short ball when Ferguson was bowling at him.
Yes, that's his sort of nemesis, isn't it?
The
short
Achilles
ball.
heel, it's supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen that. He's almost got out every single innings and didn't sort of shy away from going for the hook or the pull with the short ball that led to his downfall many a times in this tournament. He's come back strong. Shreyas Iyer repaying the faith that's been shown by the selectors and the leadership group. This one's driven nicely onto the onside towards mid-on, long on, and the batters go through for a single. See, if you look at the Indian team...
That's Shreyas Iyer's 100 of 67 deliveries.
100 of 67. Yes, it is. What a mighty, great knock by Shreyas Iyer. That's his 100, and it's come off 67 balls and strike rate close to 150. Well done, Shreyas Iyer.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
What an impact innings has had, gents. Thoughts?
Oh, it's just a quality innings. But he's done this as I was just saying, he's done this 3 or 4 in a row, I think.
This one's again KL Rahul trying to swivel away onto the onside, not getting enough connection or any kind of timing on that. That goes towards the fine leg area and the batters go through for one. Looking at the injuries India had coming into the World Cup, they didn't rush in Bumrah. He was injured for a long time. They went ahead, rested him, got him rehabilitated, done all the training with him. Same with Shreyas Iyer, and the same applies to KL Rahul. Don't you think they've done that really well, gents?
Well, Rahul Dravid took some criticism. They played a lot of ODIs and they tried out a lot of players, and he was criticised for that, but I think it's the right thing to do.
As Saudi bowls, this one shorter, and Shreyas Iyer looking to launch this one, not getting hold of that as it goes towards the mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single. 362 for 2 in the 48th over. India winning the toss in the first semi-final. Have lost Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Shubham Gill was off retired hurt for 79 earlier, but Shreyas Iyer, what a knock this has been. He's taken it apart. 101 off 68. The impact he's had, almost scoring at 150 strike rate. He's certainly taken the game away for India. This one's outside the off stump, and Rahul looking to innovate. He fell away from the off stump, go on bended knee and trying to glide this one towards the onside, not getting too much bat on that. However, it goes towards the long leg area where Conway fields, and they come back for 2 bare.
KL Rahul's not a bad T20 player though, is he? Actually.
Well, he normally opens though.
Yeah.
I mean, he is trying. He's absolutely trying, to be fair. I just think this I mean, it's only going to cost them like 10
I mean, he's got
runs
100 or 50 balls in the IPL, hasn't he?
Well,
Shit
yeah,
like that.
yeah, but it's different when you can start out
Yeah.
and you know, you start in the power play with only 2 fielders out.
It is indeed. Saudi bowls shorter, and it's outside the off stump and slashed away towards the deep cover area for a single by Shreyas Iyer. End of over number 48, 366 for 2. Rahul on 14 and Shreyas Iyer on 101. Andy.
Yeah, no more tweets. I'll just finish that thought. Yeah, you know, he is trying, but he's hitting the ball. He's just hitting the ball where he can, and it goes to fielders or it doesn't. Whereas Sky is the player who can manipulate the field and play the funny shots and put the ball where the fielders aren't. And
Yeah.
it does look. India do some funny things, like they seem to have no problem allowing players to slow down for their hundreds, even apart from Kohli, and they do things like this. But
when was it before that you've seen? I haven't seen anyone apart from Kohli, because KL Rahul was on 97, and you know they didn't really sort of support him to go for the 100. Few innings away, few matches.
no,
ago.
I think I did it a couple of games ago. Pretty sure.
Wasn't that one with KL Rahul though? Wasn't that the one? Yeah, exactly. Kohli got them over the line, didn't he? And
Yeah.
Rahul was a bit pissed off about it.
Kohli got them over the line, whereas I mean, KL Rahul, when he was doing
Rahul won the game with a 6, and he was gutted because he was trying to win it with 2 4s to get 100.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, right. Over number 49. However, it's Kohli, and the love affair with the Indian leadership and the fans continues. He's box office anyway, isn't he? And he's every media sort of production's dream. So that's how it goes, ladies and gents. This one's over pitched, and KL Rahul He's proving his critics wrong,
No,
and
it
he
was a
launches
full
this
toss.
one long and high over the long on sky for a mighty 6 to move on to 20.
2, 4, 6.
That was a poor ball. Low full toss. Get that wrong, and it does go.
It was indeed, and KL Rahul now moves up to 20. What kind of score do you think we're going to be expecting, gents, here? 372 already. We've got 11 balls remaining.
Yeah, about 390, which is what it's looked like for a while.
Could still get 400 here.
I would say 400, close to 400. Ball comes, and this one's on a Yorker length, and this one's hit beautifully towards. There was only a little bit of room from the short third man and the cover point area, and he executes this meticulously, places this one and times it to absolute perfectness, and that ball goes into the boundary as well as India go up to 376 for 2.
Well, that's 10 off the first 2 balls, and certainly that 400 is definitely on, really, if they can do that.
Trent Bolt's gone off for 80 already. This is his 10th over. Trent Bolt, what can he do? This one's a better delivery. Yorked him there, but KL Rahul equal to the task as he digs this one and plays it past Bolt to the long on area, and they cross over for a quick single. Rahul moves up to 25. Shreyas Iyer 101 off 68, striking at about 150.
Well,
brilliant.
I'll tell you this: if New Zealand do win this semi-final, A, most of us haven't expected it, we won't. But B, it'll be a fucking thriller. You'd imagine.
Yeah, it'll have to be. Yeah, they aren't going to cruise it. I don't think it's safe enough to say that.
Trent Bolt comes in. This one's it's actually on an overpitched length as well, and Iyer effortlessly stands still and delivers well between the mid wicket and the long on area for another boundary. Boundaries coming in as like easy as pie, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's the nature of the game.
I don't think this is good bowling. He hasn't taken the pace off anything. He's put a full toss, 2 in the slot.
Agreed, Andy. He's making it so very easy for the batters, and especially Shreyas Iyer, who's in the form of his life. Shorter, and this one's way outside the off stump, and he plays it rather tiredly. He was going to fetch the ball from outside the off stump, and he hits it. He lifts this one, didn't get the elevation that he was looking for, and he plays straight in to the hands of the long on fielder, who Daryl Mitchell. And Bolt strikes, and Shreyas Iyer is gone for 105 off 70 in the 49th over. India lose their 3rd wicket with the score on 381.
Yeah. Ooh, player jingle. That one.
On your bike, mate.
Surya Kumar Yadav is a new man in. Do we have a jingle for him?
Oh, he do indeed. He's got 7 balls to impose himself. Sky. He's got a long jingle. Here we go.
Surya Kumar. Surya. Now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now. Surya Kumar, you're down.
Wow, that's a long one, and
yeah, they're all long here. Oh, look, he dropped his bat on the way out to Shreyas. Also, he got someone.
Some minion picked it up for him. Yeah.
He looks like he's a bit cramped as well.
Surya Kumar Yadav, what an innings. 105. He entertained from the word go. From the time he came in, he built it up nicely. He was always scoring around 130, 140, and he ends up at a strike rate of exactly 150. What a knock. The impact he has had on the innings has been great. This one on the very first ball, Yadav, Surya Kumar Yadav, Sky as he fondly knows, on the legs up, flicked away in Sky style towards the long leg area, and the batters go through for 1. End of over number 49, 382 for 3.
Jay says he did Google Beckham cricket. The only thing he could find was mass outrage about him missing Bobby Charlton's funeral to go to this match.
Oh.
I can see people being a bit pissed off by that, actually. But, you know, Beckham's got to increase his net worth from 500 million to 501 million.
Well,
that's more important.
He could have probably done both, couldn't he?
You would have thought so.
Bobby's-
It was 2 days ago.
Yeah, exactly. Just fly out there the day after. You've been there. It's only an 8-hour flight out to Delhi or something.
I think people were a bit more pissed off that the manager didn't go, which wasn't a smart PR move from a manager under
Ten
pressure.
Hag didn't go.
I don't think he did. No.
For fuck's sake, you idiot! You are a muppet. Officially.
And batters to come, we have Jadeja after this, who can also use the long handle. I mean, New Zealand, they didn't try out Daryl Mitchell. I haven't seen him bowl in the World Cup, gents. Did you?
Yeah, he's bowled a couple of games. I think he's bowled a few.
Is he? Okay. Southey comes. They should have tried him. Oh, and Suryakumar with his very second ball. He looks to hoik this one. It's the only 6 balls remaining, but he does very well in hoiking it straight in down the throat of Glenn Phillips in the deep mid-wicket area. It was hit long and high, selflessly by Suryakumar. He only had 6 balls to go, and Glenn Phillips runs around, and it had to stay up for a while for the ball to descend. However, he's got safe pair of hands, and New Zealand strike with the 4th wicket on 382.
Yeah.
The man out, Suryakumar, 382 for 4.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Does that Shubham Gill come out?
Yeah. Yep.
Shubham Gill's come out.
Shubham Gill has come out. Just faced another 5 deliveries. What can he do? A bit of unfair position for Sky to be in.
No one's gonna have a pop at him on that one, are they? I mean,
absolutely not.
You got 7 balls, just try and hit it. You get it out. Doesn't really matter. You got 380 on the board already.
Yeah, and a few more wickets a little bit earlier might have had an impact for New Zealand. However, the wickets coming in a bit late because the Indian batters looking to up the momentum here. This one's outside the off stump. Gill plays it towards the deep mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a quick single. Should Jadeja have come?
Is Gill actually injured, and is he be able to run, or they just sent him out because there's no other proper batters left? Oh, I suppose you've got
Jadeja is
Nothing
there.
wrong with Jadeja. Plus he, as you say, he's quite quick, so it's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, it's again like, oh, you've been set to go next, so you're going. That kind of story, isn't it? I mean, Jadeja would have been ideal. He runs like a hare, and he can really hit the ball harder. Definitely more innovative than Shubham Gill at this stage of the innings as well. However, that's the thinking behind the Indian leadership. This one's and KL Rahul. This one's outside the off stump. He fetches this one and hits this one long and high and well over the deep mid-wicket area for a 6. What a shot, gents! What kind of a shot was that?
It was a hoik from outside off stump, but he timed it pretty well.
He timed it well. He got underneath the ball. Saudi was bowling at a decent pace. He was picking the ball from outside the off stump and hoiked it away for a 6.
I said it hit someone on the leg. I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Always keep your eye on the ball.
And the Kiwis, Sansa and Glenn Phillips, almost hugging each other because they were running towards the ball. They realized it was going way ahead of them. 3 more balls remaining, 389. This one's outside the off stump. KL Rahul looking to reverse sweep, not getting hold of that one as it goes harmlessly through to the wicketkeeper. 2 balls remaining, 389 for 4. Run rate 7.83. Have we ever seen a bigger score than this in a World Cup semi-finals?
Semi-final, possibly not. No.
India is certainly taking in their unbeaten record of 9 games. Can they go through with this one? Just 2 more games here to win this trophy. They've been all looking out for international trophy for a long time. Could this be the opportunity? Shortish on the back foot goes Rahul and places this one nicely towards the long leg area between the deep fine and the long leg area for another boundary. It's turned out to be an expensive 15-run over so far.
Yeah.
With just 1 ball remaining.
Well, they can't get 400 unless there's a no ball or one.
Well, Southey could get a milestone because he's on 96 with 1 ball left.
Wow. And 4 more, you get 100, and then it'll be 399 and be 400 to win. So they're to chase
Which
exactly
is what
8 and over.
England had to chase against South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Also at this ground.
393 there. I thought it was 395.
I bet they're going to hoop around corners as well.
No, I think we might see
Saudi
that.
ball
Yeah.
in the last ball of the innings, and this one's outside the off stump. He goes on the back foot and slashes this one beautifully towards the 3rd man area for another boundary to end the total at 397. Rahul, a cameo of 39 of 20 balls. India, what a mammoth total they posted. 397 for 4, choosing to bat after winning the toss in the first semi-final. It's been a grand display of batsmanship here from the Indian batters, certainly proving their worth. And Kiwi bowlers, unfortunately, didn't have too much answers for them. Gents.
No, I think Kiwis bowled quite poorly from the outset and consequently were under pressure the whole way through. Let me just run you through the scorecard, then we'll have a little chat. So Rohit Sharma caught Williamson, bowled soundly for 47. Got them off to a really good start for 29 deliveries. Shubman Gill not out 80 or 66. He's just come back in, but he went off with what looked like a calf injury, but he's come back at the end. Virat Kohli then got 100, caught Conway, bowled soundly, 117 of 130, well batted. Shreyas Iyer also got 100, caught Mitchell, well bowled for 105 off just 70 deliveries, quality innings. KL Rahul there, as you said, cracking little cameo, 39 of 20. We were saying Sky should have come out. Sky got
he
out
showed
for
us,
1 off 2. And KL Rahul went on a run rate of 195. Yeah, so of course with Shubman Gill coming out, he was the other not out batsman at the end, wasn't he? So the bowling figures: Trent Bolt 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 86, all expensive. Tim Southey did make that ton, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 100. Mitchell Santner's bowled well, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 51, although no wickets. Lockie Ferguson 8 overs, none for 65. Rachin Ravindra 7 overs, none for 60, and Glenn Phillips 5 overs, none for 33. All the bowlers pretty much taking a hit. So yeah, you're right. Where do we expect this to go? I expect India to roll over New Zealand
fast.
Yeah, I do expect that, but you know, could be pleasantly surprised. You never know.
I really don't expect it's going to be a rollover. I'd really like to think New Zealand will put up a fight. You know, they're decent blokes. They play well within themselves, and they understand the game. They've been here. They know what it's like to get here. They worked hard. So I'm sure they'll come up with something.
Yeah, I hope so. What I want to see, Devon Conway got 140 or whatever it was against us in the first game of the tournament. He's done a little bit since, but nothing much. Ravindra has been the man. If those two can get off to a start and Conway doesn't lose his wicket and they can get up to 100, 110 before they lose the first wicket in sort of 12, 13, 14 overs, then we might have a game. If they lose two wickets early,
if they can do that against Bumrah.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. But if Kane Williamson can play like a Kohli innings in the middle and everybody bats around him, the thing is, Rachin has already, versus India, he's done really well too. He scored some runs before, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
Devon Conway's
I think the best New Zealand can probably hope for is needing maybe 120 off the last 10 overs with maybe 6 batsmen left in the hutch. And the thing is, they haven't got Jimmy Neesham in this side, have they? He's not playing. You need a banger at the end. Well, they've got Glenn Phillips actually. Glenn Phillips could, he could have a game.
Mark Chapman is the heater. That's why he's playing at 7. I wonder how Mark Chapman is playing ahead of Jimmy Neesham. That's interesting, isn't it? Neesham did come and sort of score some runs in one of those games.
Well, he did. He nearly took it away from the Australians. Yeah. I think, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Maybe he
bowls as well. He bowls some decent overs. But Mark Chapman, I mean, he used to play for Hong Kong for a bit. I mean, he has been. I mean, they have entrusted him with that finisher's role. He hasn't really done much though in the tournament. Again, Glenn Phillips, he can really hit the long ball. So if one of these guys stick around, Daryl Mitchell can come and do a Shreyas Iyer for the Kiwis. Will be nice. He's capable of doing that. Devon Conway and Rachin Ravindra, we know what they're capable of. The only kind of challenge here is they're facing the Indian bowling attack. Any other bowling attack, you would have given them some glimmer of hope. But the Indian attack is again flawless. The other aspect is, gents, they have 5 good bowlers, but they don't have a 6th option. So if one of them has a bad day, they had to go into the likes of Rohit Sharma or Shubman Gill or Kohli, like we saw in the Netherlands.
Well, I was just going to say, all 3 of those bowled against the Netherlands, didn't they? But that was a bit of a joke match. But I kept listening. It was like, Kohli's bowling, he got a wicket for fuck's sake. And then, then Rohit was bowling at the end. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? And I saw that Shubman Gill bowled as well. I was like, Jesus Christ, they're not taking it seriously. But hey.
This is why when they had Hardik Pandya, they had the cushion because they always had the extra bowler when Shardul Thakur was playing. So this is the thing. This is what I would do if I was in the New Zealand camp or in the think tank. I would tell them, try to take on one bowler apart. I mean, Mohammad Shami, after all the magic he displayed in the last game versus Netherlands, he didn't pick up even a single wicket.
Well, yeah, that's true. Listen, right, we're going to take a break. we're going to listen to highlights of the last game that India played against the Netherlands. You're even going to get to hear all that now. That's coming up for you now, and we'll be back when the game starts. We'll see you
Cheers,
shortly.
guys.
Bye.
Thanks for listening. See you in a bit.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup highlights. Gorilla World Cup highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Hello, welcome to Gorilla Cricket. Welcome to Dead Rubber Central and India versus the Netherlands from Bengaluru. Well, AFC Wimbledon versus Barcelona, Hereford United versus Newcastle, David versus Goliath, even the Bear versus Kieran Pollard. This, though, would be the ultimate giant killing. India unstoppable. 8 from 8, they're batting imperious, they're bowling at times unplayable. Netherlands, 2 wins from 8, sometimes cannon fodder, and yet their proud whole has proven to sometimes be bigger than the sum of their parts. Just ask South Africa or Bangladesh. Today, every ounce of common sense says only one result is possible, and yet. Right, well, team and toss news. Let's go straight to that. India have won the toss. Rohit has chosen to bat, and it's pretty humid out there, and that's not a surprise unless you're Jos Buttler, when perhaps it is. Both teams are unchanged. So it'll be for India, Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Suryakumar Yadav, Jadeja, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj. For the Netherlands, Wesley Baresi, Max O'Dowd, Colin Ackerman, Sybrand Engelbrecht, please release me, Scott Edwards, captain and wicketkeeper, Baz Deleda, Tejan Edmanaru, Logan Van Beek, the famous roll-on, roll-off Ferry van der Merwe, Aryan Dutt and Paul van Meekeren. But we're about to watch the right-handed Rohit face the right arm of Dutt, and it's gone down leg, and immediately it's a free run on the board for India with a wide on. Swept high, swept handsome, 1 bounce, backward a square, 4 runs. And as Aryan Dutt is in, that's short, it's wide, it's spanked away, backward off point by Rohit for another one of these. Oh, down the track comes Shubman Gill. He's off and running, or rather he's not running, because he's launched this way back into the stand. I'm not sure how long that is, but I'm guessing you're talking 90 metres plus. And it is the first one of these for the day, 6 runs. Logan Van Beek launched again by Shubman Gill. High, handsome and long, over, backward square. I think that went the distance. It certainly did, for 6 runs.
2, 4, 6.
I'll do a couple of tweets.
53 without loss, 6
Kiwi
overs.
by day.
In comes Colin Ackerman, wide of off stump. That is beautifully driven away through the covers for 4 runs. Oh, that's launched by Rohit. That was a golf shot. Didn't manage to hit the stand like Shubman Gill, the roof of the stand like Shubman Gill. He did get it into the upper tier though, and away it goes. And Kate will be nervously ticking off that. What was it? The 498. It's another 6, and that's going to be no run. Backward off point. The David Cross lookalike Baz Deleda gets his hat, and it means that at the end of the power play. And the end of this little trio's stint, India have progressed all too comfortably for Kate's liking. 91 without loss. I could tell you could tell yourself that that's a run rate of 9.1. 91 without loss after 10 overs.
Well, it's just Gill on 49 of 29 deliveries. Full toss will be played down to long on. Shubman Gill, press the blue button, Tony, is reached 50 not out after 11.1 overs.
Yep, 50 or 30. Terrific knock from Shubbers. He's done very nicely.
Dab down to back for a single.
Virtually, right?
And after 11.4 overs, Tony, the score has reached 100 for no wicket. Shaw helped on its way, hoiked, and it is caught.
Yep.
It'll be checked, I'm sure, because there's been some nifty footwork, I think, by Aryan Dutt in the deep, but Gill...
I think it might be Manaru. I'm not sure who took the catch there.
Yeah, I think he was well inside the line. A short arm pull straight down his throat, pretty much.
But it has reached the hands of deep backward. Square or long leg probably is where the ball's ended up.
Ended up one-handed, right?
Two hands, 1 foot.
Yeah, he doesn't actually take a step back. You'd need a camera angle that was behind him. I think it's been given and verified as out.
Yeah.
It is. And it was Nibmanaru, and he did an extremely fine piece of balancing, didn't he, Al?
That is correct, and it brings Virat Kohli to the crease.
Well, it's all happening. Let's say the farewell
no one
first.
knows, surely.
This is a beautiful cover drive. Extra cover drive by Rohit Sharma. Pierces the field, goes to the sponge. And with that last ball of the 14th over, Rohit Sharma goes to 52, not out.
You go miles to see that one.
This one on length has been hoiked away towards cow corner. Is there a man out there? Yes, there is. I think that might be Baresi. And at deep mid-wicket, cow corner, Rohit falls. Steamed a shot of frustration, which is very un-Rohit-like. And the second wicket has fallen. It's difficult to explain the method behind the madness there.
Oh, it was beautifully taken, actually.
Mistimed, for sure.
Well inside the boundary sponge. And with the score at 129, Rohit Sharma departs. Caught Baresi, bowled Galeda.
Indeed.
61 of 54.
He has gone.
Just today, just watching the Indian batters, they've actually all been just beautifully timing for the most part. A few mistimed things. And this is Van Beek into Kohli and smashed down the ground in the air. And that's going to be a 6.
Maximum.
And that brings up the 150, I do believe.
Because at the moment they're just turning over the strike beautifully.
Yep.
So again, into Shiraz and just played beautifully into the offside for a single. And that's the 50 partnership.
Of 48 balls.
This time it is played onto the leg side with a hook running to the boundary. But should just be a single for Virat, and that brings up his 50.
Yep, button 50 or 53 balls, I do believe.
Van der Merwe into Shiraz and played off stump to the boundary rider for a single. And we were watching now a replay of when Kohli got his 50 and he was doing some strange walk. Did you guys see that?
I didn't.
He had his shoulders out and he was swaying his arms almost to say, yep, another one.
Was he puffing his chest out, saying,
yes.
All right, give me the big I am. Oh, that brings up the 200, by the way.
Van der Merwe. Bowled him! You got him to Kohli. There you go.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
Come on, Stephen. What more must I do? I had to wait for the former South African to come on.
Wow.
Well done.
Yep. So Kohli's gone for 51 off 56.
And 200 for 3 is India.
Oh, that's beautifully driven by Shreyas Iyer. Way past extra cover. The little camera on wheels goes scurrying across to be right in front of it. And it will be 4 more runs. Super, super drive. And more importantly, it's also the 50 up. So he does become the 4th Indian to reach 50. Well batted Shreyas Iyer. He has moved on to 53 with that 4. And a very fine effort it was too. In comes Bastelida. Oh, whipped off his toes very nicely, but there's a man down on the square and there will just be a single. They're getting through the overs, by Jove.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have any problems with over 8. They've got the spin twins going for a while, and now they've got Ackerman continuing.
Well,
So-
after 36, it's 251 for 3. We're coming up towards the last 10 overs. That's launched magnificently up and over extra cover. It hits the wall behind the boundary fence and comes bouncing back into play, but not before it had cleared that sponge for one of these.
Delayed it in. Shaw pulled. Front foot pull shot. There's 2 men out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they can't stop it. It bounces just inside the sponge, and that's a glorious ball. First ball of this 43rd over is turned to mid-wicket by KL Rahul. It's taken him 40 balls, but he's got 50 runs. This one is in the slot, and Shreyas needs no further invitation. It is high, it is deep, it is 6 glorious runs. Last ball of the 46th over, Shreyas on 99 off 83 deliveries. Short ball outside off stump, pulled through mid-wicket. A jog through single. Shreyas Iyer take about 100, not out.
3, 4, 6 for 3.
This one hoisted over the top of the bowler's head by KL Rahul. A couple of bounces and a bit of a dribble, and it's 4 runs. 350 up for India, as this is outside the off stump and it has been hit down the ground by Shreyas, and that again has gone a long way to 6. This one is again a length ball on off stump and pulled away by Shreyas through cow corner, and that one's gone even further than the first one.
That is huge.
Helmets out in the crowd. That's 2 sixes in a row.
2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row.
And this has been Shaw outside the off stump, pulled away on length by Shreyas. And if you're wanting to learn your 6 times table, 3 sixes are 18 runs.
Tattooed
Cal
everywhere.
Rahul has taken this first ball outside off stump and hit it over cow corner, and it's gone a million rows back. 399 for 3. KL Rahul, 95 not out, and he's flicked that over square leg. Jason's going to have to go mad with the jingles. KL Rahul, 100 of 62 deliveries. Take a bow.
2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row.
And India.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations,
And
sir.
a four-
You are a centurion.
And the 400 jingle.
And the 400.
Oh, God, we've got to find that as well.
Yeah, I'll give you a ball to find that out. Short, pulled away.
Goodbye.
Has he got enough of this into the night sky? No. No, he hasn't. KL Rahul has thrown it all away with 1 ball left of the innings. Out in the deep for 102 of 63 deliveries. Last ball of the innings. Surya Kumar has come in. He's chipped the ball over backward point deep. Point will make his way around. They'll take 2. Surya Kumar ends his innings with a strike rate of 200.
Yeah, probably the highest strike rate of everybody.
Yeah, because he's only faced 1 ball. 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 off the final over. But the wicket, Shreyas Iyer stays unbeaten on 128 of 94 deliveries. And if the Netherlands are to shock the world, they will need 411 runs to win.
The world would be shocked. 126 in the last 10 overs there.
Ow.
Ow, indeed. It was a rocketing start by India. The first wicket fell just after the power play in the 12th over. Shubman Gill was out for 51 of 32 deliveries. They must all feel they've missed out a little bit, I guess. Rohit was out for 61. He kind of gave his wicket away, caught Baresi in the deep bowled the leader, 61 of 54 deliveries. Kohli came in and made his usual half century, but then was bowled by the arm ball of Van der Merwe, 51. He's the only one who had a strike rate of less than 100, 51 of 56 balls. Shreyas not out 128. KL Rahul was the last man out. Paul Engelbrecht bowled the lead, 102 of 64 deliveries in a partnership worth 208 with Gill, and then Surya Kumar 2 off 1 delivery. 13 wides, 1 no ball, so an extra 2 overs was given to India, and they probably needed no more invitation. The bowling figures: Dutt got 7 overs, none for 52. Van der Beek 10 overs, 0 for 107. Ackerman 3 overs, 0 for 25. Van Meekeren 10 overs, 1 for 90. Van der Merwe, by far the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, 1 for 53. And Bas de Leder 10 overs, 2 for 82.
Looks like it's Jasprit Bumrah to begin the attack. And looks like it is Baresi who's intense and he's watching, and the first ball is coming in now. Strays onto the leg stump. There's Bumrah, so not his usual unerring accuracy. And Baresi shovels it round the corner down to long leg. And we're underway. Netherlands won without loss after the first ball. Oh, a big slash. He's got a little edge, I think. Yes, Rahul raises his hand. Siraj is happy. Chris Gaffney is happy.
They're reviewing it. So
isn't happy, and that's Baresi.
We're reviewing something, Forty.
Well, this is interesting. Don't think it's the...
Looks a very legitimate edge to me, I have to say. Very
I think the only
edge.
It could carry, and I'm almost 100% certain it did.
That's got...
Ultra edge is going to be interesting. I
think it's clipped.
You think it's clipped?
Yeah.
Pretty sure Baresi's sure it didn't. There's no doubt it's taken because Kale has just about everything, and he could underneath it. That's all fine.
Well,
so it's all down to ultra edge.
Joe Wilson's third umpire, so anything could happen now.
Oh Christ! Okay, can you imagine him as my co-pilot? We got me doing the controls and Joel. But he says it's which way, Joel? Don't ask me. I can't see anything. Which buttons are you pressing? Don't ask me. I don't know which buttons to press.
Now, to impress Bear, I'm going to say that's Netherlands 5 for 1 off 1.3 overs, and Wesley Baresi is out for 4 runs of 5 balls. KL Rahul bowled Siraj. Thank you.
Beautifully enunciated.
And O'Dowd, the unmistakable, the Lockett. O'Dowd. Oh, he essays a beautiful cover drive. It was there to be hit, and he lumped it through the covers for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Rather a lovely shot, Shelley.
Absolutely, and then we're also seeing a picture of some of the Netherlands supporters, and it actually seems like quite a big bunch have come over for the World Cup.
Oh, that's a beautiful on drive. Straight as a die, except it was slightly on the onside, so not that straight, I suppose. And well done, Colin Ackerman is playing really well here. Is it 4 of these?
But 45 runs already, or 41 balls, this partnership really looking good. And very happy for the Netherlands that they've been able to put such a partnership together, not just this massive haul of wickets.
Siraj in for the last ball of the over to O'Dowd, and he's mistimed that one. He talked to him, he's just got away with it, just goes over the head of square leg. And they'll scootle back for a single. O'Dowd will keep the strike. The end of the 9th over. Netherlands 52 for 1. And that's pulled by O'Dowd. I think he's got most of that. Yes, he has. It's gone 5 rows back. A superb hook. And that's a maximum. Well, we've had a very Beatles-esque half hour. Last ball, Shami to O'Dowd. Maybe a few sighs of relief around the world as you'll enter the normal universe after this one. It's defended by O'Dowd, 2 mid-wicket, dot ball. Ackerman 32, O'Dowd 26, end of the 10th over, end of that power play. Netherlands 62 for 1. I shall sign off. Lovely to have been with you. Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Tony.
That's out.
That's out. Attempted sweep from Ackerman there, and it just hits him on the pad. The umpire's finger goes straight up. He almost doesn't even have to wait for the appeal. Is there going to be a review, discussion between the batsmen?
I would not review that. I think that's Midland leg, hitting leg.
Well, they're going to have a look.
Oh, you should have got your money in, Stephen.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy, Ackerman. I think he thinks he's a goner, but he's reviewed anyway.
Oh,
well, he missed a sweep in the last over, and he didn't heed the warning, did he? He's tried it again this over, and once again been hit on the pad.
That's going to be hitting straight up the middle of leg stump, I'd say.
It's landed right on the middle, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And hasn't done much from there.
Yeah. If he hasn't got a tiny little scratch on that as it goes past the bat, then he's absolutely dead meat. And we're looking at it now, and it's there's no worm. It's flatlined.
No scratch.
I think you are a dead dodo type thing.
Dead dodo type thing.
I think that will have to go down in the book as a poor review.
Yeah.
Well, we've had plenty of those in the last 3 days, that's for sure.
So, O'Dowd departs. Sorry, Ackerman departs for 35 or 32 balls, and the score is 66 for 2.
Ravinder Jadeja is on, and he's immediately beaten the bat, and I think, has that bowled?
Has
that bowled him? Yep,
wow.
O'Dowd is on his way. So, right on cue, Jadeja is, hopefully from his point of view, inducing a Dutch collapse. First ball of his spell.
Wow. Got rid of O'Dowd, who scored 30 or 42 balls. And scores 72 for 3 now.
It's a slowish one, and Engelbrecht doesn't know too much about that. It's inside, edged away towards square leg, but he will get the reward of a single nonetheless. So 86 for 3 the score after 20 as we hand over to the next crew. Have fun, folks.
Both batsmen on 17 as Engelbrecht pushes this ball down to long off. 108 for 3 with 1 ball left of this 24th over. That is, I was going to say absolute filth, but he's been strangled down the leg side. Kate clutches her head in disappointment. Engelbrecht has gone. KL Rahul bowled. Virat Kohli. Edwards has gone, for 17, and it's Nelson for 4.
Bumrah in for the last ball of the over to the leader and just defended into the covers for no run. So that is 100. Oh, did he get him out?
No, the off stump did the defending into the covers.
Oh, gosh.
It looked like it could have come off the bat, but no.
Indeed. Smashed into the stumps, and that's a wicket in my first over back, second over back.
Who'd have thunk it?
Who'd have thunk it? And once again, it is Bumrah.
Yep.
Look at that. What a delivery. Absolutely. Bales go flying. Oh, fantastic. Do you have a jingle for us, Jason?
I'm just trying to get the score. So, Basilida, 12 off 21 with the score on 144 for 5 as he is dismissed.
Durakuma in and smashed over the head for 6 runs by I think, who was that?
The one we can't pronounce.
Nidan Manuru.
There we go. Jason, you should say it. Fantastic shot. Beautifully played. Well timed.
And that brought up the 155.
On the ball.
That brought up the 150 as well.
Siraj in and bowled. Great delivery. A lot more Yorker length and gets his man Engelbrecht out for 45 after 79 balls.
And if that was a setup, it was the least subtle one we've ever seen. He bowled 3 that were flirting with wides. One of them actually was. And then he bowled a straight one. The batsman wasn't ready for it.
Kuldeep in and smashed down the ground. Will it be caught? No, and I think that's a 6.
It is. Only just a 6. I mean, he did his best to haul it back from the boundary. He was always going over, given the amount of batter he got on it. He just managed to get a finger on it, I think, but couldn't keep his field in play and keep the ball in play at the same time. Yep.
That was the voice of Jason G. Hiscox. Oh, hasn't completely gone yet. Well, certainly there's a jingle to come. Turn it off! Turn it off, Bear! The Bear has finally turned it off, and you'll now notice that you have the variable tones of me, Gorilla Hendo. And alongside me is Tony the Bishop. And New Zealand are either going to make an incredibly good fist of this and fall agonisingly short, or they're going to be blown away. 38 for 3, I reckon. Especially when you've got someone like this to open the bowling for India. 398 required to win. And with the ball in his hand is this man.
And now they're Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
He's going to be bowling to Devon Conway, left-handed Devon Conway. He's also out there with Ravindra. What a World Cup he has had. And Bumrah comes in, bowls, and he cuts immediately. It's a good shot. It's sped away through the covers. Even if there'd been someone almost on the line of that, I'm not sure they would have stopped it. And New Zealand start with a 4. I've been bigging up Bumrah every time I see him bowl. He's brilliant since he came back from injury. But that was a little bit short, gave him the width that possibly would have been a wide had he not played it with such accomplishment. Devon Conway, of course, who opened the tournament with 150 against England. And here he is again. Bumrah in, 2 slips. He drives up to mid-off. Rohit fields. There is no run. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed hundreds from Shreyas Iyer and from Virat Kohli, would you believe? Virat Kohli? Who's he? He scored another 100. He's having an incredible World Cup. Could this be his last World Cup? Could be, couldn't it? Because he's, 32, 33. So what a way to go out that would be if India managed to lift. If he wins, it will be. Well, yes, absolutely. 2 slips go down. In comes Bumrah, and this is chopped again by Conway. He's found that little gap backward a square again, and that has sped away for a second of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And remiss of me to mention that the other voice you heard just piping up there deep in the weather cave in Western Australia, it's Messi Jez. Hi, Messi.
Hello, Hendo. Good to see you back. I hope you had a good walk yesterday.
I did have a good walk. Bumrah in again, bowls 2 wide. Conway is not tempted into driving at that, and it is just inside the guidance line. It was 87, nearly 88 miles an hour, taken behind the stumps. So 8 for no wicket. I can see you've got 3 ducks in a row behind you, Messi. Are you trying to get New Zealand out quickly?
They're more predictive than anything else, but they're also to offset the cat and the dog that are on the screen that you can't actually see, but that surround you at this very moment.
Oh yes, I see them now. Yes. Now he's pulled Conway into playing a little dab at that outside the off stump. It was a little just back of a length, but seeming to gather pace off the wicket, and he was almost with the angle pulled into playing at that. No real movement of the feet, and that can be a little bit dangerous against Bumrah. There is no run. 8 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining in the first over. Ravindra at the other end. 2 left-handers to open this New Zealand innings. Very focused Bumrah as he's in, bowls, and once more Conway decides to let that one go outside the off stump. It's the end of the first over. New Zealand have advanced to 8 for no wicket. They kind of need 8 and over, almost exactly 8 and over, so that's a pretty good start, Tony.
It's a very good start. Who knows? I mean, we were all expecting spin to be the order of the day, and maybe it yet will be, but for Bumrah that's a surprisingly lax start.
Messi, got any tweets for us or anything like that?
Leah says New Zealand need the highest total in World Cup knockouts ever to chase this. I'd also point out that there's only been 2 previous second innings on this wicket in this World Cup. One finished in 19.5 overs, the other finished in 22 overs. So
good place to bat first by the sound of it.
Got to improve.
Mohamed Siraj, who's not had so far the best World Cup. I know Anindo's been quite critical of him. He's taken 12 wickets at 28, an economy rate of 5.2, but he's on now, and this is his jingle. Here he is. Just the one slip for him, and he bowls an in-swinging Yorker, which ends up just a little bit short of that. So it's kind of a half volley, which Ravindra digs up to mid-off without really flailing at, and they get no run. Rod Tucker has reached the milestone of 100 one-day internationals. And that, I mean, people keep saying this is a dying format, but that's a lot of ODIs. Someone's playing a lot of ODIs somewhere, and they need umpires. And that's what they're getting.
They do.
In comes Siraj, bowls to Ravindra, and he plays a good-looking shot to a good length delivery, nicely, but only as far as Rohit at mid-off. He needed that to go a couple of yards either side of him. The win predictor at this early stage has India at 92%, and poor old New Zealand just 8%. I really wanted New Zealand to win this tournament this time, but they're going to fall short again, aren't they?
Seems so.
After stuffing us, of course. After stuffing us. And, of course, that had a knock-on effect on the whole of the tournament for England. Possibly. Here is Siraj. Again, the slip is quite wide, and brings that back into Ravindra, who pushes up to Rohit again. That's the third time he's played ball up to him in this over. There is just a little bit of swing there for Mohamed Siraj. Is there also the talk about Rachin Ravindra being named after Rahul and Sachin combined?
That's
and
right.
And his father
Rachin.
denying.
That's right. Yep.
Lovely story that. I like that.
Oh, I didn't know his dad had denied it though.
No, I don't know whether he's apparently his father. I didn't read the story, but the headline intimated that his father was denying that he'd done that.
I didn't know. I knew the reason of why. It was the portmanteau.
Ring of four on the offside. He's brought that one back, and he's dug that one out. Gosh, there is some late swing there for Siraj, and he's playing with Ravindra at the moment. He's bringing the ball back into him in the first four balls. Are we going to get the one that goes across him? He's looking for that edge. If he is, he might be thinking of getting a second slip in there, just to make sure that nothing is missed. But Siraj, as I said,
this is when you do tend to get it in Mumbai, the swing early on in the second innings.
Was there any swing at the beginning of the New Zealand of the
a
Indian
little,
England?
but not nothing like the extent of what we've just seen from Siraj.
Trent Bolt might like to be bowling now rather than 3 hours ago. In he comes, and he does bowl the one that goes across him, but he edges it, and he edges it successfully. It's a very fast outfield, and there's plenty of pace on Siraj's delivery, and the third man can't get around. 4 runs.
Your second slip might well have been in the game for that one.
Yeah, I should be captain of India. I'm prepared to change my nationality if you'd like me in charge. Anyway, ring of 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, saving the single, and this time Ravindra drives the ball outside the off stump, but it didn't even look to me as if he was trying to hit that. Has he got an edge to that? No,
I think it's the end of the over. Everyone seemed
getting very excited, didn't they?
Yeah.
But he missed it by miles from what I could see.
Yeah.
But I got confused there. Yeah, he's missed it by, I don't know, 8 inches. But that'll be encouraging for Siraj. He was just trying to get that one to go away from him off the pitch, and I think it did, just a little bit. So he's gone for 4 in his first over, 12 for no wicket after 2. Conway has 8, Ravindra has 4. New Zealand advancing in boundaries.
You could be a Hindu Hendo.
Oh, good, yes.
If you became captain of India,
you could have a Hindu rant. Hindu rant.
I thought of it more as a Buddha myself.
Yeah, I've got more of the shape of a
Stephen
Buddha.
Kelk says he's still offering €8, i.e. €10 minus the earlier €2 down payment for a New Zealand victory.
Now we'll have to break you off there just for a moment, Messi, because Bumrah has started a new over, and he's got Conway flashing at 1, rising outside the off stump. Got actually nowhere near it. 88.4. He's ratcheting it up, is Bumrah, And he's got that angle, and then it's going further. Very difficult man to play when he's in this mode.
I haven't jingled up either batsman, so
that's a good point.
I will do that after this next delivery, unless
Okay.
something fabulous happens.
So Bumrah, that stuttering start to the run-up. Then he's into full flow. Down the leg side, horrible ball. Possibly trying to get it straighter, but got it way too straight for a second set of stumps, to be honest, so that's a wide.
And what was I going to do? Oh, jingle up the batsman, wasn't I?
Oh yes.
Here's
so quickly we forget.
Here's Devon. Yes. Where am I? Who am I? What match is this?
It's Bumrah again in down the leg side again. Hits him on the pad. This is much straighter. Was nowhere near leg stump. Shirakumo Yadav has appealed from that, from I think long leg, which I think is a little bit silly. Anyway.
Let me do the other
No one
batsman
else has
before I
appealed.
forget who I am and why I'm even here.
Good,
Here we
good
go.
point. Good point.
He's gonna be a star. He is Russian Ravindra.
Lovely jingle. Bumrah in again. Bowls to Conway, way wide outside the off stump. Has Raul diving away to his left, and quite rightly, the umpire signals wide. Seeing a series of milestones. Kane Williamson, 12 runs for 4,000 in ODIs as captain. I do like those stats that get really convoluted, and you'd think, why on earth does anyone need to know that? Does someone actually go out to dinner and use that as a starting point for their discussion over the prawn cocktail?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do.
Did you know? Bumrah round the wicket now to Conway, who jabs forward at this one. It's a straight one and a better length, and only gets it as far as mid-wicket.
Might not be a vote winner on a first date, though.
No, probably not. Probably not.
Certainly not as a conversation
You've never
starter.
been to the annual dinner of the Association of Cricket Statisticians, then, Linda?
Oh God, no, I haven't. I don't think I'd really want to, I have to say, unless there were some particularly entertaining statisticians like Andy Zaltzman and.
Well, Andy's a member.
I'm sure he must be.
And he's also very entertaining.
He is very entertaining, but are the others entertaining enough? Or is he sufficient on his own? Bumrah in to Conway. Oh, he's jabbed that down almost down onto his leg stump. It's rolled past. And Conway doesn't seem too bothered. He just chews away at his gum. But just a little bit of a worry. 2 wides. The only... well, I was going to say the only scoring shots from this over, but obviously shots were not involved. But they're the only runs that have come from this over. That is the thing with Conway. He does play a little bit away from his body. And even in that double 100 when he made his test debut, I felt that, although he batted beautifully. I just feel that there's somewhere that you can get him out if you bowl well enough. In comes Bumrah, and he aims a drive at this one. I thought for a moment that was in the air, but it's quite fluent, maybe not completely off the middle, but it's got away from Shubman Gill, and it's 4 runs.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give.
Yeah, didn't really get that as well as he might have done. It's a thick outside edge, and if it had gone directly to the fielder, it would still probably been short of him by a yard or two. Bumrah in to complete the over, bowls down the leg side again. Raul tumbles to his right to take, and that's the 3rd wide of the over.
So umpires spread your wings and call wide.
So what have we got from this over? 3 wides and a 4. That's 7. 1 ball remaining. It'll make it a 9 ball over.
Certainly not found his range, has he, Jasprit?
No.
He's,
and from the point of view of the game, I'd say that's a good thing. Not if I was an Indian fan. Anyway, here he is again, bowling to Conway, who's beaten by that one, who seemed to die on the pitch, and as he's trying to force off the back foot, he loses contact with one hand, and that was a little bit worrying. Anyway, it's gone through on the bounce to the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's 19 for no wicket. Missy.
Your fans are on the move. Parrot Badshaw says, all hail the great Hendo Mai. Although Leah says, I'm not 100% convinced you'd be an upgrade over Rohit Hendo.
Really?
I'm not even convinced you'd be an upgrade over No-Hit, to be
I
honest.
reckon I
That's
could.
not
I
very
reckon I could
nice.
get. I could. At my best, I could have probably got 7 opening the batting for the Mumbai Indians.
What with
You
Bear
need to
Bear
talk to
bowling?
Blair about
Maybe it was,
having
if the
some
Bear was bowling for the other
confidence
side.
in the IPL.
If Bear was playing for the Sunrisers Hyderabad,
Yes.
I think I'd take him on. I'd take him on.
Leah also says, as long as it means free pastries, I'll gladly adopt Hendo as my political ideology.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I have got pastries today. As Siraj starts a second over again, just bringing the ball gently, I say gently, at 87 miles an hour into Ravindra, who plays it very competently and confidently, but you might feel he's getting a little bit frustrated because he's playing some nice shots. He's finding the middle of the bat, but he's not finding the gaps, really. And the one time he did find the gaps, it was a little bit of an edge, which has given him the 4 runs from 7 balls that he has at the moment. And it would just be like Siraj, wouldn't it? After Anindo's been, barracking him for the whole of the tournament, he'll suddenly turn up and take a 5 for today. Here he is, hurrying in, bowls to Ravindra, brings this one back into him again. It was back of a length, actually, and he still played it off the front foot. It was rising and pretty straight. Would have gone well over the top of the stump, so up to mid-off again. And
Especially
no
as
run.
we got Shelley with us on YouTube. Although she reckons she's saving her curses for the Aussies tomorrow.
Saving her curses. Good on her. Yeah,
Brotherhood of Man, wasn't it?
Save all your curses for me.
Save all your curses for me.
We could be in a band, you and me, Tony.
Oh,
Or we should be- we
Not a
should be
band anyone would ever go and see.
A band,
but yeah.
a band.
A band on ship, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Dear oh dear.
Now, of course, Virat Kohli got the 50th century that he scored in ODIs, and that is now a new record. He overtook Sachin. And it's Rachin facing at the moment, and Siraj is into him, and he pushes this out on the offside. Oh my goodness me! He wanted to take a single to cover point, and cover point said, "Hang on, what the heck do you think you're doing?" And Conway was of similar mind and sent him back.
That scoreboard pressure at work right there. I mean, you just
Yes.
think, even though we've got off to a good start,
Yeah.
we just can't afford to take the pedal off the metal.
Well, it's been wides or boundaries, hasn't it? And those have only come sort of here and there. So they're not rotating the strike at this point. They're not really getting away from India, are they? 19 for no wicket halfway through the 4th over. And they need to be on about 30 odd by the end of the 4th over, which is only 3 balls away. So he's going to have to go some.
84 for 1 was the power play for
Was it? Okay.
India.
Siraj into him, and he takes that one away from him, and Ravindra is trying to convince the world that he was snatching his bat inside the line of it. Not sure he was. And that was up at almost 90 miles an hour from Siraj, 89.5. And it's a very difficult angle for these two left-handers. You do wonder whether... I mean, I know they've done quite well. Is this the right opening combination? What else could you do? Probably nothing, because you're not going to open with Kane Williamson, are you?
I don't think so, and you probably wouldn't want to put someone like Phillips in too early, because he's your main big hitter down the order a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
Mitchell, again, he's not an opener. He's terrific to have coming in at 4 or 5.
I suppose the only other guy was Will Young, wasn't it? And
who hasn't really hit his straps at all. Yeah.
Siraj in again, down the leg side. He's played that well, played that with incredibly good timing, and the long leg's not a hell of a way from that, but he's not going to get round to it, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Something very nice about a clip off the hip that's timed that well. Beautiful shot. And good placement. Bumrah was the man who was trying to get around and couldn't do.
I don't think he was trying that hard. I
No, I don't
think he
think he was
realised
trying
he
that.
wasn't. Got a feeling he knew he wasn't really at the races for that one.
1 ball remaining of the 4th over. 23 for no wicket at the Wankhede. In he comes, bowls a short one, and he pulls. Oh, brilliant fielding at mid wicket. Otherwise, that was away for another boundary. That's Surya
Sky,
Kami,
wasn't
Dav Sky, as he's known to his friends, and that keeps New Zealand to 23 for no wicket after 4. Messi.
He's got a lot of friends then. Stephen Kelt's asking Shelley to channel her curse against the Indian bowlers. And then astonishingly, Bumrah proceeded to bowl 80 wides in a row, each of which went to the boundary. And he now says Shelley has cursed Bumrah. I said she would. Well, it's got a lot of work yet to do, I'm afraid. And Mayank said only 4s today.
Only 4s. We're only working in 4s.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Seems reasonable.
Makes sense. Bit warm for running around. It's the Maxwell way.
With cramp, you need to do it with severe cramp as well there, if you're going Maxwell way.
That's true.
I still, for the life of me, don't quite know why they didn't just bowl wider at him, but they some reason they didn't.
Lack of experience, I don't know. Bumrah around the wicket to Conway, hits him on the pad, full of ball this time, going down the leg side. He was thinking about a single, but it's just run very slowly out into the mid-wicket region.
Still only the third highest ODI knock ever, I think. But Chris Gale and
Guptill.
Martin Guptill above that. Both
Yeah.
2015 World Cup, I think.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember how surprised. That was 2015 Guptill, wasn't it?
Third highest World Cup ones. There's quite a few apart from that.
Oh yeah. Well, Rohit a couple of times. Is it a couple or is it 3? Down the leg side, tries to whip it on its way, and umpire Richard Illingworth says, "I'll have me a wide there."
You will, if I can find one. Here you go. This one.
Ba 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 ba
Wide.
I had this horrible shock. I just looked at the monitor and I saw Tony moving, and I thought it was me. I mean, we're not totally dissimilar in that we're past 60 greying, and that's going to be 4 byes, 4 wides.
Well,
I think.
thank God for that.
That
Stopped you mid-throw on that one.
Swung away down the leg side. It's run away for some extras.
Wonder where are you going to go next?
Both keeper and bowler a little bit unlucky there, because it just kept swinging after it went past the bat, and was well out of KL Rahul's reach. So 5 wides already from this over. How many wides has Bumrah conceded now? Must be 7 or 8. Anyway, can he get the range? Can he find his length? Can he find his line? If he does, New Zealand could be in trouble. They've moved to 29 for no wicket. In comes Bumrah around the wicket, bowls, and again, that's where I think you can trouble Conway. The ball shooting back, and he prods at the ball without much foot movement, gets a thick inside edge down to long leg, and picks up a rare single.
5 is the answer.
It's 5. Is that all? No.
Unless it needs maybe it's
right.
I think it is 5.
He did 2 in the first, his last over, and he's got 5 wides in this over. I mean, are you counting individual balls in terms of wides, or are you
I'm
counting
just
runs?
looking at his bowling figures.
But maybe it's not up to date yet.
Well, I think it is.
Well, how can it be? He's just gone for 4 wides, and he'd already bowled 3 wides in the previous over.
Oh
didn't he?
yeah, no, you're right. It's not up to date.
Thank you.
It's not. It is. I think it's 9, 10 in fact.
Into Ravindra, who plays a ball just on the line of, or just outside off stump, and a good length, plays it again with the middle of the bat, but it's nothing more than a defensive shot really, and he is looking a little bit perturbed, Ravindra, and he's a young head, although some people say he's an old head on young shoulders, but he's a young head, and he may just feel as if the pressure of him not getting up to a runner ball in this run chase, he's on 8 off 13, is just frustrating him a little bit at the moment. I was going to say he's had a brilliant tournament. That'd probably be the death of him. Bumrah in, bowls, and brings it back. Inside edge onto pad. Ball rolls out just slightly behind square on the offside. Rohit had his hands on his head in curtailed excitement. Big inside edge onto the back pad. India. England. Now that would be nice. India probing for this first wicket. Poor old David Malan. I mean, what on earth is going on with him? I'm sure you talked about this, but I haven't been around for a bit. And I just think, why is he always the scapegoat? Bumrah in, bowls. He's bringing that one back. He's beginning to find that length and line. And Ravindra was trying to drive, but again, it wasn't cleanly hit. and it just bobbled back up the pitch to Bumrah.
Well, to answer that question, I think partly age, and that they are looking at, if he's 36 now, he's not going to be playing in the next World Cup at 40, despite the fact he's done very well. And then Owen Morgan, rightly or wrongly, dropped a little bit of hint about, Dawid Malan is somewhat
difficult.
He has that little bit of a reputation. I couldn't say one way or the other.
Bumrah bowls, and again there's swing, and again Ravindra tries to drive, but just closes the face of the bat a little bit, and so rather than it going through the covers, it goes straight back to Bumrah. That's the end of the over. He's gone for 22 from his 3. As Jasper, New Zealand after 5 are 30 for no wickets. I mean, he's not the first person to be difficult in a cricket dressing room, surely. No,
but England, big part of England's success has been that sort of collective sense of sort of common vision and
I don't really like
simplicity of
these
vision.
Rumours, though. I'd like to know something a bit more specific. I mean, what has he done? Has he left a turd in someone's cricket boot? That kind of thing.
Who did that famously?
Well, I do know that
Steve Harrison did at Aston Villa.
Harry Pilling used to do that in the bath at Lancashire, according to my sources.
Don't ever give me any of your sources.
I think it's a prick of a thing for Owen Morgan to have said on air, anyhow.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we kind of knew that he wasn't really happy with Dawid Malan, didn't we? Back in the day, because there was this thing when he got 100 and
he didn't run off the
last ball.
Of the innings.
Yeah.
Well, he had a point, but again, there's ways you make those points, probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's still saying he's got 5 wides on Crick Info.
So he's bowled 5 wides.
Annoying.
He's conceded 9 runs. That's the way they're doing it.
That's the way they're doing it. Oh, edged and caught, and it's a magnificent man, Mohammed Shami, who's come into the attack. Ravindra, is it? Conway has aimed a drive at it and has got an outside edge. Rahul has dived away to his left to take the catch, and Shami makes the breakthrough. New Zealand 30 for 1. Conway gone for 13. Have you pressed the blue button, Tony?
I'm literally doing it now.
Okay. Lovely ball, just held its line, and he was playing away from his body. It's a good catch as well. Had a long way to go. Could have split wicketkeeper and slip, but didn't. Rahul made sure of that. And Shami, who's averaging something absolutely ridiculous in this tournament, has got the vital breakthrough. Conway gone for 15.
It seems to me a tournament where I seem to have in my memory a number of players who have taken wickets with first balls of spells.
Well, Shami's done it before.
Yeah.
Shami's definitely done it. I'm trying to think of who that was against now.
That has happened a lot.
Yeah. Well, there you go. He's bowling round the wicket to
beautifully bowled.
Two left-handers. It was beautifully bowled, and Shami's. Every time you think Shami might be sort of on his last legs, he seems to pop up again. He's a remarkable cricketer. Really is. Have you got any tweets, by the way?
It was a shit shot, to be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
He was a long way from his body without moving his leg at all towards it.
Well, a man having... we'll come back to the tweets in a minute, because the man is already... The new man, and possibly the critical man, is at the crease. With an average of 93.5 in this tournament so far from 3 innings. It's none other than Kiwi captain, Kane Williamson.
Here he is.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than mine.
Wide of the off stump, left alone.
It's really great, but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
So before this game, Shami, 15 wickets at 7 and a strike rate at 9.
Wow.
Just nuts, isn't it?
And a pretty good economy rate as well, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Take wickets, you keep the economy rate down. He's in, bowls to Williamson from over the wicket, and just a hint of late movement there. It's well read by Kane, and he lets it go through untouched. It's that giddiness he's got, but he can also get it up there around his shoulders, can't he, Shami? He's not a tall man, but very fine and dangerous bowler.
I mean, at 31, so he'd be 35 come the next World Cup. You'd think that would be a step too far for him, wouldn't you?
Tries to bowl this one a little bit straighter, trying to get it to move, I think, from middle and leg to off. Doesn't really do enough. Williamson gets onto the front foot, defends, and there is no run. So not only is he taken the wicket, but he's stopped the scoring rate. We've had 4 scoreless balls in this first over, and I'm sure that from an Indian perspective, getting rid of Williamson would be a massive blow at this stage. In he comes again, bowls, and he's almost tempted into aiming a drive at that, but then keeps his back close to his body and allows it to pass through. Certainly tempting stuff from a chamois, but Williamson so far has not been drawn into an indiscretion. As we're looking at Raoul, brilliance behind the stumps. He's taken some good catches. Oh, there was one left-handed down the leg side. That was superb. I think that must have been the one that he took off Scott Edwards. But that was on Virat Kohli, wasn't it? I didn't actually see that live. Chamois in again, full, and he drives, but it seemed to me as if it came off a little bit off the toe of the bat. Nonetheless, it's got enough on it to go away past backward point and for 4 runs. Williamson then gets off the mark. He's on to 4. Ravindra has 8, and New Zealand are 34 for 1.
Probably the first time he's erred by being a tad too wide there, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe so. Are you sitting on some tweets, which are sort of becoming a bigger and bigger pile?
Tweets.
You're sitting on your piles of tweets.
Josie Oak sent us a photo of a speed sign, an entry sign for a settlement called Wet Wang. Presumably somewhere in South Africa, with a bicycle leaning against it, saying, "Is this Nestle's bike?" And he says, "Important things for this afternoon. Can New Zealand do this? Will Hendo have a rank?" Oh, I hope you weren't disappointed.
Well, you know, myself is suffering because I've been ranting too much over the last 5 years. On into the legs of Ravindra, who tries to get forward to that one. It seems to have wrapped him in a slightly painful part of the leg, maybe an unprotected part of the leg. So it's pretty unusual these days to have an unprotected part of the leg, because there's inner thigh pads.
Does the rantometer get fired up even if when England aren't playing?
Can do.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be England. I mean, it's a bit like, I saw football at the weekend. I saw the worst referee. I mean, I know it's a difficult bar, but honestly, the referee on Saturday was the worst I have ever seen. Bumrah in, bowls, and finds an inside edge from Ravindra. That'll go down to fried egg, and they take 135 for 1.
But you still won, didn't you, Hendo?
Still won, despite being down to 9 men. Still won 2-0. But I mean, honestly, there wasn't a bad tackle in the game, and he just started booking people from as early as about the 5th minute for nothing. And I said, there's going to be sending off in this game, and then in the end there were 2. And I hate referees like that have just got to be on show the whole time. I mean, he even booked the goalkeeper. I mean, the goalkeeper barely touched the ball, and yet he booked him in injury time. Anyway, Bumrah none for 23. He's coming over the wicket to bowl for the first time to Kane Williamson. 2 slips are in attendance. Oh, he's had a little poke at that. Horrible little poke from Kane Williamson, and Tony was getting a bit excited. Wonder whether he'd thin-edged that through, but apparently not.
No. I was thinking of Clive Thomas, actually, while you were talking. Clive Thomas and Roger Kirkpatrick came to my mind when you're thinking of referees who were... Roger Kirkpatrick was back right when I was a kid. A little bald fellow who used to run backwards. Used to train running backwards all during the week so he could run backwards at speed.
Up the Wembley steps. Bumrah into Williamson again. Oh, lovely ball. He has got an edge to that one. Bumrah thinks it's gone, but
Lord.
Richard Illingworth is saying no. It could have brushed the outside of his shirt, his thigh pad. Certainly turned him round. It was an absolutely corker
They don't seem sure, do they?
Absolute corker that was, and the DRS timer is running down, and they seem inclined to accept Richard Illingworth's ruling on that. So brilliant umpiring.
I don't think Bumrah thought it was that. The keeper did, but Bumrah only went up when the keeper went up.
No, it's brushed. It's brushed the back top of the pad, and I'm just wondering.
Well, hang on,
that might be worth an LBW
Well,
shout.
Exactly. Look at that. That to me.
No, maybe height. Maybe height.
Possibly
still going
high.
up. Hopefully, from a New Zealand.
It would have been
point of view.
umpire's call, and then umpire's call would have been not out anyway. But they wouldn't have lost the review.
Bumrah again into Williamson, who's standing right across on sort of middle and off, it seems to me. Lets this one go. He's worried about that ball that comes back into him, I think, a little bit. So he's standing over towards the off stump more than I've seen him do. And we can quite clearly see that it was the top of the pad. And it would have been impact was outside, only minimally. But so there wasn't a chance of an LBW. I love that. He jumps around Rahul and then he goes, no. Bumrah in, down the leg side, and he clips it well enough, but he picks out mid-wicket, which will annoy him somewhat. 7 overs bowled. They need 8 and over. They're going along at 5 and over. New Zealand 35 for 1. The target is 398. Messi.
Jay Grover, who's been very quiet today, says if Owen Morgan thinks you're a dick, you're exiled from the garden. I think that's very true.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Josie is prodding you, says, I'll get Hendo started. What did you think of Pig Poker Cameron as Home Secretary and Braverman being sacked?
Well, he's not Home Secretary. He's Foreign Secretary for a start.
That's right.
Get yourself sorted, Josie.
Yes, rant against Josie A.
No, he's a lecturer, isn't he? And they're always right.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, are Hendo and Tony both wearing brown jumpers too?
We are today, actually.
Different shades of brown, I think you'll find.
That's why you think you're each other, though.
In comes Shami. Great ball to Ravindra, the left-hander, who prodded at that. He can't get going this morning, or this afternoon, Ravindra. He's 9 off 19 now. And
different shades of brown, and the hair is grey.
Yes.
California dreaming.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I wouldn't mind a holiday in California right now. Somewhere near a beach. Mind you, I'm always worried if I go to California or somewhere on that side of the US. I'm always worried that there'll be an undersea earthquake and we'll all die like they do in Deep Impact or whatever it is.
You've got an amazing capacity to think about things to worry about.
I do. It's absolutely. I am Mr. Catastrophe. Now this is driven more powerfully by Ravindra, but still didn't time it as well as he might, and certainly didn't place it as well as he might. It's picked up at cover point. There is no run. I feel a Ratchin wicket coming in my blood at the moment. Yeah. This is 9 from 20.
Well, if you're on run rate watch, they're under 5 and they need 8.5.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
and
it'll be more than 8.5 now.
in the power play.
Yeah.
And they're heading towards the latter part.
Yeah,
of the
only 2 more overs after this one. In comes Shami, bowls again, he drives again. This time he has got it through. Rohit puts in the dive at mid-off. This time can't quite get there. And that will be a relief to Ravindra. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a member.
It's just released. I wouldn't say it's released the shackles. I mean, it's shaken them a little bit. Someone's wandered up and picked up a chain and rummaged around, but it hasn't broken them completely. But a little bit of pressure, tiny bit, maybe 3% of pressure lifted there. 39 for 1. Yeah, David Cameron. I think it's, to be honest, if you were a Tory supporter, I think you'd think it was a good move. Has he edged that one? He has, and Ravindra has gone. I told you I had it in my blood. Shami has found a thin outside edge. It's gone through to Rahul, low down, and Ravindra goes. New Zealand have no chance. They're 39 for 2 after 7.4 overs.
Let me do the jingling of the old wickets. Here we go. We'll get this one.
What did I say? 38 for 3, I said. No, 39 for 2, so not too far away. And if you want more proof that I should be India captain, there it is. Two balls ago, I said I feel a Ravindra wicket, and there we are. There we have it. So I don't even need to rant. I feel completely content with myself.
Well done, Hendo.
Thank you
That's
very
really
much.
For
Thank
all
you.
of us, I got to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rohit Hendo.
Muttley says, I resurrected this beauty yesterday. There was a politician named Dave who was quite sexually depraved. His club initiation involved his privates and bacon. What more could you expect from a knave?
Nation and bacon. You're trying to rhyme nation and bacon. To be honest.
Yeah,
I think you need to get
initiation and bacon.
initiation and bacon. It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? It's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty good going. Pretty good going. I mean, I'm willing to hear some up if anyone wants to try their own Dave Cameron limerick, as we watch New Zealand slowly creep to 180 all out. That might be something that can keep us going this afternoon.
Stork and pork, maybe.
Stork and pork.
Yeah.
Stork and
It's
pork.
unusual to see a tweet from Muttley that doesn't involve sausages as well. Actually.
I thought they were banned. I thought they were banned. Well, now that's hit him on the pad. The new batsman, I should tell you, is Daryl Mitchell. It's going down the leg side, according to Rod Tucker, and he must be right because he's standing in his 100th one-day international. Indeed, he is, and there is no appeal to a higher authority from India. This is Daryl Mitchell at the crease now. He's going to be jingled by Tony Bishop, who's half asleep.
I know. I was thinking of sausages and
well, it's easily done.
David Cameron and
bacon and sausages.
He
yes.
was involved with sort of sausage on the trotter, as it were, but not yet sausage. Right, who am I supposed to be doing this?
Daryl Mitchell's the man.
Oh, thank you very much. I should know him.
You should know him. He's been around a while.
I'm a big fan.
I'm of an old black funny on Peep Show. Wrote that book, oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Rather helpfully for New Zealand's cause, he bowls a wide down the leg side.
It just never stops, does it?
It doesn't. I think we should just keep pressing the blue button to really muck up the bear. He's already shouting about it, just hearing that.
You just basically assume everything's a highlight.
Yeah, and just do it, and then he'll be there for hours upon hours. And going, what the fuck did they put this on for? What the fuck? You just see steam coming out of his ear. Oh, good in-swinger from Shami. Mitchell defends.
Oh, what a piece of fielding. Let's just press the button.
Yeah, let's just do that. What a piece of fielding there as he just stepped in at mid-on to pick the ball up. 2 overs from Shami, 2 for 9. A wicket in both of his overs so far. He's on fire. This Indian team is on fire in this tournament. And New Zealand chasing 398 to win are 40 for 2 after 8. Messi.
Leah says, for the Cameron limerick, I have to think of rhyming plough with sow, as in female pig.
That's all right. You can do that.
Yep. Josiak says, I think they'll make Cameron Home Secretary as well as Foreign Secretary in due course, and they run out of piss-poor Tory MPs to a point they already have. He's their last hope. And Muttley explains bacon being a term for pig/pork, sausages being a pig/pork derivative. Yeah, they're all good enough.
Bumrah then to Williamson. It's strange to say, but at 40 for 2 you feel like Williamson is the last hope. Oh, there's Glenn Phillips to come. There's Tom Latham. There's Mitchell Santner, who always scores runs seemingly. This one is left alone outside the off stump. Into the 9th over. Mohamed Shami, I wouldn't say that he's thinks he's better than everyone else, but he's taken 2 wickets and now he's wandered off for a rest. And he was getting a standing ovation as he left the field. Don't know who's come in for him.
Come my bit. 2 wickets.
Absolutely, I'll leave you to it now, chaps. Got something else on. Outside the off stump, left alone. That's perilously close to a wide, but I think he's just going to get away with that.
We did, of course, get to enjoy an extended Kohli cam.
Of course.
Interlude as a result of it. Never mind what Shami was doing. No one cares.
I guess if he's almost as omnipresent as the woman with the teddy used to be on the test card in English television of the 1970s. Get him standing with a little sort of furry bunny or something, and you could recreate that. Bumrah in to Williamson, wide of the off stump, won't be tempted, leaves it alone. 2 slips in attendance. Virat Kohli is indeed one of them. 40 for 2. It's going to become a bear game, I can tell you. It's becoming a bear game.
No. New Zealand aren't going to let us down like that. They've got too much about him.
Well, they need Glenn Phillips to come in and do something crazy. But it's really hard to do anything crazy against a bowling lineup that is as brilliant as this. You might say you can do it against other teams' attacks. Bumrah into Williamson. Oh, it brings that one back into him quite sharply, and he jabs down on it at the last moment and directs it off towards mid-wicket.
Well, the lowest GPL pick is 568, which would require New Zealand to reach 170. So that might bring some interest.
That's the lowest one, is it?
Yes.
What's the highest?
The highest is 803, which isn't going to be achieved under any circumstances.
No, I wouldn't have said so. Bumrah in full, clipped by Williamson, and he would have thought, oh, that felt good. And then he'll have looked up a split second later and see it going straight to the man at mid-wicket. And he just gets his body behind it and stops that running away for 4. But that was a beautiful piece of timing from Williamson. But sadly for him, it brought no runs, brought no reward. Virat Kohli, another close-up of him, clapping this time, clapping his teammates. He's a team player. It's not all about his own glory, he says with a tongue. Slightly in the cheek. Onto the back foot goes Williamson, defends this up to mid-on. It's a maiden, would you believe, from Bumrah.
Helped New Zealand, has it?
Really hasn't helped New Zealand. They are 40 for 2 after 9. Messi.
Now, Muttley has sent us a rhyme that... sorry, a limerick that does rhyme. But the scansion's going to sound a little odd to you because I'm going to have to use a substitute word. So I shall read it to you.
Right, I know where you're going with this. Go on.
It says, a politician called Dave was a Bradman. Bradman. A complete Bradman was he. Forever a Bradman will he be. Bradman.
Perfect, absolutely. He's not as bad as I'm saying Bradman's not as bad as him. Let's be honest. I mean, at least Bradman was entertaining. David Cameron, what is he? He's a man who, when told he could be prime minister, I think I'll be good at being a prime minister, which is not quite as bad as saying I want to be world king, as Boris Johnson said. That's what Tories do at night. They sit in front of the mirror saying, I'm going to be great, I'm going to be big, I'm going to be famous, I'm going to stick my rod
They're so stupid.
in...
I mean, people like Rees-Mogg.
Don't get me going on Rees-Mogg. If you do want a Henry rant, you'll get it then. Outside the off stump, Shami leaves it. Shami's bowling. And Williamson leaves it. Sorry, Mitchell leaves it. I'm getting everything wrong in this particular passage of commentary.
The Rees-Mogg effect. Mention his name and you just fall apart.
I mean, I think it's quite entertaining that... Well, it's not entertaining, but it says something about how politicians will marginalise news programmes now. And Newsnight is one of those that seems to have been marginalised because they will never put anyone forward from the government to comment on the story of the day. I'll come back to that. Shami in, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell drives, but it comes back into him, and it's only the inside half of the bat which connects, and it rolls rather sadly towards mid-wicket. Could have been a great shot, wasn't. So anyway, one of their go-tos was on the back benches was Peter Bone, and Peter Bone is now, of course, suspended over some naughty shenanigans, allegedly.
Isn't there something sort of about nominative determinism in Tory misdemeanours? Who was the other guy who did something? You got Bone, who got
Pincher.
No, yeah, about Pincher. That's right.
The Pincher who pinched down the leg side. That's going to be 4 wides. It's swung and then it swung some more once it had gone past the bat. Raoul did his best but couldn't get there, and welcome 4 runs. And I know that Jacob Rees-Mogg has served in the cabinet. Is he in the cabinet at the moment? I'm not sure.
No, he's not.
But he was on again last night talking about Braverman, sticking up for her. Poor old Suella. I mean, you betrayed me. I mean, who would believe that a Tory would betray someone? Driven hard up to mid-on and a direct hit from, was that Rohit? But Mitchell has got safely to the other end and has got his first run.
have a look there.
The umpire's going to have a look. But
why does it need to look? He was in by about 4 feet at least.
Well, we will see if that is hyperbole from Messi in the weather cave as we watch. you.
I don't have copyright to that.
That's true. That's true. We do have someone who has sort of control of that particular description.
Mind you know who the TV umpire is.
Ooh, who is it?
It's Blind Joel.
Is it Blind Joel? No, he's in. He's not in by 4 feet though, is he? To be honest, Messi.
No, he's not.
He's in by about 6 inches.
Well, big inches, little inches.
Little inches, yeah.
By the way, while Pom corrects me, Wetwang isn't a South African township. It's a Yorkshire.
Yes, I thought so.
village.
Yeah,
Wetwang. It's a place. Wetwang.
Wetwang.
Shami in, bowls to Williamson, plays a lovely forcing shot off the back foot. But again, that infield on the offside, this time Rohit at mid-off, does its job. And he is unable to get a run. We're going to have a change pretty shortly. Who's coming on next, Tony?
Good question. I know I'm staying here.
Andy, Tony and Jason.
Right,
Tony
they are
and
making
Jason.
their way to the...
It's a 3-man studio crew.
To the hub, the operations hub, Gorilla Cricket. We have 2 balls remaining in this over. Shami 2-15. He's only in his 3rd over. And he's running in to bowl to Williamson, who almost looked as if he was trying to edge that through to the keeper, but didn't actually manage to get anything on it. He was so subtle. He was too subtle in a way to get an edge to that. But, Shami is bowling like a dream. It's just wobbled, hasn't it? It's wobbled as it's after it's bounced, which can't be easy. Even the wicketkeeper struggled with that one, maybe dipping on him a little bit. 46 for 2, 1 ball remaining of the power play. It's not enough for New Zealand. It's a bear game. If you want to go off and do something else, send us some money on Patreon first. Shami in, bowls to Williamson again. He meets it nicely off the back foot, but again it goes straight to Rohit Sharma. That is the end of the 10th over of a target of 398. New Zealand are 46 for 2. Messi,
You have
Tony,
to bribe
anyone?
the teacher for permission to leave.
Yeah, I was about to say you need a note from your mum if you're going to go and...
Yeah. Leah
Sneak out.
sends us a picture of the test pattern saying that's one creepy clown doll Hender. Stan the statistician says here's a remarkable statistics that all the amateurs have missed. Rachin Ravindra is the highest scoring batsman in World Cup history whose Christian name and surname begin with the same 2 letters. There you go.
Hashtag
That's what you're
stats.
there for,
Hashtag
Stan.
stats wank.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, next one is from Raffles the Gentleman Thug, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Shami's off for another rest. And so let's review that power play. Chasing 398. Wides was the top scorer and Kane Williamson's on 4 off 718.
Yeah, it's not been ideal, has it? Basically,
Yeah.
just about half of what India scored for twice as many wickets.
It's not the time to be steadying the ship who are only chasing 400.
I'm only on for 20 overs and then I can go home. if you kind of hope New Zealand just get bowled out rather than score 260 for 7 in the full 50 overs. Right, Siraj is going to come back. India have done all the work in this game. You can take it from me. This one is Dunzo, and it's defended by Mitchell. That black down the wicket. Been a long tournament here at Gorilla Towers. A little bit fractious in the green room at times today.
Was it? I think it's been all right.
We'll stay off politics for 10 overs as well and make it a little bit less fractious in
That's
here.
probably definitely a good idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't stop the bear from effing and blinding.
No.
Nothing would.
Nothing much
would.
stops the bear from effing and blinding.
No. Here comes Siraj. Oh, it's uppish from Mitchell. Out into the wide open spaces over mid-off. India kept most of the field up. And Mitchell hit it for 4.
Just four.
Beautiful shot, though.
Brings up 50 for New Zealand. They are 50 for 2 in the 11th over. Williamson is on 4 and Mitchell 5.
Yeah, lovely little
No,
We did it simultaneously.
Oh, you've got it over there as well.
Yeah. It is. The blue button is ubiquitous now.
Right.
The only person who doesn't have access to one is me, I
Everyone
think.
has a blue button they can press all the time. Left alone that one by Mitchell outside the off stump. There's no run.
Yeah, we like pressing the Bears buttons.
Well, like I say, we've been doing it most of the day. But and this isn't anybody's fault. This tournament has really, really lacked in close games, hasn't it? What are you pointing at now?
It's all right. We need to do some work on the
Oh,
visuals.
Yeah. Yep. There was 2 in a row. There was that South Africa-Pakistan, which was a great game. And then there was Australia-New Zealand, which actually was a bit closer in the end than it really looked a bit closer than it was, I think.
Yep.
But that was it. Everything else has been what they